Well, it's 9 o'clock and we're back in New Plymouth on quite a nice day actually. Hopefully you might see a bit of that later in the day, but certainly welcome everyone, and we'll just start as normal with the karakia, which Julie's going to do for us.
Kia uru mai, awa ora, awa kaha, awa maia, ki ronga, ki rara, ki roto, ki waho, very hard,
Julie, and some health and safety notices from you, Charles, or Christine. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. In the event of an emergency, please follow the instructions of the council staff and exit through the main entrance at the front. Once you reach the footpath, please turn to your right and walk towards Pōkekura Park, congregating outside Spark Building. And please just remember not to block the footpath. Staff will guide you to alternative route if necessary. If there is an earthquake, drop, cover and hold where possible. And please remain where you are until further instructions is given. The toilets are just out here towards the left, cafeteria upstairs, and with the COVID level at the moment, wearing masks into the room, and if you're comfortable, you can remove your mask. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Right, so we're up to hearing 11, which has the topics of network utilities and transport. The hearing has been set down for 4 days, and we'll finish at the end of Thursday. So this is day one, Monday 29th of November 2021 for the record. Right, so I'll just go through the introductions to the hearings panel. Some of you, this is the first hearing you've been to. Some of you have been to many before, but just to confirm or let everyone know that the Plymouth District Council have established a hearings panel with myself, Stephen Dacian, the chair. There are 3 other hearings panel members. On your right, we have, on my right, we have Commissioner David McMahon, who is sitting with me on these topics, and Commissioner Antoine Coffin is the Deputy Chair, and Commissioner Littlejohn, another Commissioner. And in some of the hearings, 4 of us will sit, some 3, but there's always at least a quorum of 2. And the delegations require that if Commissioner McMahon and I disagree on anything, I have a casting vote in terms of making sure there's no deadlock as we make our recommendations. So we've been asked to make recommendations on the full plan to the District Council, and we won't be making any decisions until we've done all the hearings and completed a comprehensive suite of recommendation reports. There are quite a few cross-references and lots of cross-references between different sections. So we've got a process that the staff have set up for capturing consequential amendments and deferring some of the matters to other hearings. So we'll hear about some of those later today. So the other thing to state is that the panel have prepared a conflict of interest statement, which is online as part of one of our minutes. We have managed any conflicts around commissioners having worked either for the council or the district for other clients largely through declaring any issues and not having commissioners with particular conflicts that are on particular topics. So that's where we manage that. That's all set out. But at the start of each hearing, I do need to seek whether there's any concerns from any of the parties regarding any particular conflict of interest that they might perceive David or I have in hearing these matters. Normally it's a short pause and can't hear any conflict, so that's all fine, we'll carry on. As for all of the hearings, we are recording the procedures by the Zoom platform. So the recording's on now, and that means we can both have a record of the procedures to refer back to in terms of verbal evidence that's provided over and above the written evidence we receive and information provided by submitters. In terms of those on Zoom, our protocol has been when your submission slot is on, if those that are presenting evidence or supporting the witness, you just turn your videos on. Otherwise, we'd request that you have videos and sound off on the Zoom. If you do want to ask a question of me as a chair, you can do that at any time on any matters of procedures or clarification. And the best way of doing that is just popping your video and your sound on and trying to get my attention the best way we can. I think Charles will be monitoring things pretty closely. We haven't had too many problems lately, but if you are on the end of a difficult connection and things just aren't working for you, let us know through Charles. In terms of the hearing administrators have an email address which is on most of the documentation. So let one of them know so we're aware of that. And if the issue is too bad, we may have to organise some other way of hearing evidence, particularly for those that are struggling to come across. But so far we have had one or two issues, but not too bad. So that's the protocol for the Zoom. Are there any questions relating to those introductory matters? Right, thank you very much. I will call for some introductions and attendances today. So perhaps the hearing administrators, you can just let yourself be known to the hearing.
Hi everyone, I'm Charles Willing, hearing administrator here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Bromwell, and I'm assisting the hearing administrators.
Okay, we'll hear now from the council staff. And when you introduce yourself, there are some procedures you've set in place in terms of some of the, Stan, I understand you were done the Transpower parts of the utilities chapter. So just make that clear. And also there's a legal person from Simpson Grierson sitting in from time to time. So just let us know what the protocols are as you introduce yourselves.
Sure.
Starting with you, Jacob.
Yeah, kia ora, everyone. To the public submitters, my name is Jacob Stenner. I'm the Second Policy Advisor for the District Planning Team here at Newport District Council. I have considered submissions and prepared the Section 42A report in relation to the transport chapter of the plan, and also in relation to the National Grid, specifically submissions relating to National Grid, Transpower, and some other submitters. I'll hand over to Megan Taylor to introduce herself.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Megan Taylor. I'm an Associate Transportation Engineer with BECA, and I prepared expert transportation evidence to assist Jacob on some of the technical details for the transportation chapter.
Thank you and welcome, Megan. Jamie, is it Jamie? Jamie Cannon?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me? Hi. Hi, I'm Jamie Cannon. So I'm a consultant planner who I work at Buffer Miscall based in Auckland. So unfortunately, I can't be physically at the hearing today. So I prepared the network utilities chapter of the proposed district plan, and I prepared the Section 42A report as well and considered the submissions. But yeah, as Jacob has mentioned, because Buffer Miscall provides policy advice to Transpower, I haven't been involved in the Transpower submissions on the National Grid and related further submissions. So that just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. So, welcome, Jamie. It's the first time we've met you. So welcome to the team and the hearing. And we would have loved to have you here. I can assure you, it's nothing like being in a room face to face, but we recognise the constraints you're under, and we'll just do our best with the technology we have, which has been working pretty well in terms of this hybrid process of having as many people here as possible and others coming in. So welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. In terms of the legal representation of this hearing,
So I can, sorry, speak to that just briefly. So yes, we'll have representation from Citizen Crescent coming at various times throughout the hearing.
Yes.
I understand that will be potentially some different representation, different people involved throughout. No set times at which they'll be coming.
Okay.
They'll be attending for certain submitters and certain points.
is that primarily where there's legal submissions
I believe so.
provided and you can perhaps have them available if there's any legal questions?
Yes.
Yes. Right. Thank you very much. Right, well, let's work around the rest of the room. Stand up and introduce yourselves, please. Yes.
Julie Strata, one of the hearing administrators, so I'll be popping in and out during the hearing.
Jeremy, District Plan Team.
Hi, Joe. Julie Fuller and the District Plan Team.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. My name's Sarah Edwards and I'm the District Plan Lead.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rebecca here, Graham Petroleum. I'm just sitting up this morning to listen to that section for you today.
Nice to see you, Rebecca. That's probably a good time just to record that Commissioner McMahon and I had a site visit with the Greymouth Petroleum team about 3 weeks ago. Any submitter can ask for us to do a site visit, and this was arranged a while ago where we got caught out by the various COVID requirements, but we managed to have a very good site visit. Thank you very much for arranging that. It was very informative, so thank you. Right, we'll go to the screen and perhaps Maria, can you just introduce yourself?
Kia ora, Maria Hokapaura. I'm presenting evidence on Thursday on behalf of Te Kahui o Taranaki. Kia ora.
You're Michael, is that Michael Campbell? Yes.
Morena Commissioners, Michael Campbell. I'm presenting evidence on Thursday on behalf of Kāinga Ora.
Welcome back, Michael, thank you. We've got Chris.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Rossiter. I'll be presenting evidence on Wednesday on behalf of Waka Kotahi. So just listening in this morning.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Welcome. Are you in Wellington or Auckland?
Christchurch.
Christchurch. Aha, got that one wrong. Welcome, thank you. Right. Graham there, I think it's Nick.
Kia ora, it's Graham McCarrison for all the telcos, and we'll be presenting evidence on Wednesday. So just listening in to the opening session. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. Todd.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Todd Langwell, Traffic Planning Consultants. I'm here for Kāinga Ora. I'll just be observing today along with Michael and presenting later in the week.
Okay, thank you very much, Todd. Sarah Marto.
Morena koutou, Sarah Mako Tiko Teitanga, presenting later in the week, so just listening in this morning.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Have we got everyone there, Charles?
Don McKenzie.
Oh, Donald McKenzie. Don McKenzie.
Good morning, Don McKenzie, transport engineer, assisting Southern Cross Hospitals, presenting this afternoon.
Well, welcome, Don. We'll hear from you then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, my list. I think that's everything we need to cover. So this morning we're going to hear you first, Jacob, is that right? Yes, that's right. And Megan as well. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Just before we start, as a process matter, I'm not sure if Christine's just handed out a short addendum, which has been prepared. There was an error in Appendix 1A of my office's recommended amendments to the chapter. This related to Tran P17, specifically clause 3 of the policy. Within my section 42A report, I recommended the removal of the second piece of this clause where it references maintenance, where it references the need for road maintenance agreements. So that should have been struck through in the appendix.
So this is addendum 2, should we call it that?
Yes.
That's date. You.
Right, so moving on, I'll just take the next little while to sort of provide a bit of context and background in relation to some of the transport matters that relate to the New Plymouth district and the operative district plan approach, the proposed district plan approach, where some of the key matters of contention remain. So we've already heard from Ms. Taylor, but just a sort of further introduction there. Ms. Taylor's been providing technical input on the plan from its initial drafting, provided advice and different evidence when responding to submissions and preparing for this hearing. So if we could just click through those charts. So I'll start just by hasn't showed up how it's intended to. If you just bear with me here. So basically, I'll just start by providing some context. New Plymouth district is generally a really well-connected and serviced district in terms of roads, which vary in type and function. The district's towns are connected by these networks. There is a rail line running between Martin and New Plymouth, which is owned and operated by KiwiRail. This enters the district from the south, passes through Inglewood and continues north, turning westward behind the industrial areas of Bell Block, before entering New Plymouth City and terminating at Port Taranaki. So there should be a map showing you where this rail line goes, but if you can sort of visualise what I've just described here, basically, yeah, it comes in through the urban areas of New Plymouth and terminates at Port.
Would you like me to play the PowerPoint instead?
That will be preferable, yeah, thank you. Let's not do.
Just take your time, Charles. It would be good to get the context as you set it up. Promising.
Click through. And one more, please, Charles. Cool. So this shows the Martin to New Plymouth rail line. So you can see it enters the south of the district, heads up towards Bell Block, cuts in behind industrial areas through the sort of business and residential sections of New Plymouth, terminating at the port.
Jacob, is that used mainly for freight?
That's correct. There's no passenger service currently.
But it's all fully serviceable and
it operates. Yeah, I don't think it's used as much as it once was potentially at the moment, but yeah, it's operational.
Okay, thank you.
Click through there, please, Charles. And in relation to air transport, the district and region is served by the New Plymouth Airport, which is located north of Bell Block. The flight paths associated with the airport are part of the transport network. Thanks, Charles. Yeah, sorry, let me go back one. So I'll just provide a bit more detail. Yep, I'll just provide a little bit more detail in relation to roads. Obviously, it makes up a big part of the transport network, so we'll just talk about those for a while. The blue line on this map indicates the state highway network throughout the district. You can see there are a number of state highways. This includes the regionally strategic State Highway 3, which connects New Plymouth to the north and south of the region and to the rest of the North Island. State Highway 3A is located between Bell Block and Waitara and connects through to Inglewood. This road travels through the rural environment and is used by traffic bypassing New Plymouth. State Highway 45 is a regional distributor, which starts on the one-way system here in New Plymouth and travels through south down the coast, connecting through to Hawera in South Taranaki. State Highway 44 is a short 5.2 kilometre stretch of highway located along Molesworth and St Albans Streets in New Plymouth, and it's the main traffic route to Port Taranaki. Yeah, so basically the district's towns are connected by these state highway networks. The state highways traverse a really wide range of areas with distinct land uses, from some really ecologically significant areas in North Taranaki through to some quite sensitive residential areas, particularly along State Highway 44 within New Plymouth. At a local level, there are a number of arterial, collector and local roads that serve the district. The district is also well serviced by various walking and cycleways. This network is heavily used by residents and visitors, and it's a very popular mode of transport. So if we could just move on, and I'll talk a little bit about the operative district plan approach to addressing traffic and transport related matters. So as everyone will be aware, the operative district plan is an effects-based plan. There is no specific chapter for managing transport. Instead, these matters are implemented through the rules within each of the environment areas or zones. These rules include minimum standards for parking spaces, vehicle access points, and other technical matters. Details of the technical standards are contained within appendices. And I just know that there's very limited references to Council's land development and infrastructure standard within the operative district plan, but there are a couple of discrete uses of the standard. The plan includes a hierarchy of roads which assist in managing the effects on and of the road network, and there are specific rules for land containing indicative roads. The zone chapters of the operative district plan also contain rules which set permitted limits on the volume of traffic generated to a site, which is based on vehicle equivalent movements. Not all zones contain permitted traffic generation limits. These only apply to the residential and rural environment areas. I also note that these rules specifically exclude traffic generation that's associated with construction work. Finally, there are rules within the operative district plan relating to building heights within the airport flight path surfaces. So moving on, getting a look at the proposed district plan approach, the PDP contains a standalone chapter with a suite of objectives and policies which provide for an integrated and accessible transport network, allow for the safe, efficient and effective operation of the transport network, recognise the benefits of the transport network to the community, directs the levels of traffic which are compatible with the road transport network that they access, allows for the construction and maintenance of the network while managing the effects associated with this, managing the potential reverse sensitivity effects of land use activities on the transport network. Rather than using appendices for technical standards, these are now embedded within the effects standards of the district plan. And just in general, I just note that the PDP takes quite a fresh approach to managing the network as a whole, rather than just focusing on technical standards. It brings the emphasis on well-connected and designed network. It updates references to documents and uses up-to-date terminology and methods. For example, moving away from the use of vehicle equivalent movements to using, vehicle movements generally. Thanks, Charles. So sitting beneath the objectives and policies, a suite of rules and standards. So these include permitted activity rules for roads and vehicle access points other than on state highways, building activities and trees within the airport flight path surface, electric vehicle charging stations, the operation, maintenance or construction of the transport network, and any other activities not listed in the chapter, provided it complies with relevant effect standards. The plan also contains restricted discretionary activity rules for the erection of structures on or adjacent to an indicative road, the establishment of high trip generating activities. So this is quite a significant shift, I suppose, as it sets thresholds for vehicle movements that are considered high trip generators, the relevant policies and assessment criteria, then provide direction that an integrated transportation assessment will be prepared to assist in the assessment of these activities. There's a further restricted discretionary activity rule relating to vehicle access points on state highways. The effect standards cover a range of technical, traffic and transport matters and include those for vehicle access points, loading and standing, driveways and right-of-ways, manoeuvring space and queuing space. In general, these rules apply across all zones with a key exception in TRAN R8, high trip generating activities, which applies to all zones except for the city centre zone and the open space zones, just reflecting the use of those areas. Cool, thanks, Charles. Moving on to just looking at some of the key resource management issues that the chapter is trying to address. These include the safety of road users and the efficient and effective movement of people and goods, which is considered an essential service for the social and economic well-being of the district. Achieving a connected, integrated and accessible transport network, a network that's able to respond to the current and future needs and maximises integration with land use and development. And also to avoid inefficient use of land. I think it's really trying to address that ad hoc development, which can lead to disconnected communities and the like. Promoting public and active modes of transport and reducing reliance on public motor vehicles is another resource management issue, as well as managing the effects of the transport network on the surrounding environment and protecting the network itself from adverse effects such as reduced sensitivity and high traffic volumes. This includes managing adverse effects associated with high trip generating activities, including construction traffic. It's useful to look here at an example of a high trip generator involving heavy vehicles establishing on a local rural road. So the image at the top here is just an image that I've taken from Google Street View. It's a 2009 image prior to the activity establishing on the small rural local road. The image at the bottom is taken at approximately the same location, so to see some reference points in the last week. So you can see substantial damage within the image. It also shows how the nature of the road can drastically change with gravel now occupying what was a grass berm to accommodate heavy vehicles.
Jacob,
yep.
Is the gravel on the berms for their passing? Is that pretty much what?
Basically, it was a very narrow local road serving predominantly south rural activities as well as some sort of lifestyle activities. And yeah, so a lot of heavy vehicles associated with the activity that's established on the road. And yeah, basically that's just to allow for them to make the way up and down the road.
So the council's done those changes?
Yeah, so basically councils had to gravel these berms twice since notification of the plan. So twice really since the establishment of the activity here.
Yes. I did want to ask you some questions later on about these road maintenance agreements and they're referred to, but we'll get to that when we talk through the questions. Thank you.
Just before you leave that slide, Mr. Stenham, what was the activity that gave rise to the situation, or was it a series of activities?
No, it was one in particular. It's a rural contracting company, which obviously there's a lot of tractors and things involved in that. You'd expect that in rural environments, but it also involves a lot of heavy vehicles. They take clean fill to the site, if it's correct, take a lot of clean fill related to construction activities to the site. So that's sort of been one of the main things in the last 18 months, which has degraded that road substantially.
And did that rural contracting company require a resource consent under the Operative District?
I believe they did, yes. Yeah.
And the issues that you're demonstrating in that slide weren't able to be captured by the resource consent under the Operative Plan?
No, I think that it was probably a bit, the Operative District Plan was probably a bit limited in terms of being able to provide for these things really particularly well.
Or maybe we can come back to this example when we talk about the high trip generating rule.
Sure.
And how it might capture this.
Yep, sounds good. Cool. Thanks, Charles. Just to provide an overview of submissions, there were 40 original submissions with 438 individual submission points, 11 further submissions, including 14 individual submission points. These came from a wide group, a wide range of parties, including iwi, hapu, commercial entities, public organisations, and advocacy groups. Next, Charles. So in terms of the key issues raised in submissions, these related to the role and function of roads. So this is where the proposed district plan directs where certain traffic generating activities will establish. Issues were raised in relation to the directiveness of the provisions, indicating where high trip generating activities and heavy vehicle generating activities should establish. Issues were raised in general with the thresholds for with the vehicle thresholds for high trip generating activities for a range of land uses. In particular, it was indicated that construction traffic requirements were not suitable, that exceptions should apply to certain activities such as residential developments and service stations, and that the generation thresholds were too low in relation to the number of activities. Submitters indicated policies directing the requirement to prepare an ITA were too directive and should be made on a case-by-case basis. Submitters also questioned some of the matters contained within provisions in relation to what the content of an ITA should be. Submitters questioned provisions relating to review sensitivity and indicated these were appropriately addressed by provisions within the noise chapter of the proposed district plan. Several submitters indicated that the chapter in general needed to better provide for low emission public and active modes of transport. And there were various submissions across the suite of rules and effect standards seeking clarity or additional flexibility. A further point of contention is the use of council's land development and subdivision infrastructure standard within the rules and effect standards. I'll talk to this point a bit more in a further slide. While not a matter raised in submissions, as the panel will be aware, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development came into effect after notification of the proposed district plan. The NPS requires councils to remove any requirements which have the effect of setting minimum parking limits for activities. My report addresses changes to the chapter in light of these requirements. It also suggests an alternative approach to addressing bicycle parking as a consequential result of the changes required by NPS. So just looking at some of the recommended amendments. So after considering submissions, I've recommended a number of amendments to the transport chapter, including clarifying the content of an integrated transport assessment, in particular removing references to assessing amenity, removing references to road maintenance agreements, and adding additional relevant matters. I have suggested refining the rule framework in relation to high trip generating activities, including clarification on additions to existing high trip generating activities and when these trigger the rules. Including stronger policy direction in relation to how the transport network provides for low emission modes of transport, various changes to the rules and effect standards to clarify their intent and strengthen them where required. The removal of car parking requirements to give effect to the NPSUD, as well as associated changes to bicycle parking requirements. Then also minor edits for consistency and clarity. Thanks, Charles. Taking a look at some of the key matters that remain in contention, having seen the written evidence from submitters, I consider the main matters still in contention that Submitters are seeking greater clarity and flexibility within various objectives and policies. They've indicated that changes are required to various objectives and policies to provide this. Just to highlight a few of them, I won't go through. There are a number of sort of wording changes sought, but I guess the key one really is the submitters looking for the wording to be softened within the policies regarding the minimisation of heavy vehicles accessing local roads, as well as high trip generators being required to locate all arterial and collector roads. This is contained within policy training P16. A number of submitters are seeking that qualifiers are added to this provision, or that the provision is deleted in its entirety. Submitters have requested that timeframes are included in relation to what should be considered when determining the future needs and projected population growth. This is contained within Objective Tran 01. And submitters have requested that objectives seeking that the type and level of traffic that is compatible with the network they obtain access from is an inappropriate use of wording within their policy, within this Objective Tran 03, and that they consider that it would be more appropriate for traffic to be located where it can be accommodated within the road transport network. Reverse sensitivity, so Kāinga Ora are seeking that reverse sensitivity requirements are removed from the chapter. I've mentioned this before, that they've indicated that it's really addressed in other parts of the plan, in particular the noise chapter. Higher thresholds for high trip generating activities within Tran R8. Kāinga Ora are seeking an increase from 20 to 50 dwellings or allotments created to trigger the need for a high trip generating activity. Oil companies are seeking that service stations are not included as high trip generating activities. All that wording is included to indicate that the content of an ITA should be commensurate with the activity. Submitters are seeking that reasonable thresholds within policies for when a construction traffic management plan should be required. And then there's some other points sort of to improve the clarity, I suppose, of the table has come through from submitted evidence. In relation to effect standards, there are various changes sought, including points that clarify the standards. I'd acknowledge here that the evidence provided from submitters has highlighted some drafting errors and some places where there can be some refinement made, but particularly in relation to the rules and effect standards and how these are presented. I'll address these matters in more detail in my right of reply. Thanks, Charles. So I just wanted to include one slide. This is obviously a topic that's come up recently. So I just know that submitters have questioned the use of Council's land development and subdivision infrastructure standard. As the panel and several submitters will be aware, some issues with the use of this have been within effect standards has been raised through the subdivision hearing. Ms. Lawrenson, the reporting planner for that chapter, has addressed these in her right of reply, which I believe went out on Friday. In relation to the transport chapter, I know that reference sections of the infrastructure standard are quite certain and provide a clear indication of what's required to achieve compliance. They're quite measurable standards. I acknowledge that some finessing of wording within the chapter is required, and inclusion of specific sections of the land development standard should be included within the effect standards. This is done in places in the chapter is notified, but it's not consistent throughout. Ms. Lawrenson has also highlighted in her right of reply some provisions within the subdivision chapter which would sit better within the transport chapter. Again, I'll address these more fully in my right of reply. Thanks, Charles. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity to provide a bit of background and context. Ms. Taylor and myself are happy to take any questions.
Sure. Well, thanks, Mr. Steiner. Quite a technical topic. A lot of reading. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, also for your report. I just want to put about 5 topics that I want to cover. I just want to start with the operative plan and get an understanding of how it was formulated and why you believe it's not working.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I understand it, the operative district plan in respect to transport matters is a zone-based approach. There's no separate transportation chapter. Correct. Okay. And there's little or no reference to the land development infrastructure subdivision standard in that plan.
Yeah, a couple of very technical things about pavement depths for car parking areas or something like that comes through.
Okay. Does the operative plan tackle the issue of progress sensitivity from the roading network or major transportation networks?
Not to my knowledge. I think there are some provisions that direct certain, this isn't reverse sensitivity as such. No, not to my knowledge. Aside from the use of setbacks and things like that.
Yes. Yeah. So a development, when it's seeking to determine compliance with the operative plan at the moment, can go to the zone and determine from a transportation point of view at least whether there's compliance or not with the zone-based transportation rules.
Yeah, they'll have to go into the appendices to look at the technical standards, and then there are also overlays relating to, within the overlay chapter of the operative district plan relating to the indicative roading network and airport flight paths.
One of the changes in the from the operative district plan to the proposed district plan deals with the issue of high traffic generation. And in your report, a couple of occasions, you talk about the problems that the ODP has with traffic generation. I wonder if you could elaborate on that, please.
Yeah, in respect to any particular, just the issues that we encounter in the district.
So you say about the ineffectiveness of the ODP because it excludes certain activities from high traffic generation calculations.
This will be construction traffic. And I guess in that definition or in that in the operative district plan approach in terms of construction traffic, thinking about things like oil and gas related activities, a lot of the establishment of those exploration wells and things excluded under that construction traffic definition.
It's not that the ODP doesn't set generation limits, is it? It's that does, each zone does, or some of the zones do set limits, don't they?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is it that all zones don't set limits, or is it that the thresholds set in those limits are inappropriate?
I think it's a bit of a combination. So the approach that we're looking at now is that for those particularly high trip generating activities that they do apply across pretty well all zones, and with the exception of the city centre and open space zone. And that's really to sort of reflect, I guess, the changes to the wider network that can come about through some of these developments in these other zones. Yeah.
Can you just go to your paragraph 77, Mr. Stanley? It's on page 18. So the impression I got from that is that only certain zones set traffic generation limits. For example, the residential environment area.
Yep.
And you've given an example there of 30 vehicle equivalent movements over a 24-hour period. And then you go on to say that other zones have no threshold, such as the industrial business environment areas.
Yes, correct.
So in relation to the residential zones, is it that the 30 vehicle equivalent movements over a 24-hour period is inappropriate? Is that the issue?
I think that it's partly that it's, I guess, in terms of the high trip generating rules, we're looking at different matters, I think, than that 30 vehicle movement. This is individual houses with the high trip generating rules. We're really looking at that integration associated with residential developments, particularly in relation to sort of subdivisions where they exceed those certain thresholds and things. So the plan chapters in themselves still, I guess, the anticipation would be that in a typical residential homes could produce a high number of vehicle trips, and then the chapters themselves will set obviously user activities. It's an activities-based plan, so if a certain activity establishes in the residential zones and triggers the need for consent, oftentimes there'll be assessment criteria or the like that will bring into play those consideration of traffic-related matters. So I think they're doing slightly different things, I suppose, in my mind, the high trip generating thresholds.
Inside the residential zones, in the industrial and business environment areas of the operative plan, there are no thresholds. So how has that manifested itself in terms of issues in those two zones? I asked that question because I know you've had some consenting experience with the council.
Yep, for sure. So I guess again, it's that sort of integration with the wider transport network is the issue that we're trying to resolve by including limits for those areas. So really, we're just trying to capture again those higher trip generating activities. So that's not to say that every activity that establishes in an industrial area is going to trigger that. But
you understand what I'm trying to get a feel for the problem with the operative plan. I'll come on to the solution in a moment. Okay. So what?
Sorry, would it be all right if I just provided a bit of background there? I was just thinking the key parts of, say, you're establishing something in an industrial zone, people will still work. So those industrial zones, you just acknowledge that they typically will generate a significant amount of traffic, but people that work there still need to be able to walk or cycle or take the bus to those sites. So I suppose that's the key message there. It's thinking about those wider implications than just the number of vehicles moving to and from those sites. It's how people will move safely to and from those sites. So I suppose previously that potentially might not have been captured or well documented, but now hopefully the proposed district plan will acknowledge that that all modes of transport should be considered and it should be safe and efficient for everyone.
Yes. So thank you, Ms. Taylor. Are you aware of issues in the industrial and business environment areas that have arisen as a result of the council not being able to capture through the matters of discretion developments in industrial and business zones?
I suppose I'm thinking of the development zone near Bell Block. So Bell Block is kind of an interesting case point where we've got the primarily residential to the north of the highway, and we've got a significant amount of industrial to the south of the highway. However, connectivity across the highway is really poor at the moment for walking, cycling, and those public transport links to that industrial zone on the south of the highway, again, is really poor. There's no public bus route or very little that specifically captures that area. So while it's great if you want to drive to work every day, it doesn't acknowledge that there's a safe way of walking and cycling.
Are you aware of any specific resource consents?
I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry, no.
While I've got your interest on this matter, can you tell me the difference between vehicle equivalent movements and vehicle movements? The former is a term used in the operative plan.
Correct.
And the latter in the proposed plan.
That's right. So vehicle equivalent movements provides a different weighting depending on the type of vehicle that's accessing the site. So heavy vehicles have essentially account for, say, 10 movements if it's a significantly large heavy vehicle versus a car. It's one movement. It's only 1 point essentially, and you have to add them up. That's a big change because a lot of people find it quite difficult to make that calculation and understand exactly how it applies for the vehicle equivalent movements as opposed to a simple calculation for just a vehicle attending a site. Yeah, it has swings and roundabouts to it, but essentially it is an attempt to simplify how that calculation is made.
Yeah, so like establishing full-time equivalent employees involves a calculation in terms of what part-time and short-term workers contribute to that calculation.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's the operative approach. In the proposed plan, there's just the term vehicle movements.
So that's vehicles per hour. So a vehicle arriving is one, and a vehicle departing is one.
Is there a difference between a movement and a trip?
Not in this situation.
So they're interchangeable terms.
Yeah, but I think we've got a definition in the district plan because there's been a lot of, it's really important to clarify that, but I'm pretty sure under the definition section, there's a definition for that.
If I go to the local New World and enter and exit, is that two movements?
Yes, correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Back to Mr. Steiner. So that's the operative plan. The approach using vehicle equivalent movements in zones and not all zones having thresholds is the issue that proposed plans to grapple with. The way it does that is through setting out activities that generate high levels of traffic in a rule, I think it's R8. Yes, correct. And it involves a table. And presumably if you meet the provisions in that table, you're permitted. And if you exceed them, you require a restricted discretionary activity. Yes, yes. Is that the end of the status? There's no further defaults?
Yeah, it ends at
yeah. A number of submitters have either sought exemptions for certain activities from that table, or sought to increase the number of movements for a listed activity, or to include their activity in the catch-all, which is the 200 vehicle movements at the end of that table. Yes. One of those activities is education activities, and I know you've done some work on that, Ms. Taylor. The table that appears on page 23 of the retro report reports on how other district plans have handled that. I guess the question I've got is, that's to you, Mr. Steiner. I presume, well, I think I can presume with confidence as I was involved in the hearing that schools are designated in the district.
Yes, correct.
Yes, yeah. So these this table would not apply on designated sites, would it?
No, that's right.
Okay. So the effect of the designation would to be suppress the rules to an underlying zone, and the designation would predominate from that.
Yeah. I can only actually think of, I need to do a little bit more research into this because I'm not completely familiar with the designations in relation to schools. But for example, I suppose education activities would include private schools like the Green School out in Walker, which wouldn't be designated.
Yes. What about childcare facilities? How are they captured?
So they're captured under their own separate listing within the thresholds.
Okay, thank you.
Which jump to. So it's captured by their own threshold, exceeding 20 children in a residential zone or 50.
Before I leave the high traffic generating topics, have either of you, in considering the evidence that's been presented by various submitters, we'll hear from many of those for days, seen fit to increase the thresholds in table at rule 8 and table 1.
Do you want to speak to this one a bit, Megan? I think it's particularly in relation to some of those residential ones.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can talk to that. So yeah, we have read this as evidence and have and definitely understand the perspective that they're looking at. In particular, I'm thinking of the residential activities as Kangawara commented on.
Yes.
I suppose the key one there, and they talk to how it's dealt with in other district plans, and it does make note that our thresholds are quite low for residential, so sitting at 20 dwellings or 20 allotments. And acknowledging that the traffic generated by those 20 dwellings or 20 allotments is really low. And from a traffic perspective, I would, from my experience of working here in New Plymouth, I'd say yes, pretty much every intersection could accommodate that additional traffic. But that is just a threshold to then consider the wide-ranging transportation effects. So it's an interesting one. I can think of a couple of examples where I've been involved in road safety audits with subdivisions throughout the district where we have a lot of little pockets of land that can be developed with 20 lots on them. However, when we develop those 20 lot subdivisions, it quite often might end up in a small cul-de-sac, and therefore the walking, cycling and public transport connections from those are quite isolated, and connections to that wider network have not been well thought through. So by this 20 lot limit acknowledges that we still have significant amounts of land across the city that can be developed and within the city area. However, they need to be developed thoughtfully, and those walking and cycling connections from those with connecting pathways to the wider network and to schools and things needs to be captured and needs to be well considered. So that TIA is essentially acknowledging all modes of transport and how that connection occurs, not just accommodating the vehicles that are generated by that development. There's that sort of a bit of thought that's gone into that residential threshold. Similarly, I suppose another one is looking at the education facility threshold and acknowledging that that's a very sensitive environment with our most vulnerable community that needs to be able to access those schools. So again, it's acknowledging that we quite often have very good, quite often across the district have good walking and cycling connections along the road frontage of that school. But as they disperse throughout the wider network, that's where the vehicle speeds increase, and we still have children walking to and from those homes, and we still want to have really good connections that are safe for everyone. So that TIA is acknowledging that, yeah, there will be traffic, i.e. cars associated with the development, but what are the wider connections for the walking, cycling and public transport from those schools?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, I understand what you're saying, and the linkage between triggering the rule and requiring a traffic assessment. I'll come on to that in a moment. But you heard my earlier question to Mr. Steiner, the education facilities predominantly are designated and won't trigger the rule.
True. If we have a new education facility somewhere, unlikely, but it may happen. We've had the Green School out in Old Kura in the last 10 years, Jacob?
Last few years.
Last few years, which is an example that's been located.
And we're familiar with that school.
Great. Yeah, so that has quite wide-ranging transport impacts because of the location of that school.
Mr. Steiner, I didn't appreciate that the rule applied to subdivision as well as land use. Is that the case?
For residential developments?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's the wording is enabling in excess of 20 dwellings or creating 20 allotments.
Okay, thank you. Can I move on to construction activities now? There's been a lot of submission activity in relation to those, and usually subdivision construction effects are handled where a consent required through the condition requirements construction management plan. And I wondered whether there'd been any consideration, Mr. Steiner, to capturing construction activities in a different way rather than as a meeting the standards in table 1 and rule 8, and where you don't requiring a restricted discretionary activity, I wonder whether there'd been any consideration to requiring a controlled activity status for construction effects in relation to a certain threshold of traffic volumes associated with construction, in terms of providing a more efficient way of dealing with these. And I ask that question because generally construction is handled through a process. I'm not aware of many, if any, activities that have been declined because of construction effects. It's usually through a management process. And for that reason, I wondered whether you needed the belts and braces of a restricted discretionary when you could control that through a controlled activity. Had you given any thought to that at all? And if not, is it something that you could give some thought to?
Yeah, for sure. So I grappled with this one a little bit in terms of how to best address it. And, you know, you're right, a controlled activity status could work because, you know, ultimately these construction effects can be quite well mitigated, and provided you get some appropriate conditions in there, that could occur. I hadn't actually turned my mind to a controlled activity status, but yeah, I'm really happy to give that some thought and can come back with some thinking on that.
And it's something that will test some of the submitters consultants on, so as an alternative.
Just, is some of us seeking that relief?
No, some of them are seeking that that the rule doesn't apply to construction activities.
There'll be a middle ground.
Yes, it would be within the umbrella.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Okay, the final question on high traffic generators is the solution that you proposed is to deal with some of the submissions, Mr. Tino, is to split the rule between, sorry, I'll go back a step. You've largely maintained table one with some minor alterations. And on the issue of whether the activity, whether the rule applies to existing or new activities, you've proposed to split the rule into that part dealing with new activities and that part dealing with existing activities. I'm just not sure how that will work for, I understand how it will work for new activities. How will it work for existing activities? Is it the net effect that will be assessed, or is it where the change or variation to the existing activity makes the total traffic associated with the activity in excess of the limits in table one? That would trigger a consent. What's the scenario there?
Sorry, just give me 1 minute to refresh my memory. Yeah, so I absolutely identified that that was an issue in my mind in relation to how to address these existing activities, which in and of themselves, an extension to them might not be increasing the traffic generated to the site. Ultimately, I think it's the approach taken is we're just trying to capture where there is an increase, basically. So it's that increase above what is existing.
Okay. Aligned with that is the issue of maintenance repair. This was an issue that some of the energy submissions raised. And your response to that is traffic generated associated with the maintenance repair of a energy facility or what any existing facility will be captured by existing use rights, assuming that the activity was lawfully established. Where they don't, you say that it's appropriate for the activity to go through a consenting process. Is there there's some way in which the district plan could provide some certainty to the energy industry on the fact that maintenance and repair activities are likely to be permitted, rather than relying on Section 10 existing use rights? Is that something that you've given some thought to or could give some thought to?
So likely to be permitted in so in essence, excluding them from the requirements.
Yes.
So we did give that some thought, and I guess, yeah, ultimately my take is when going through a consenting process for example, one of the oil and gas activities, I think that they could provide through that process that they can apply and they can be assessed the effects associated with those maintenance repair activities. So captured in one package, I suppose, of the overall activity. Yeah.
Well, how would an existing operator of an energy facility know that the plan provides for those activities, and know that whether they need a consent or not?
If they ultimately, it'll be if they trigger the threshold set within the table. So that will be the catch-all. I believe most of those. Oh, well, sorry, no, the energy activities in themselves are listed.
Okay. Just that with the witnesses for the energy committees. Sure. Second last issue I wanted to discuss is the issue of integrated transport assessments versus traffic impact assessments, and I guess it's a question for you, Ms. Taylor. I presume it's more than just semantics, that they are different beasts.
Typically, integrated transport assessment does take into part the wide-ranging transport impacts. So it should focus on the safety of people walking and cycling and taking public transport, and it should focus on those network-wide connections. And not just vehicles.
And that's captured in the rule framework where you trigger a restricted discretionary activity. Some submitters have said that the requirements for an integrated transport assessment are too directive, and that as a restricted discretionary activity, the process of providing a plan and council's ability to ask for further information will compensate for that. Do either of you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I think we've purposefully been quite directive in that regard. I think through the advice and evidence of Ms. Taylor, that it will generally always be the case when we're exceeding those thresholds that we really want to assess things in that integrated manner.
Okay. I'm not get into too much detail at this stage. Yes, the last issue was the reverse sensitivity issue, and regarding setbacks from major transport networks, including indicative road networks. And I see some submissions have requested changes that would that questions the whether the indicative roading network is an appropriate resource to be captured by that rule. Can you just tell me what's the status of indicative roading networks in the plan? They're not designations, presumably. What are they?
Ultimately, it's an overlay. Shown a line shown on the plan, that's essentially.
How is that technique used extensively in the plan?
Sarah, do you want to do?
It's taken into consideration that there is a development near an indicative road, and that's in place in the plan as it is. So it's the same approach, it's essentially being brought over. Is that correct, Jacob?
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood that question. Were you referring to it as the approach of using those overlays in the plan? Typical.
Well, I just wondered how extensive the indicative roading network overlay is throughout the district.
Oh, yeah, it is fairly extensive. It's used within a lot of the growth areas, or in a lot of the structure planned areas, development areas, and in your various locations where there's no need.
So the 20-metre setback distance applies equally to indicative roading network as it does to other arterial roads.
So I think that was going to depend on the setback from the road is going to depend on the particular zone provisions, and that will vary obviously between residential and rural.
Yes.
The 20-metre setback from the indicative road, I guess, is serving a different purpose from those setbacks insofar as it's allowing a corridor in which, different topography and sightlines and things like that can be considered and provided for when constructing the road.
Okay. The last question was in relation to your addendum that you handed up this morning. Is it just clause 3 that you're correcting there, or does it also relate to clause 2? Because I see clause 2 is struck out there. Was it? I'm not sure that it was struck out in your 42A. But I just can't find the reference, unfortunately.
So that's the effects on amenity values.
Yes.
Therefore, it's struck out and should be in.
I'm looking at, maybe I'm looking at the wrong provision, but I'm looking at page 32, and that is, admittedly, that is transport P18, whereas I think you're dealing with policy 17 here.
So I guess just bear in mind that appendix 1 deleted 1 policy, so what's in the section 42A report might not necessarily correspond directly.
Well, can I take you to paragraph, to page 32 then? Under 166, and the should clause 2 be struck out there?
Yes, it should, and I believe there's some commentary, or there is commentary within the report to that effect.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
And that's about removing amenity and character.
Yeah, I think that ultimately, I think it's still an issue, but it's captured by some of the balance provisions, and given that there's some really specific wording about who will be preparing integrated transport assessments, they're not necessarily correct to assess such things.
So transport P6 is gone.
Correct.
It was replaced by notify. It was amalgamated into the as notified P18, and is P18 now P17.
So that is correct.
Okay, thanks. No. Look, I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Steiner. We probably have some more detailed questions.
Sure, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McMahon. I just have written on the front of your 42A report 3 general questions, which I've sort of gleaned through both your evidence, Mr. Steiner, and also Ms. Taylor. The first one I think you've covered. This is referencing forward to the Land Development Infrastructure Code, and there were some options that we talked to Ms. Lawrenson about in terms of actually being, well, the need to be very specific of those clauses. You mentioned that clause that applies. So the techniques we talked about were perhaps highlighting the code itself with matters that were relevant to the district plan, or cross-referencing the specific provisions of that code, in a very detailed way in the plan itself.
Yes.
Have you arrived at any views about which will be the most effective process?
My initial thoughts, and this is something I think I'll keep to speak a bit with what I'm considering, but my initial thoughts are there are sort of references in the plan is notified, like I said in my introduction, not consistently. There are specifically referenced the table within the 4404 document, And that table then is a really well-defined set of measurements essentially. So that was my initial view, that some of these table references, or depending on the provision, whatever works most appropriately, that's some, I think there are ways that some very specific sort of sections of the code can be brought through.
Okay. But maybe brought into the plan, or?
Yes, into the plan, directly into the standards.
Yes. Yes, that would be preferable from a practice point of view, I think.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. So you're certainly alive, as is Lawrence, into those issues, which I think are raised in subdivision chapter, certainly fair and valid, and quite important to get that working really well. So there's no sort of discretion that is conferred on the council in terms of interpretation. I think that's really important.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. My second question was about it's really around that picture you showed us, the road that had really degraded and was being affected by essentially one operator, and how that's managed and controlled within the council as a whole, including district plan provisions. So it's really just seeking some commentary about the techniques of dealing with that. One is obviously the road user charges that I think Mr. Brophy talked about in his evidence, that, hey, the government collects road user charges for heavy vehicles, subsidises councils to maintain roads, and across the board, and the council then has flexibility about how it applies those road user charges. So you agree that's one sort of technique of funding maintenance on those roads?
Yes, for sure.
Yes. Second technique is through development contributions, which can specifically require contributions for certain activities. And the third is through conditions on consent, including acquiring road maintenance agreements. Certainly familiar with that later requirement. You know, large wind farms, for example, massive and needs to maintain small local roads because they're normally up in the hills somewhere. So I couldn't quite work out where you landed on that.
Yeah, it's another one that I grappled with a lot. I think I came to the conclusion of removing that reference to specifically to requiring road maintenance agreements, in part because I felt that it sort of started to get towards third-party agreement in some ways, and also I agree with the evidence that Mr. Brophy has presented, that there isn't a very tidy framework in the plan as to how that will be applied, I guess, and some of those concerns around whether that will be equitably applied. I left that broad reference within the policy just around the effects on the ongoing maintenance of road, with the view that that can sort of capture some of these, bring some of these matters into the picture, I suppose, when going through a consenting process.
But that such an agreement could be required by a resource consent, do you think?
I believe so. If it can be really clearly tied, if you can, I can't recall the section of the RMA off the top of my head, but in the last couple of years, basically the Newbury principles, if you can really clearly tie it to an effect associated with the consent, then I think it is an option.
Yes. Yeah. And that could also be a private agreement between the council and a developer just to deal with that. It doesn't need to be in a consent condition, is that?
That's my view, and again, I feel like leaving that particular piece. I guess that, yeah, could be a side conversation where council as the road controlling authority having discussions with an applicant outside of council as the consent authority.
Yes.
Yeah.
But those effects on local roads are a real resource management effect, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Yes. It's a question of how that's dealt with through public funding. And council directions of funding, and if there's something over and beyond that the developer is clearly causing an effect to, it needs to mitigate that effect. That could be through some mechanism like an agreement for maintenance. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
And if I could just elaborate on that a little bit, I think that in part is in relation to some of the direction we have around directing particular activities to locate on particular roads, collectors, arterials, avoiding local roads like this, and at least you can sort of clearly show that you're avoiding mitigating the effects. I think that goes, quite a long way in terms of those roads are designed to cater for these types of activities where these local roads are not.
So we're on an activity that is going to use a local roads, you'd normally, of any significance, require resource consent.
Generally speaking, yes, I think it's going to depend a little bit. Actually, I think we have to give that a little bit of thought. Obviously, put our zone provisions. It would have to be captured still by our high trip generating thresholds.
Yes, that's the mechanism, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Can I-
Sure.
Just on that issue, Mr. Steiner, you've modified the policy trans P17. Reference to the need for road maintenance agreements. And related to the rule for high traffic generated activities for restricted discretionary and the matters over which discretion is restricted. Have you made any changes to that, and particularly to clause 5, which still references the words the need for road maintenance agreements? Or are you seeking to retain that?
I think that's a very good point. And so, Chris, I think if it was coming out of the policy, it would be sensible that didn't.
You take that rule?
Yes, sure. It's on page 15.
15.
5.
Yes, okay. All right, I think that's a good catch, just to see the correlation there.
Yeah.
You can address us on that in the right reply.
Yes.
Thank you. The third issue, again, Commissioner McMahon's raised this, the role and function of indicative roads in district plans. They have been used forever. They were quite prevalent in pre-RMA plans under the Town Traffic Planning Act. And there are, or do you agree that there's some issues around certainty, what they require any landowner or developer to think about? You've got roads that are established that are normally designated. You've got designations for new roads and other transport facilities. There's a process for notice of requirement, and when something's come to us, a proposal or a project's come to a stage that it's definite. There's provisions for a designation, or you can sometimes do a consent to bring those types of activities to play. But I suppose I've always found the difficulty around indicative roads when you're particularly looking at a piece of land for a developer or a client, or what's actually the effect of those? How do they work? What do they limit? This is Commissioner McMahon's question about, are you looking for setbacks from indicative roads when they are confirmed? Might lead to some bizarre outcomes when you're setting back from an indicative road, and all of a sudden, when the detailed design's done, you're coming into trouble. So can you help us with that? Because it's an uncertain process.
Yes, for sure. And I guess it's in part the idea of being indicative is that there is some flexibility in relation to the ultimate design if a different road layout is more appropriate for a particular site. I think there's provision in the plan to allow for that. My view is that I see them as a useful tool if you've got a fairly decent amount of certainty that there's going to be some connections needed in particular locations. Ultimately the effect on the landowners is that setback from that particular site.
Are these mainly in the structure plan areas?
Predominantly, there are some in some rural connections through the, I'm not sure if you can recall these, medium, but through sort of linking some of the industrial areas of Bell Block through to some of the collectors and arterials. I believe there's an indicative road shown on plans.
There's an indicative road show in Carolina State Highway 3 that takes you to the south of State Highway 3 from Smart Road across to behind Bell Block across that way. There's a significant indicative road show there.
That's right.
Most of them are in the development areas.
Most of them in development areas or areas that are already zoned residential and sort of show those indicative locations where we're expecting to see connections, I suppose.
But there sounds like there are some hard rules in the plan that apply to those.
Correct. Minimum setbacks from the indicative roads.
So why if they're requiring rules associated with private land for public works, why are those not designated? Because, I ask, the issue when they are designated is that certainly parties are then advised of the fact that there is a new public work proposed. They've got protections under the RMA in terms of being able to require land to actually be taken if they are featuring long-term aspirations. And obviously, I don't know, it seems like that they're all over the plan, or certainly in they use extensively, as you've told Mark. We would have heard a lot about them from submitters as they were concerned, so it sounds like they haven't attracted the indicative road locations themselves haven't attracted too many submissions.
There are some that will be addressed through the, and these aren't related to the indicative roads per se, as a concept, more in relation to where they are running through a particular property. That has come up, which will be addressed within the planning maps.
Planning maps, yeah.
Because it sounds like the indicative roads are not just indicative in terms of final design, but indicative in terms of whether they will proceed or not, particularly those that are outside development areas that are providing linkages. So the one that Ms. Taylor referred to in respect to the Bell Block or Smart Road, I think it was. So I can sort of understand the role of the rule in relation to development areas where there's a structure plan, because it's going to require a number of consents anyway. But where there's a linkage road that's indicative, my expectation would have been that if it was of such crucial importance that it should be designated. And particularly if there's some uncertainty as to whether it will proceed, as the chair said, I mean, in the meantime, the rights of the private landowner in the absence of a designation to develop that land will be fettered by the setback requirements, which could lead to some perverse outcomes in terms of the way the development takes place, particularly if the indicative road never eventuates. So that's where my particular interest was, outside of the development areas, but where they're crossing private land and where there's uncertainty as to both whether they will proceed. Are they just a wish list of the council, as opposed to what their ultimate design might be? So it might be useful, Stephen, to actually get a feel for those that fall into that latter category.
Yeah, for sure. No, just making a note of that.
And perhaps in your verbal reply, we can have a look at them on the screen and just get a feel for the extent and how they're managed in the plan in terms of rule provisions. I think you'll find that there are pretty strong cases where these have been opposed in other jurisdictions. Courts have said they should go because and it might be worth yeah, I think if you can look at situations with those, they're certainly a very useful tool when you're thinking about growth areas.
Yeah.
But I would have thought that they would need to be in some sort of structure plan process rather than just generally on the planning maps.
Yeah, there's just further to that, Stephen, the example of the second crossing on the Waiwhakaio River, is that an example of a indicative road, or is that designated?
No, it's not. So I think you'll hear from Blue Haven today who are requesting that it's included.
Yes. So my questions were sort of leading to that.
Oh, sorry.
Which was, you know, I've read quite a lot. Mr. Brophy made a lot of play for. He's got a plan showing which 4 or 5 different locations might have been thought about. But the position of the council is that that's part of the smart growth area that would come in as part of that big.
Heading through to Smart Road, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That smart road is not being put forward in this plan with any detail.
There's a future urban
zone,
isn't it? Yes.
And at that stage, there will be a corresponding transport network, including a second crossing of the Waiwhakaio as part of that whole program.
I'm not sure that it's this Cyril, Megan, feel free to chip in if other comments here, but I'm not sure that it's specifically part of that smart road growth area. I think it will happen regardless, that second crossing of the Waiwhakaio. Is that in terms of, I understood that in terms of providing for resilience, having that second crossing was a very important bigger picture piece.
That was my understanding as well.
Yeah. So I'm not sure that it's specifically tied to the smart road.
Certainly interested because Mr. Brophy is, I don't think he's asked for a particular crossing to be, or Blue Haven as client hasn't asked for a particular crossing to be provided by way of submission. But so I'm just trying to get a handle on where the council's up to. You were clear in your evidence that it's too far in the future, 10 years out.
Yeah, I guess this sort of speaks a little bit to some of the concerns that you've raised around certainty about putting an indicative road across a certain area where there's sort of a lack of certainty, I suppose, about where it might go. And I guess that was my main concern. Don't want to sort of have a scattergun approach to including as indicative roads across the Waiwhakaio, where ultimately only one of them is going to be constructed.
Yes. And he does, Mr. Brophy does talk about long-term planning and provision for the second crossing. It indicates it's, well, I think his evidence is that it might have slipped off the radar somewhat. So can you just?
I can speak to that a bit. The planning for it is, I think the long-term plan, the life of the long-term plan is and then the infrastructure plan 20 relates to the construction of the second crossing.
Okay.
I perhaps can talk to that just in terms of the work that's undergoing at Newcastle District Council at the moment, and integrated transport strategic blueprint is currently being prepared, and that looks to the year 2050. So yeah, well, this will be a key part of it. That connection.
That, in your view, will be appropriately brought forward in a comprehensive notice of requirement designation process if that occurs before the plan is reviewed again. That would be the course.
I think yes, that's what the approach.
Okay. In the meantime, the utility of showing any particular crossing, in your opinion, would that be premature?
I believe so. Yes.
Thank you. Well, I do have a few things that to work through, but let's have a break for a cup of tea. Those are the main sort of themes I wanted, but there are some more questions of both your evidence. I'll come back and just ask for some clarification on. Sure. So if we come back at 10 to 11, thank you. Let's get underway. Welcome back. Jacob, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your quite detailed report. As Commissioner McMahon said, this is quite a very technical chapter. The proposed plan has really taken a much more definitive approach to these transport matters, and quite appropriately given the new direction of government policy statements on multimodal transport and those sorts of things as well. And certainly from my own observation, some of the traffic issues they have in the northern part of your towards Bell Block, certainly not what you'd expect in a regional centre like New Plymouth. So some big issues obviously to deal with as you go forward. But thank you for your detailed report, very helpful. I do have one or two just questions of clarification. The first is at your paragraph 38 on page 11. So I applaud you for following up with Waka Kotahi and also the fire service just to get clarification. I think that's really good planning practice when you've got some uncertainty in these policy developments, and taking initiative to do that is very good. I'm going to have one query about the document that you referred to in 38. So there's some site distances that are currently a work in progress at Waka Kotahi. Is that the way of taking that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Are you confident enough that they were well enough developed for inclusion in the plan?
Yeah, maybe you might want to speak to this one.
Sure thing. So the site distances are based on Austerose, which is the New Zealand guidance on about transport standards. And in those proposed site distances, my opinion on those proposed site distances are that they are sensible and reasonable, and they're a representation of the outcome of calculations to support that. So I think that from our discussions with Waka Kotahi, they are far enough advanced that they're reasonable.
Can be relied on. And of course, because you're not actually referring to a particular third document, you can put those in the plan as best practice at the time. So that's all good. Commissioner McMahon covered this education activity. So again, I applaud you for doing that research. But if these schools being designated, there's this implementation issue, but they're already existing. So unless something changed, they would just carry on as they were. Is that the way you see things? And if there was a new school, they could be designated, and you could put conditions on designation too, can't you? Yes. Yes. So you could actually cover matters off for anything that was new through that conditioning of designations process.
If there was a existing site, secondary school site, designated in the plan, proposal for a new multi-purpose building, performing arts or sports or whatever, on the school site, an outline plan would need to be produced under 6176A of the Act, showing the bulk and location of the work and other matters. Again, the rule wouldn't apply, but the rules in the underlying zone might provide a guideline to request that the council might have in respect to the outline plan. Is that the way you?
Yeah, I think that's probably that is a really good point. I think through the outline process, specific wording, but the bulk and location and any matters to address adverse effects essentially put forward by the requiring authority. This can provide some useful guidance in terms of assessing those effects.
I guess the issue then is whether that provides a basis for the outline plan to include an integrated traffic assessment or not.
I have to give that one some thought.
I overview on that, but it's best to give you that.
Do you think a plan could include anticipated meeting and outline plans? Just standard look.
I haven't given that circular point much thought.
It's a separate part of the act, the
Yeah.
designation process, so.
I mean, having Commissioner Dace and I did the designation hearings earlier this year. And with the exception of a few designations, there's very few conditions proposed on the rollover of designations in the plan, including education ones. Just an observation.
Yeah.
Right, I do have a question at your 149 on page 29, Mr. Dinner. Now, this is about where you say that the HTGAs or the high traffic generated activities, they don't apply within the city centre, do they?
No, that's correct.
No. And the reason for that is?
I think it's really about sort of the nature of use, I guess, at the city centre. A lot of them are defined pedestrian frontages with on-street car parking and things like that. A lot of those buildings are well established, activities well established. Obviously, those activities in themselves might change what's located in the building, but I think that in general, that's sort of, in my view, don't really warrant a requirement to sort of consider that change through the through these provisions or associated ITA.
And that in combination with the EPS UD not requiring car parking in city centres.
Yeah, I guess a point is that we haven't required car parking in the city centre for some time now. The operative district plan has got a parking exemption area, which basically includes all of the CBD up to and I think it hasn't really presented itself necessarily as a particular issue.
No, it seems to work well.
Look, I just look at your and there was one or two things in there too. Well, your paragraph 12, where you talk about the government policy statement on land transport. This is the second one, this current government's period, isn't it?
Correct.
And how often do they do these updates? Is it when an incoming government comes in, or is there some statutory requirement?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if it does tend to swing and roundabout with different governments, but I'm not sure if that also has a statutory requirement on it.
Yes.
The previous one from this government, I'm pretty sure sat in draft form for quite some time, but this doesn't.
Yes. So you're taking some direction from that?
Yes. Yeah, I think those are fairly strong principles, and I think they are good principles to ensure the safety of everyone, to provide better travel options for people, to improve those freight connections and climate change.
So those are sort of objectives that you agree with as an expert?
Yes, I do.
In terms of future direction?
Yes, I do.
And your opinion to us, I think, is that the district plan chapter on transport covers those matters appropriately. That's the general gist.
Correct.
From your evidence, I'm taking it that you are supportive of the plan as notified, but you've got your ears open to other good ideas from submitters. And
correct. Yeah.
It's more of a fine tuning.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. I think I've included a table at the back of my evidence, which goes through the changes that I think seem sensible.
Yes, I was going to compliment you on that actually. It's actually, I'm a tables person. I quite like things organised like that. When we're doing deliberations and writing our decisions, having that type of information clearly tabulated is super helpful. So we wanted to compliment you on on doing that for us. You might want to update that as part of, might be part of what I reply just to anything else that comes along, because I think that was a very helpful cross reference for us. I have a question about the catch-all rule of 200 vehicles per day. You talk about in terms of trip generation in paragraph 26.
Yes.
So in the table, this really is, you've got the list of a whole bunch of activities, the old activities-based provisions, which seem to be coming back into vogue, actually being more specific rather than trying to deal with effects. But that is effectively a catch-all, isn't it? That anything else that you haven't thought about, if you're looking at over 200 each day, you would need a discretionary resource consent.
That is correct, and that we've done a graph which shows that refers back to that Wakatahi research report, and essentially along one axis is all the different land uses, and then up the side that represents what size or the number of people at that activity to generate 200 vehicles per day. So that's the sense check against what sits in that table for those sizes of activities.
And you have done a sense check looking at other plans and how they deal with that as well. So
Yeah,
you're comfortable with that,
Yes.
that threshold. I know some submitters are seeking change to that, but we'll hear their rationale. Look, my last question, it is a general one for both of you. It's around the role of construction traffic management plans and how they're organised, when they're done, the amount of detail in them, what the objectives are. So there is a threshold when one of these documents is needed. Do you agree with that? Not every construction of a house lot or anything would need one of these construction traffic management plans?
Correct, there is a threshold.
Okay, and how is that threshold organised? So that's when, if you become restricted discretionary, you need to have prepared one of these or have one acknowledged in how you're dealing with your application going forward. That's the threshold?
That's how it's calculated, yes.
Right. Now, there's three techniques that I'm aware of for preparing or for conditioning management plans of this type. The first one would be a consent condition that requires one to be prepared and put back to the council for some sort of approval or certification. Is that your experience? That's one way of doing it. The second way of doing it would be to have a draft construction traffic management plan prepared as part of your integrated transport assessment and attached with the condition saying that once the contract is engaged, that would be finalised in terms of just their particular methods they prefer and then put through some approval or certification process. That's another technique. And the third technique is where you have enough certainty of your project that you can prepare a final plan and put it to the decision makers for approval with some type of variation process if things change, because they always do for construction. So that's the three ways of doing these sort of construction traffic management plans, some of the other management plans. So I've read Mr. Brophy's evidence, for example, where he's suggesting that I think the traffic engineer, Mr. Brown, is suggesting that it's, well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but very difficult to prepare even a draft anticipating what construction might be required and what traffic might be related when you're formulating a resource consent application. Do you agree with that? Or do you think that if you're putting forward a proposal enough information to seek and have consent granted, that you could provide information on the sorts of construction traffic that might be anticipated?
I think you can provide enough information about what you think the construction, how the construction will proceed. I think it's based on your second point that you mentioned, a draft prepared as part of an ITA is not unusual by traffic experts.
Yes.
I think it can be done.
Yes. And again, having worked with various judges around the country on both sides of the bench, I know that many of the environmental judges are very precious about how these construction or any management plan is prepared. They need to have an objective. They need to have matters that need to be addressed, and they need to have measurable performance standards as much as far as practical. And any certification that is undertaken by a council in a subsequent time frame once a consent is granted isn't just a general discretionary approval role. It has to be a certification role to ensure that the objective is met, matters cover in there, and that it has measurable performance standards. So it's a long-winded question. I think there's horses for courses for those three techniques that apply depending on the level of certainty and the amount of significant wind farm projects used before. Quite often they've done these before, they know exactly what they're doing. They can be quite precise. But just in a policy setting, do you think there's some way that direction could be given to how those management plans, what they need to include, not just because there's so much different practice around there. So yeah, it's probably more of a question for you, Jacob, about requiring that what those management plans actually need to cover.
Yeah, so we have got trained so trend P18 and the recommended amendments.
So page
5 of appendix 1.
Okay. Right.
So trend P18 is quite a directive policy in relation to requiring activities that generate vehicle trips associated with construction to look at some quite specific matters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking more of a practice provision around what is expected of management plans when they're provided by way of condition.
Right, okay.
Or in, it's probably definitely a wider question than just your topic. And it's probably got some scope issues with it that people haven't actually addressed this matter. But for example, I heard the Mount Messenger application of notice for requirement, and in the end we got to the option 3, which was final management plans were provided and available to be approved, but they needed to be fit for purpose. And so whether you can perhaps talk to the wider team to see whether it would be of great help, I would have thought, to the consenting team to actually have some sort of, even with a practice note on what is required in terms of management plan, both conditions and any management plans that are produced as part of applications under the plan, just to ensure that everyone's very clear what is acceptable for both the council and certainly what we know that the courts are going to accept once it gets there, if it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I take your point. I'll have some conversations with the wider team perhaps, and
yes,
you can respond to that.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And maybe at the right time we could come back and provide some comment and maybe talk to the consent planners, because I know it's a particular practice issue that the Environment Court thought, because it was being so poorly done when it got to them, that they did a national roadshow, and I helped Judge Newhook around the country actually on this very topic. So it's a practice matter.
Yeah.
And
doesn't seem to have improved over the years since that seminar either. The courts have commented on that.
Yes.
Also, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's quite important, as I said, certainly from a practice point of view. But those are the only questions I have, and it's now 11:10. And
can I just ask
yes,
one more? Sorry, a couple I should have asked earlier. One, and they relate largely to the high traffic generating rule. Some submitters, I think notably Johnson Resource Management, Blue Haven, Hamlin and Co, have queried the use of the term no threshold in the table 1, and we're seeking confirmation of their interpretation was that it means no threshold and therefore there's no rule, but that's not your interpretation of that rule, is it? You have a different interpretation.
No, that's correct, and I think there's a note within this reading.
Can you take me to that note? I just find it.
It's just about the table.
Just. Okay, so sorry. In the addendum version, train R10. Page 15.
Yes.
So at the bottom of this restricted discretionary rule, there's 4 notes.
Yes.
Note number 2 indicates that where there is no threshold stated for an activity within Tran Table 1, a resource consent application is required.
Okay. So essentially, the term no threshold really means that it's a 0.
Yeah, that's right.
Similar to in Wellington City, there's a 0 height requirement in the central city, which means that all buildings require consent. So that's the similar approach here.
Yes, that's
zero permitted threshold. All activities require consent.
Yes.
Okay. And just in relation to my earlier question about subdivisions, so in I've been referring to it as Rule 8, it's now Rule 10 in the addendum. The use of the term activities, that includes subdivision, development. Subdivision and development, doesn't it? But yeah, that's a term that's used consistently throughout the name.
1 second. Yeah, so activity means land use activities, building activities, subdivision, and or development.
And just one final question, and it's Taylor. The oil companies have submitted, in respect to the high traffic generating rule, seeking that service stations it did not apply to service stations. And you've commented on that, and as is Mr. Steiner. The case for the oil companies is that these service stations are not destinations in their own right, they rely on passing traffic. And you've commented on that while that might be the case, there'll be trips, movements to and from the site. 2 questions there. If the standards related to access are met, minimum distances, site distances, minimum, maximum widths, does it really matter how many movements are generated by the service station? Why would we also need to understand, why would we need to assess the number of trips if the access provisions are compliant with the plan? And if they're not, they'll need a consent.
Question. look at it from those far-ranging effects on the transport network. So yes, service stations generally pass by trips dealing with a lot of private vehicles essentially. However, the way that the site operates also encourages a large number of heavy vehicles to and from that site as well. And there will always be situations where tracking paths will need to be confirmed for site-specific details around a site, be it a pedestrian refuge in the middle of the road, which makes right turn movements difficult for a tanker, as opposed to just a car to turn in and out of that site. So I think the effects of that service station are quite different to a lot of activities we have. Yeah, that's a key part to it. Also, a key part to it is the incorporation of how that site will sit with the other transport amenities like cycle lanes or where the footpaths run past the site. So those are very site-specific details that will vary and are really important given the number of turning movements across the frontage.
Do you accept that that the issues raised by a service station are more site-specific as opposed to transport network-wide?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, yeah, they are very site-specific, and so therefore, how that site fits into that local network is very important.
What would an integrated transport assessment assess in respect to a service station? I understand what it would assess in terms of activities that, I mean, these service stations are quite often utility-based. Sometimes they don't offer a retail, self-service, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
What would an integrated transport, I mean, people don't cycle there, obviously. People don't walk there.
Well, that's an interesting one. I'm thinking of a Z petrol station that sits on Munro Road, which is an arterial road in the network in Maryland. So it's positioned right beside a small shopping centre and not very far from where I live. And it acts a bit like a dairy in that sense as well. So some people do cycle and some people do walk to it. It sells pies, it sells coffee, those type of things. Acknowledging that this also encompasses service stations that might be in an industrial space where people wouldn't walk or cycle, then there will be a lot of heavy vehicle movements and those tracking paths need to be able to be accommodated. So what manoeuvres tankers are making on that site so that they can see another vehicle that's pulling up and waiting for the pump beside it while it's refueling somewhere else is quite important.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those tracking paths presumably aren't matters that can be prescribed as a standard in a plan.
No, we would like to see how those work in practice on that site. The service stations use tankers and and that's typically modelled with overhead, so it's a bit different. Yeah, so sorry, that would be included in the ITA, but also the safety applications. So you would undertake a CAS search, so a crash analysis system search, to ensure that existing safety concerns in that location aren't going to be made worse by that development.
Yes. So the service station might be a permitted activity in the zone, but it would require restricted discretionary activity as a result of the high traffic generating activity rule. That just brings me on my last matter, with your indulgence.
Yes.
For me, the high traffic generating rule was probably one of the key rules in contention for this. And Mr. Steiner, I want to see you a little bit of homework if you don't mind. That's fine. Yes. In terms of Rule 8, Rule 10, whatever it is now, I'll just find it on my version, Rule 10. I'd find it really useful if you could produce a chart that for the activities that are listed in Table 1, if that's the vertical axis of the table, yes, and if the horizontal table are the zones that are listed in the left-hand column of Rule 10, the town centre zone, right through to the rural zone, yes. If you could indicate the activity status of those activities in the zone, assuming compliance, I mean the entry level, I mean assuming that there's an activity, assuming there's compliance with the standards and So is it permitted, controlled, restricted, discretionary, just to get a feel for how the RDA high traffic generator rule relates to those entry levels activities for activities 1 to 20. Yes, is that clear? It is. Yeah, good.
Thank you. Before we finish, I presume you've got a list of matters you're dealing with in terms of right or reply that we raised this morning. Yes, it'd be quite good just to, if you could take us through that. You know, I've got a list here. Well, certainly the ones I asked for at the end, but I think there might have been a couple at the start I've missed noting down. So what's on your list here, Mr. Sten, in terms of?
Sarah might be taking some notes for us as well, culturally.
Yes.
Let's step through. There's some questions I'll take a look into in relation to indicative roads.
Yes, that was the first one I had.
Appropriate.
Yep.
Whether it's an appropriate mechanism, these other things, and also just providing a bit of a indication, I suppose, about the extent and location of these, whether they're predominantly in growth areas or what have you.
Yes.
Some questions around education activities and designations and outline planning processes, I suppose, for in relation to those education activities and how the by trip generating, how those ITAs and things might come into play there.
Perhaps I'll give you mine because I think there was ones before these. So I had, you're going to look at the Land Development Infrastructure Code. Best way of referencing that detail. Management plan contents process, sort of more plan wide. We've focused on the CTMP, but yes, just that just might be able to be approved inside or outside the plan. The request from Commissioner McMahon now in terms of his chart.
Yes.
And I think that's all I had. I just wondered whether there's anything I've missed.
I've got one here which is for construction activities. They captured in a different way, and Jacob to think about controlled activities.
Yes. Oh, that was the one that I couldn't remember. Yes.
I'm not sure if there's anything else.
No, I think those are certainly the main ones. It was the first one. Certainly enough to be thinking about as you listen to the rest of the evidence. So thank you very much to you both. Really appreciate your assistance. Well, we're moving out of network utilities, and Jamie, over to you.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up on the screen. We can probably move straight to the contents page, Charles. So I can probably just talk through, just while we're waiting for that to come up, what this presentation will cover. So very similar to Mr. Stenner's. Essentially, I will be covering the context for network utilities in the New Plymouth district, talking through the operative district plan approach, the proposed district plan approach, and then an overview of the submissions, the key issues raised in submissions, recommended amendments in response to submissions at a high level, and then the key matters that remain in contention after my review of the evidence. So Mr. Stenner will be talking through the slides that relate to Transpower's submissions and related further submissions.
Thank you, Jamie. I think we just.
I can't.
we're
Yeah.
We're ready to go here, I think.
Oh, okay. Is it okay if this presentation gets shared via Zoom?
Yes,
I just can't see.
That's happening now, so just stand by.
Okay, great. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. So we've covered slides 1 and 2, so we'll just go straight to slide 3 now. So in terms of the New Plymouth District context for network utilities, it's very generally very well connected and serviced with network utilities of varying scale and significance. There are some network utilities that are nationally and regionally significant and are an essential part of the district. For example, we have First Gas network of high pressure gas transmission pipelines. So there are over 4,800 kilometres of gas distribution networks across the North Island owned by First Gas, and many of these pipelines are originated and located in New Plymouth. Other key network utilities, electricity distribution network, which is primarily owned and operated by Powerco. We have telecommunications networks, which include fixed line infrastructure, exchanges, poles and antenna and microwave transmission sites. A lot of these owned and operated by Chorus. And then the Three Waters network, so that's water, wastewater and stormwater. So network utilities are fairly typical of what would be seen in other districts throughout New Zealand. Next slide, please. If we look at the operative district plan approach for network utilities, everyone's well aware that the operative plan is an effects-based plan and standards are used within each environment area to determine what is appropriate based on the character and amenity values, as opposed to listing different types of activities that are permitted or otherwise within the environment areas or other chapters. So given this is an effects-based framework, the operative plan does not currently have a chapter that specifically manages network utilities and related activities. In the operative plan, there is Objective 3 and Policy 3.1, which seek to ensure that public works and network utilities do not adversely affect or compromise the health and safety of the community. And in addition to this, there are general objectives and policies relating to character and amenity values for each environment area / zone that would apply to network utilities. So in terms of rules, the operative district plan contains and repeats the rules for network utilities across each environment area chapter. It generally provides for network utilities as permitted, although where a network utility doesn't meet a relevant standard, they generally default to discretionary activity status, but there are some exceptions there. It only lists rules for certain types of network utilities, so the rules are specific to substations, electricity lines and communication facilities, meaning that the activity status is not clear for other types of utilities. And they generally default to the standard rules for buildings and structures and associated standards. And then the standards for network utilities are to manage maximum electric field strength and magnetic flux density, which is focused on protecting public health, but they reference out-of-date standards. The rules are the same as I've mentioned across the environment area chapters. The main difference across the environment area chapters is that the bulk and location standards for buildings and structures are different for each environment area depending on the sensitivity of the area. So for example, the maximum height is for structures is 10 metres in the residential environment area, 15 metres in the rural environment area, and 20 metres in the business environment area. So in terms of managing effects of other activities on network utilities, the planning maps identify the district's energy pipelines, which is first gas's high pressure gas transmission pipelines. And the intention is to help inform the community about the location of the pipelines that transport hazardous substances, but there are no current rules associated with these activities, other activities locating in close proximity to the pipeline. And the operative district plan in the management framework section talks about how the pressure of pipelines is managed by existing legislation, regulation and standards to ensure that the pipelines are constructed in a manner that ensures they are safe and will not adversely affect public health. The high voltage transmission, electricity transmission lines will be discussed separately by Mr. Steiner in the next few slides. But in terms of how effective the operative plan is, it's generally the effects-based approach is not considered effective. It's generally out of date and it can lead to inconsistent outcomes, especially because the activity status of certain network utilities is not clear. Also, the policy framework is limited in scope, so it's basically only focused on the health and safety of the community. And it does not address the operational or functional needs or the broader management of effects from network utilities or any reverse sensitivity effects or effects of incompatible activities on network utilities. So in terms of, I've already talked about the activity status being unclear. The maximum height standards are also set at a relatively low level. So this causes issues, I guess, in terms of ability to reach a wider range for telecommunications activities. You would have read in my Section 42A report that there is a need for telecommunication structures to be elevated above the buildings in every zone, above the maximum height of buildings in every zone, and the current height levels are set relatively low, especially when you compare them to maximum heights allowed for in other second generation district plans across New Zealand. And then just a general note, due to the effects-based nature of the plan, most of the reasons for resource consent for network utilities tend to be related to proximity to wāhi taonga, those that are identified in the plan, and network utilities within overlay areas. So we can probably move on to the next slide. Thank you. So the proposed district plan tries to reconcile those issues that I just mentioned. It includes a standalone chapter for network utilities, and it has specific objectives and policies, rules and standards for network utilities. So the objective and policy framework essentially seeks to recognise the benefits and the functional and operational needs of network utilities and provide for them, and then manage the adverse effects of network utilities. So the rules and standards generally provide for most network utilities as permitted activities, and then applies restricted discretionary or discretionary activity status for network utilities where they don't comply with certain standards, whether they're larger in scale or with potential to generate adverse visual effects in the more sensitive zones like the residential zones or the multi-purpose zones. And then non-complying activity status for network utilities applies for those when they fail to comply with radio frequency or electromagnetic field standards. Next slide, please. So this is a matrix essentially that tries to capture the detailed chapter in one table. Essentially just demonstrates that most network utilities are permitted, and yeah, the non-complying activity status is primarily for the failure to comply with the radio frequency and electric or magnetic field standards. The RD activity is focused on new electricity lines and associated support structures that convey electricity of 110 kV or above. For permitted activities that don't comply with one or more of the effect standards, and the standards are mostly related to height, bulk, and location of network utilities to manage visual effects. RD activity status also applies for water treatment plants in urban zones, wastewater treatment plants within certain more sensitive zones, and above ground pipelines and ancillary structures for the conveyance, treatments, storage, retention or detention of water, wastewater or stormwater. The discretionary activity status applies to wastewater treatment plants in sensitive zones or new overhead electricity distribution lines within the residential, future urban and other sensitive zones. Then the effect standards, as I've mentioned, basically are focused on bulk, height and location of network utilities. And the provisions in general are seeking to provide for the effective operation, maintenance, upgrading, removal of network utilities, and provide certainty to the plan users about the type and scale of network utilities that can occur as a permitted activity, which is likely to lead to more consistent outcomes. And the activities that do require resource consent are limited to those that have potential for adverse effects on the environment. And it's also worthwhile mentioning that the overlay chapters have specific provisions for network utilities within them as well. And this is a matter that's been extensively discussed in submissions and the Section 42A report, which we can talk about a little bit later on. Next slide, please. The methods outside the district plan. So there are quite a few that apply to network utilities. These also assist to achieve the objectives of the plan. So network utility operators often have the requiring authority, so they have the ability to designate. So some of the substations might be designated. And then we have conditions on resource consents to ensure that public health and safety is not unreasonably compromised and to manage the effects. There's also the land information memorandums process, which landowners can seek if they're interested in buying a property, for example, and that can identify details about energy pipelines located on the property, and provide some information about what that means for landowners. There's various other legislation and industry guidelines that apply to network utilities. Some examples are the construction and operation of pipelines, which needs to happen in accordance with specific industry standards, and these assist to manage the potential risks to public health. Another example is electricity hazards from trees regulations, which protect the security of supply of electricity and the safety of the public by prescribing set distances from electrical conductors within which trees must not encroach. And then worthwhile mentioning that the District Council also administers and enforces the national environmental standards that relate to network utilities. So the National Environmental Standard for Electricity Transmission Activities, which provides regulations for activities relating to the maintenance and upgrading of electricity transmission activities, which are the high voltage transmission lines that were constructed and operating before 2010, and also the National Environmental Standards for Telecommunications Facilities, which details standards for new and existing telecommunication facilities and their support structures. But often those standards apply to certain telecommunication activities, but often the district plan still applies if a standard doesn't comply with the NES standards or if the activity is not covered by the NES. Next slide, please. In terms of the approach to manage other activities on network utilities, we have a specific objective, which is objective 3, which seeks to ensure that network utilities are not constrained or compromised by incompatible land use, subdivision or development. And then we have policy 7, which is specific to the gas transmission pipeline network. Essentially, this works in conjunction with the rules. So the gas transmission pipeline corridor applies to land within 20 metres of the pipelines, gas transmission pipelines. And policy 7 and the rules 39 to 41 together manage land disturbance and earthworks within all zones to provide security of supply and maintain the integrity and stability of the gas transmission pipelines, which is Rule 39. It manages the subdivision of land within all zones except the residential zones to maintain ongoing access for maintenance, repair and upgrading works, which is covered by Rule 40. And then sensitive activities within the rural, general industrial, open space and recreation and special purpose zones to avoid potential exposure to health and safety risks from the gas transmission pipeline. That is Rule 41. Then we have policy 8, which seeks to manage the potential reverse sensitivity effects on network utilities more generally. And the wording is ensuring that new sensitive activities are appropriately located and designed to minimise reverse sensitivity effects on network utilities where necessary, including by requiring compliance with the NZ Electrical Code of Practice for electrical safe distances. This code sets the minimum safe electrical distance requirements for overhead electricity lining installations and appropriate works. So it basically sets safe distances to protect persons, property, vehicles and mobile plant from harm or damage from electrical hazards, and includes set distances from the ground, excavation or for construction of buildings in close proximity to existing electricity lines. And then policy 8 is essentially intended to be implemented through the resource consent process. So there are no corresponding rules or standards that have setbacks from network utilities in general. So for example, if there was a new sensitive activity proposed to establish in close proximity to an existing network utility and that required resource consent for another reason, then council can use this policy to ensure that the activity is going to minimise the potential for reverse sensitivity effects on that network utility. So an example might be a wastewater treatment plant or another activity that could potentially cause effects that the new activity might be sensitive to. Next slide, please. So this map here shows the gas transmission pipeline network. So essentially, it just shows it is quite extensive across the district. 97% of the pipeline is located within the rural production zone. And as you can see, the locations that it traverses in the residential and special purpose zone are blown up here. So essentially the residential zone in the top left corner, this is Centennial Drive near the port. So essentially a slither of the gas transmission pipeline traverses the general residential zone in this location. The next one is in Uranui. So this is some low density residential zone land that's currently undeveloped. I think there's one house just in the along next to the road corridor that is currently within the existing pipeline corridor. And then the special purpose zone, this is the Uranui Power site here. So there, I think the gas transmission pipeline network extends into that site for about 8 metres. from that boundary. And then other zones which the gas transmission pipeline corridor traverses, there's only 6.1 hectares of the corridor within the open space and recreation zones, only 0.76 hectares traversing the rural lifestyle zone. So this is where you can see it in Uranui in the centre image there. And then 10.75 hectares traverses the general industrial and major facility zones. So the general industrial zone is mostly at Bow Block, as you can see in the centre of the map there. Next slide, please. This is the national grid. So Mr. Stennard, would you like to speak to this slide?
Yep, thanks, Jamie. Cool. So I'll just begin by providing a bit of context on the district in relation to the national grid. So the national grid lines are also an important piece of infrastructure in the district. There are 220 kilovolt and 110 kilovolt lines and associated steel circuit steel towers and substations at Port Taranaki, Carrington Street, Huarangi and Motunui. In this photo here, you can see the national grid line coming into the Port Taranaki area, beginning by traversing over some rural areas, then passes over some residential parts of Spotswood, and then into industrial areas and to the port precinct. Next, Charles, next slide. And moving on to the approach taken within the operative district plan in relation to the national grid. The planning maps in the operative district plan identify the district's high voltage electricity transmission lines. The operative district plan contains a 22-metre setback for habitable buildings from the centre line of the high voltage transmission line in each of the environment areas to manage potential reverse sensitivity effects on the efficient operation, maintenance or upgrade of the national grid. Any habitable building located closer than 22 metres is a restricted discretionary activity. In relation to the high voltage transmission lines, council records show there have been very few applications for resource consent over the past 10 years in relation to habitable buildings within that setback. The operative district plan does not identify a national grid corridor on the planning maps, nor does it include policy direction to manage potential adverse effects on the national grid. There are no rules for earthworks, subdivision of land, or other activities such as sensitive activities on land containing a high voltage transmission line. So in summary, I guess the current provisions don't necessarily give effect to the provisions of the NPS on electricity transmission. Thanks, Charles. Okay, so moving on to the approach taken within the proposed district plan. The PDP contains objectives and policies to give effect to the NPS, which are also consistent with the requirements of the National Environmental Standard on electricity transmission, and are aligned with best practice in other second generation plans throughout New Zealand. Objective NU03 and policy NUP6 manage adverse effects of activities on the national grid. The plan contains rules and standards for activities within the national grid yard and national grid subdivision corridor to protect the national grid. These are included within rules NU32 through to NU38, and they include rules relating to buildings and structures, earthworks, new sensitive activities, and the subdivision of land. Thanks, Charles. Okay, so these maps show the extent of the national grid corridor within the district. It mostly traverses the rural zone, but there are some areas where the grid corridor traverses urban zones, for example, near Port Taranaki, the image we saw previous, and Carrington Street, the New Plymouth, sort of, I can see the Carrington Street substation there. It also crosses two areas zoned for future urban purposes, which covers about 16.5 hectares of land within those future urban zones. There are substations located at Carrington Street, Huarangi, Port Taranaki, and Motunui. Which, so Huarangi and Motunui, you can see to the north there. 12-metre wide national grid substation corridor is provided at Carrington and Huarangi substations. It's a measurement taken from the boundary of the sites. There's no substation corridor at the Port Taranaki or Motunui substations, as these substations are surrounded by special purpose port, special purpose major facility or industrial zones, which means that at risk of sensitive activities, establishing in close proximity to those substations is very low and doesn't justify the need for the corridor. Thanks.
Take it, go back to that one, if you could.
Yeah.
So your inset map showing the New Plymouth City urban area.
Yes.
Those corridors these are the one that these go further than that map, don't they? Or is this just they run out bottom?
They run out bottom and
yes,
correct.
Yes.
And into the wider map you see on the left
Yes.
there.
That mapping there's a width, isn't there? That map, it's the same width.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just showing the more detailed, or it's a better scale to show the corridor itself rather than just a line.
Yeah, that's right. And also just shows how it traverses the urban areas, but in a bit more detail, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So these maps show the Carrington Street and Huarangi substations where the 12-metre National Grid substation corridor applies. These setback distances were agreed with Transpower during preparation of the proposed district plan. Transpower advised council that the risk of the potential rise surrounding the substations was low, and the 12-metre setback from the secured yard would be sufficient to manage potential reverse sensitivity. I note that in paragraph 180 of the section 42A report, it incorrectly refers to the setbacks as being 20 metres, but they're in fact 12 metres as notified and shown within the planning maps. So that's just an error in paragraph 180.
So we'll just fix that as we go. 180. You have a page number for that, Jacob? Sorry.
Page numbers seem to stop after one of the tables.
Oh,
yeah.
180. So this is off. This page 88. So this is paragraph 180 of the 42A report.
Correct. Yes.
Can't see it. It talks about federated farmers.
Okay. Perhaps I'll just confirm that and I'll
okay.
Thank you. Corrected paragraph. Cool, thanks, Joe. Click through.
Oh, hang on, it might be the first bullet point. It refers to 20 metres of the boundary of the Carrington.
Yeah, that's correct. It's the first bullet. Yeah.
Oh, there is the 12.
So there should be 12.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
These maps show the Motunui and Port Taranaki substations. As noted earlier, there's no setback applied at these substations because of the characteristics of the site and surrounding land uses, meaning that there's limited risk of sensitive activity establishing in close proximity to these substations. Thanks, Charles. And I will hand back to Jamie now.
Thank you. So in terms of a general overview of the submissions we received, we had 28 original submissions, 21 further submissions, 152 original submissions indicated general support, 252 indicated support in part, and 38 submission points opposed the provisions. And the submissions generally came from iwi or hapu groups, public organisations, network utility providers, and interest or advocacy groups or organisations like Horticulture New Zealand and Federated Farmers. Next slide, please. The key issues raised in submissions, this is the themes that the 42A report was grouped into, were general chapter structure and interpretation matters. So we had just a number of suggestions from submitters on how the intent of the plan could be more clearly expressed, and some submissions seeking that the network utility provisions for relating to the overlays were relocated to the network utility chapter. Second point, we had requests for increased recognition of tangata whenua values and other scheduled features from iwi and hapu groups. Mostly these were seeking amendments to Objective 1 and the policies to refer to scheduled features. Third point, we had the submissions from the telecommunications companies seeking that the number of rules in the network utility chapter be deleted and replaced with the working draft of the model provisions for network utilities that was prepared by the Network Utilities Working Group. Fourth point was general submissions relating to the benefits of certainty and flexibility for network utilities. So that related to a number of amendments to the policies and rules, and a few specific requests for setbacks or to reduce duplication with other processes within specific rules. In general, we had quite a few submissions on reverse sensitivity. So the gas pipeline policy 7, there were requests seeking that this policy also be applied to liquid petroleum pipelines as well as the gas distribution network by PowerCo. And then a number of submissions on policy 8, either seeking that the policy is strengthened to provide greater protection to network utilities, mostly from network utility operators, or on the other side of the spectrum, we had Kāinga Ora seeking that that policy be deleted in its entirety. Some submissions on the maximum height limits to enable the appropriate clearance distances required to have effective telecommunications facilities. We had a number of requests on the removal of redundant underground network utilities. So rules 1 and 2 and 19 have requirements for the removal of redundant underground network utilities within 6 months of the network utility becoming redundant. And we had a number of submissions seeking greater flexibility or changes to that standard to refer to industry best practice or a longer time frame to allow for the removal and all the other processes that come with that. Some general submissions on policy 2, which seeks to integrate land use planning and network utilities planning, mostly seeking that it be strengthened to require coordination. Some requests on to consider greater recognition of effects on landowners from network utilities. So these were mostly in relation to upgrading activities, and they came through from Federated Farmers and Horticulture New Zealand. The matters of discretion were subsequently amended to recognise the effects on existing land uses. Then the last 2 points were just some submissions on the general effects standards, mostly related to the traffic and noise standards, and then definitions related to network utilities. Mostly these were focused, or they were seeking to retain all the definitions as notified, but there were quite a few submissions on the definition of upgrading, because the definition required that the network utility or structure is within the exact same location, and this isn't practicable or workable from many network utility operators' perspective, and also conflicted with the rules for upgrading, which allowed a change in location up to 5 meters from the existing structure. So that was rectified. In terms of, next slide, please, the recommendations in response to the submissions. Just at a high level, the recommendations were to improve the cross-referencing to other chapters of the proposed district plan, and that included highlighting that the zone chapters do not apply to network utilities. But I do note that there was an error in terms of the recommendation to the cross-reference section. So in my right of reply, I can address this, but essentially what happened was that, as an oversight, the text above the list of other chapters that are relevant there's an underlined text that said in addition to the zone chapters, and I am recommending that text, or I will be recommending in my right of reply that text be removed because it contradicts what my recommendation was in the section 42A report. So I can address that in my right of reply. Other matters were general amendments to clarify the intent of the rules or reduce duplication with other processes like road controlling authority approvals and regional plan rules. The amendments to location and maximum height thresholds, I recommended that some of these be amended to allow for greater heights in certain zones to provide greater flexibility and more efficient use of land to encourage the co-location of network utilities, which in turn reduces the overall visual effects by having less need for more poles, shorter poles. There were some corrections and reformatting of rules to provide technical clarity and ensure consistency across the provisions. There was a recommendation to include a new matter of discretion to strengthen recognition of tangata whenua values. So that was to recognise that there will be some situations where sensitive sites are not scheduled in the proposed plan, and there's a need to balance the protection of unidentified sites of significance with the enabling of network utilities and recognition of the operational and functional needs. Some amendments to matters of discretion to include technical clarity, relevance to the rule and activity, and clear statutory function, and then some more minor edits for consistency and clarity. Next slide, please. In terms of the key matters that remain in contention, so based on seeing the written evidence, the key matters of contention that I consider remaining are tangata whenua values in general. So we've received evidence from Ngāti Rahiri Hapu, Te Kahui o Taranaki, and Te Kōhahi Tanga o Te Awa. And they are seeking in general increased recognition of tangata whenua values and sensitive natural and physical resources. So seeking changes to Objective 1 and various policies to better reflect the Section 6 matters of the RMA. There are concerns there about the impact of network utilities on water bodies. So iwi and Hapu are seeking to see provisions that do not result in a loss of value to water bodies. In particular, there's a concern about the exemption that I recommended inserting into Rule 19 around if a pipeline is permitted by the Taranaki Regional Freshwater Plan or a Taranaki Regional Regional Council consent. There's concerns about that exemption, so they're seeking that it be retained as notified and the exemption be removed, that rule. And then just in general, some concerns around the impact of network utilities on sites and areas of significance to Māori. So just highlighting that the current schedule of sites and areas of significance to Māori is incomplete, and Te Kahui o Taranaki is seeking controlled activity status for all upgrading activities, and some other rules to identify areas where there might be effects on unidentified sites and areas of significance to Māori. The next key theme is managing effects of incompatible activities on pipelines. So from First Gas, we've had a number of requests to provide increased protection of the gas transmission network from sensitive activities. Specifically, First Gas is seeking a new restricted discretionary rule for gas transmission sensitive activities within 60 metres of the gas transmission network, a 30-metre setback for sensitive activities within 30 metres of its compressor station sites, and the application of the gas transmission pipeline corridor rules for sensitive activities to all zones. The next one is gas distribution pipelines. So PowerCo is seeking that Policy 7 be expanded to apply to gas distribution pipelines so that these activities are protected from sensitive activities and other incompatible activities. And the oil companies are seeking that liquid petroleum pipelines are included within Policy 7, specifically due to the location of the petroleum pipeline to the BP terminal at Omata, which is located in the road reserve adjacent to the residential zone at Centennial Drive near the port in New Plymouth. A number of submitters have also highlighted where various wording changes could be made to help with plan interpretation or clarify the intent of provisions or provide technical accuracy, which I generally support. So I haven't gone into detail on those matters of, well, they're not matters of contention remaining in my view. Then the avoidance of reverse sensitivity effects on network utilities. So Policy 8 is still a matter of contention. We have Greymouth and PowerCo requesting changes to this policy to ensure that sensitive activities, not new sensitive activities, all sensitive activities, avoid adverse effects on network utilities. And Kāinga Ora is opposing this policy and seeking that it be deleted in its entirety. Moving to increase flexibility for network utilities, there is a key matter of contention in terms of PowerCo's evidence, who are opposing the undergrounding of service network utilities in new areas of urban development. So this is specifically related to Policy 4, Clause 3, which requires undergrounding of network utilities in new areas of urban development. And the corresponding rule is Rule 12, which applies discretionary activity status for overhead lines within the residential, future urban, commercial and mixed use zones, open space and recreation zones, and the multi-purpose zone. And just to clarify, their underground lines are permitted, and then overhead new lines are discretionary. So that's how the policy and the rule work together. The next one is the removal of redundant network utilities within 2 years. So the oil companies and Greymouth are opposed to this and seeking that that these clauses are either removed or made more flexible. Then the next one is permitted activity status for pipelines up to 13,600 kPa. So Greymouth is essentially seeking the standard, which requires a maximum of 2,000 kPa as a permitted activity, be amended to increase that threshold to allow for larger scale high pressure pipelines as a permitted activity. PowerCo has made a number of requests seeking insertion of where practicable throughout various provisions. And then there's a request from PowerCo to increase the maximum height for structures in Standard 1 within the future urban zone. So the next slide is in relation to key issues for the national grid. So I'll hand back over to Mr. Steiner.
So the key issues that came about from the submissions relating to the national grid were greater recognition of the national grid and objectives and policies, which included a request from Transpower for a new national grid chapter and a suite of objectives and policies specific to the national grid, or specific mention of the national grid in other policies, including NU P1 and NU P5. Review sensitivity, with another matter that came up, including submission from Transpower to improve policy direction, simplify and clarify the intent of the provisions relating to this. Transpower submission was also received in opposition. Transpower submissions received opposition from several iwi and haka groups, the Department of Conservation, Kāinga Ora, and Federated Farmers. Thanks. Having considered the submissions, I recommended a number of amendments through my section 42A. This included inserting a new policy specific to the national grid, which is policy NU 04, Appendix 1, amending policy NU P1 to include specific reference to the national grid, amendments to policy NU P6 to improve clarity, make the policy more directive and better reflect the direction of the NPS, ET and the RPS. Amendments to rule NU R36 to provide an exemption for access lots in public works, a new restricted discretionary rule for quarrying activities or landfill on sites containing the national grid yard, as well as minor edits for simplicity, consistency and clarity. Thanks, Charles. So looking at the key matters that still remain in contention, Kāinga Ora are seeking a more nuanced and evidence-based approach to the identification of the spatial extent of the national grid, and in particular the national grid subdivision corridor. Transpower requested the inclusion of as far as practicable within objective NU02. Transpower requested a single comprehensive policy for the development of the national grid, which they see will give effect to policies 3 to 8 of the national policy statement. Transpower's evidence also seeks a new policy that manages the adverse environmental effects of the national grid infrastructure, which in their view would have the effect of prevailing over other provisions in the plan other than in the coastal environment. A matter of discretion relating to sites and areas of significance to Māori and other features which Transpower disagrees with and considers that it undermines the intent of the overlays, as well as existing vehicle access to national grid support structures, where Transpower is seeking that existing access is maintained because there is a risk that alternative access will not be sufficient. You. I'll pass back to Jamie if there's anything you want to close with.
Maybe we can have Jamie online. Would be good.
Yep, I'm here. So yeah, nothing further in terms of the presentation, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Jamie and Jacob, for that. Again, quite a technical, complex chapter, quite a lot of issues you had to work your way through. Just in terms of today, I think we'll take a break for lunch now, just because we will have some questions, and if we get into that, it's going to be 1 o'clock before we know it, and we'll be behind time again. But probably for the administrators just signalling that we're probably running some time behind, so those listening in, just be aware of that. I did have a question for both Southern Cross Hospital and Blue Haven, if representatives are listening in. I see representation from legal counsel. Are there any legal submissions that you've filed that we...
They come through on Friday.
They came through on Friday.
They come through to Julie, so that I get them.
All right, so there are some legal submissions. We haven't got those.
Copies anyway.
Yes, so we'll need to read those.
Mr. Chairman, it's Philip Brown here, the traffic expert for Blue Haven.
Yes.
The submissions are fairly brief, so it won't take you long to read.
All right, maybe we will just get the lawyers to take us through those rather than us having to try and read them over lunch. Okay, thank you very much, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock with some questions for the staff. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, yes, please. Yes.
Well, good afternoon, Ms. Cannon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Good, good. Well, first of all, just want to echo the Chair's comments about the very detailed report, the 42A report, and your assessment associated with that. Thank you for that. Could I also commend you on the presentation this morning, particularly the production of the land use activity table, the coloured table, which shows the different status of network utility facilities along the various zones across the top. I found that really useful as a starting point, so thank you for that.
Great.
the majority of my questions are going to land with the submitters. That's because I largely understand what you're saying, and for the majority, don't need clarification. And I would like to test some of your thoughts with the submitters when they present, probably tomorrow. But having said that, I do have 2 or 3 generic type questions that I'd like to put to you. And the first of those relates to the structure of the Network Utilities chapter. I appreciate that it's quite a different approach and structure to the operative plan. Operative plan where there was zone-based provisions on network utilities. Now we've got a bespoke chapter on network utilities, dealing with effects of and effects on network utilities. And that's quite a nice segue into the relief that's sought from some of the telcos in relation to a standalone chapter dealing with the model provisions that they refer to. And I just want to get some clarity around those model provisions, because at one stage in your report, you referred to a draft NPS on network utilities, and then there's some reference to model provisions. Just wanted to understand, firstly, are they the same thing or are they 2 different things?
Yes, they are the same thing. So that's what the submissions refer to it as the draft NPS, because that was the intention at the time of those model provisions being prepared by the Network Utility Working Group, that it would become a national planning standard for network utilities, but that hasn't eventuated. So essentially, I'm referring to them as model provisions now, which is essentially what they are. And I think, yeah, the submitter's reference to draft NPS is outdated now.
Okay. I'll take up some of those issues with Mr. McCarrison and his witnesses for the telcos. I just wanted to get that clarification.
Yeah.
Then the issue becomes, what's the most appropriate method of providing for network utilities given the higher order objectives? And I'm referring both to the RPS there, which has extensive provisions on network utilities, and then obviously the MPSET in relation to the National Grid Corridor. I'm going to depart from you and go to Mr. Stenner, because I want to deal with the same issue there. Mr. Stenner, the Transpower have asked for a separate National Grid chapter. So that, again, similar to the model provisions, a structural issue.
Yes.
You've not run with that recommendation. In fact, what you've done is seek to, promote some of the existing provisions, and you've added a new objective, I think, in relation to the National Grid's policies and some clarifications around activity status. In doing so, why did you not go towards a separate chapter?
Yeah, I think fundamentally it came back to trying to avoid duplication. I think ultimately the provisions of the network utilities chapter were seeking what the Transpower, for example, were looking for, and in themselves give effect to the ESET. I think that there'd be some undue replication of provisions essentially by creating a standalone chapter.
I understand that. Is there a danger that in doing so and relying on the retrofitting of the existing provisions, that is something being missed from the MPSET?
Yeah, I guess there's a risk, but I'm feeling comfortable that stepping through the years and stepping through the provisions here, that the provisions that we have do cover the requirements of the years.
Thank you. Coming back to you, Ms. Cannon, same issue. I mean, is it just as simple as where you've landed is just one way of slicing and dicing how we provide for network utilities? The model provisions would be another way. Is it as simple as that?
I think the model provisions is essentially a standalone chapter that would include all rules for network utilities, including all the overlays, the earthworks. So the model provisions is not really fit for purpose within the network, within the New Plymouth District Plan, just because it does duplicate all of those rules and policies and objectives that are already contained within the overlay chapters, or the various like airport zone, the transport chapter, other kind of special purpose zones. So it's basically a model chapter, but with when we were preparing the proposed plan, we did take aspects of those model provisions and we used those in the drafting of the chapter to make sure that we were capturing, I guess, industry best practice when it comes to network utilities.
Yes, and in terms of best practice, the National Planning Standards provide some guidance on this, doesn't it?
Yes, so in terms of the location of those provisions, our view in general, or my view, is that the overlay provisions are best located in the overlay chapter, because the key purpose of those provisions is to achieve the objectives of that overlay chapter, which is protecting those scheduled features. So having specific provisions in the network utilities chapter that replicates the overlay provisions is not very effective or an efficient way of achieving the same outcome. So yeah, I think it's a structural issue. As you said, the overlay chapter and the network utility chapters are separate, but in any case, if a resource consent application required resource consent under the network utilities chapter and the overlay chapter, then all of the relevant objectives and policies would be considered.
Yes. Under the NPS, the National Planning Standards, not the NPS-ET, but the National Planning Standards, Council has discretion to determine the best location of these provisions?
Yes. Yeah, we looked into that when we were preparing the plan as well. And there's a section in my 42A report explaining that in more detail. I'll just find it. But yeah, essentially it talks, so it's section 4.1.5 on page 9. And when a provision relates to two topics, the National Planning Standard says the council can determine the best location for these provisions depending on the primary outcome sought. So if they relate to an overlay, my view is that they should be in the overlay chapter.
Yes.
I would also just note that it's an E-plan structure, so the relevant rules where they are located doesn't necessarily make a huge difference depending on if you're using the E-plan functionality and you click on a site, the relevant provisions will pop up regardless of where they're located within the plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
The I guess the I was going to call it a trick, but the desirability with that approach is having strong cross references that make it clear where the overlays apply and when the network utilities apply. You'd agree with that?
Yes, definitely. And we do have a cross-reference section at the top of the network utilities chapter, which identifies a definitive list of those chapters that will be relevant for network utilities, but haven't gone so far as providing cross-references throughout the rules, because that could get quite detailed and overly repetitive.
Yes, but you highlighted prior to the lunch and German a situation where some clarification about the role of zone chapters was required.
Yes, yeah. So essentially that was primarily, or a few network utility operators submitted on that, but the key evidence came through from the telecommunications companies where they highlighted that the use of the text in addition to the zones, in addition to the zone chapters at the top of that section is inconsistent with what's recommended in the section 42A report, which clarifies that the zone chapters do not apply, well, the rules in the zone chapters do not apply to network utilities. So I will be recommending that that clause be removed.
Yes. So that was always the intention, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, it was an error, yeah.
So as a network utility operator, my starting point would be to go to the network utility chapter.
Yes.
Determine what rules apply, and then presumably then go to see whether the site that I'm looking at or sites I'm looking at are covered by an overlay.
Yeah, so check the planning maps. If there is no overlays in relation to your site, then the overlay rules do not apply.
Yes. What about other district-wide rules, subdivision and transportation? Do they also apply?
Depending on what the activity is, if you're proposing to subdivide for the purpose of network utilities, then the subdivision chapter will be relevant. Transport, I think it would just depend whether it triggers any of the rules in the transport chapter. I can't think of an instance that it would, but I do note that there's a standard specific to transport, which is parking and access requirements, which is standard 2 within the network utilities chapter.
And presumably that relates to not to parking numbers, but to design and layout matters.
It talks about where a network utility is permanently staffed, then there's requirements they are requirements for on-site vehicle parking spaces, but I note that the NPS for urban development will mean that that provision will be removed. And then it just refers to the any new vehicle access point must meet the requirements of Transport Standard 1 or Transport Standard 2, so that would be retained.
Okay, so the transportation is live, but what you're saying is that there'll be very few situations where the rules are triggered by utility operations.
Yes, I would expect there will be limited situations.
Right, and coming back to the role of, I just want to focus now on an issue that's not peculiar to network utility operations. Or that chapter, it's also an issue that came up in the subdivision hearings a few weeks ago now, and that's about the intersection of those two chapters and what the intent is. So I read in your 42 that the role of the network utility operator is to provide for the operation, maintenance, upgrade and development of network utilities and manage their general effects, visual effects through bulk and location rules, health and safety effects through industry standards. It's on one side of the ledger, and then the role of the overlay chapters is to protect identified historical and cultural values, natural environmental values, coastal values from inappropriate activities. So in some instances in that space, network utilities will be inappropriate activities depending on the sensitivity of the resource being proposed and the intersection of the overlay. So that two clear objectives of the NU chapter and the overlay chapters. What I'm not clear about, and it comes on to a specific question that I'll have in a moment, is whether you've adopted or whether the network utilities chapter adopts the same approach as the subdivision chapter, where there were 11 sets of overlay topics, ranging from natural environmental features through to cultural values, that sort of thing. Whether the intent is that they relate solely to scheduled or identified features, or whether they relate to features that may include non-identified or non-discovered features. What's the intention there in relation to the intersection of the network utility with the overlays?
I think at this point, the overlays, it's only in relation to scheduled features because that's the scope of those chapters. But I do note that we have received some evidence from iwi and Hapu that there's a risk around unidentified sites in areas of significance to Māori. And I have discussed that with the reporting officer for that chapter. And we agree that those submission points are best addressed through the sites and areas of significance to Māori chapter, section 42A report and hearing, just because there are a number of other submissions on the rule for upgrading of network utilities within that chapter that need to be considered at the same time. So we think those matters are best addressed through as part of consideration on that chapter. So there may be other instances for other overlays, but I can't think of any off the top of my head that I'm aware of.
All right, I understand that, and I understand the intent. I guess what I'm just signalling is during the subdivision chapter, and I appreciate you were involved in that, Sarah Edwards is involved, there was some concern from the panel about the meaning of words, and there were a number of different terms circulating in relation to natural environments, including significant Indigenous vegetation, habitats, Indigenous biodiversity, etc., which in their plain meaning of the words might go beyond scheduled or identified features. And we still have, well, I guess that matter has to be landed in respect to subdivision, but I think that the issue is very much live for utilities also. So
Yes.
all I'm suggesting, I guess, as Canon, is that there needs to be some consistency on that matter. If the intention is largely to have those overlays intersect with subdivision and net utilities in relation to scheduled and identified features, then that needs to be reflected in the language.
Yes, I agree. I understand. I think just also highlighting there's a matter of discretion that was recommended that is very similar to what was recommended for the subdivision chapter. And we have had some internal discussions with the reporting officers across all of the district-wide topics and come to some agreement on a recommended, some recommended text that would be consistent across those chapters. And that does not refer to significant, it just refers to the natural landforms and features and other, I don't have the wording right in front of me now, but it's the...
I can take you to paragraphs, so pages 26 and 27 of your 42A.
Yeah.
And it starts in paragraph 90 and it goes right through to paragraphs 96. And 90 starts in response to the submissions relating to scheduled features. I don't consider it's appropriate to add additional policies specifying how the effects on scheduled facility features and sensitive areas should be managed, because these matters are already addressed in the relevant overlay chapters. And that's in line with what you've just said. Then you go on to look at the matter of discretion in particular. You come to a slightly different position at 95, where you say it's reasonable and appropriate to add the following matter of discretion to the restricted discretionary rules for the network chapter. And it does use the word significant effects on areas of significant natural features and landforms, water bodies, Indigenous vegetation, historic heritage, and sites and areas of significance to Maori. And my question, that's really the reason why I asked you that earlier question, is the intent of that matter of discretion, which your paragraph 96 would suggest, to relate to non-listed?
Yes, so I think, now I understand what you're trying to request. In terms of the intention was that this matter of discretion would pick up potential adverse effects on sensitive areas and features that are not identified in the plan as scheduled features. So the key point of concern is unidentified sites and areas of significance to Māori, which can only be identified through engagement with Māori when they're not identified on the plan. And in terms of the discussions I referred to between reporting officers, we have collectively agreed that this matter of discretion to be recommended throughout several chapters wouldn't refer to significant natural features and landforms, because that would duplicate and confuse matters with the Section 6 matters that are provided through the overlay chapters. So I hope that clarifies my position.
It does. Thank you for that. So it might seem like a minor issue, but I think it's significant because it relates not only to this chapter, but to subdivision and potentially others. Given that it's a work in progress, when will that be reported back to us? Is it part of your right of reply, or?
Yes, I can report it in my right of reply, yes.
Would there be any advantage in terms of clarity and having the words non-scheduled or non-identified in that clause? And you might want to reflect on that, so that it's clear that it's dealing with a different subset of values to those that are covered in the overlays?
Yes, I think it's something I can consider. I'm not entirely, I don't have a clear position right now, but I will consider that and come back in my right of reply.
That's all I can ask.
Can I just interpolate there? I have had a quick look at Ms. Lawrence's subdivision right of reply. And my read is that she has landed on the terms scheduled sites to cover everything that's in the overlays.
Yes.
So certainly have a good look at that.
Okay.
Where Ms. Lawrence's got to. And certainly the other thing was we have some specific questions being looked at by Ms. Macbeth in the eco chapter. And that's obviously one of the crossovers that you've been talking to, and there's some reporting back on that. So certainly by the time you do your right of reply, certainly look at where Ms. Lawrence's landed in her right of reply. The planning conferencing should have been finished in terms of the eco chapter around SNAs. And I think the timing of you being able to look at those and how they relate and maintain consistency through the report backs is pretty good timing. So it sounds like you're onto that issue. David, thanks for covering that. That is an important issue.
Yes, I think I've had a quick look at the right of reply also on subdivision, and it's a lot clearer in terms of the intent of the overlays in terms of scheduled or identified. This matter of discretion, though, is potentially still on non-identified, is still potentially open to discretion that you're adding in. And all I'm inviting you to do, Ms. Cannon, is to reflect on that and see whether it can be made more directive or more certain.
Yep. I'll look into it.
Yeah, my final question is on the same issue. So I just wonder how that matter of discretion will work. It'll only come into play where a rule in the network utilities chapter is triggered, correct?
Yes.
Yes, because the overlay will deal with scheduled matters. So, and it'll only be where standards breached or there's an entry level greater than permitted activity, greater than permitted or controlled, so restricted discretionary. So it could be I guess it could be a new above ground network utility facility that it triggers earthworks rules or the size of the building.
Yeah.
And so the council reporting officer will be able to seek information on what's on the land, the presence of any natural features of landforms, water bodies, vegetation, any archaeological sites that aren't recorded. And if they're not already covered off in the AED, they could seek a further information request on that, presumably.
Yes, and I think it's worthwhile pointing out that a large portion of network utilities are permitted. So only larger scale network utilities do tend to require resource consent. So these activities, when they require resource consent, they do have potential to have adverse effects beyond just visual effects to some degree. So it all depends on the site and the location and what those sensitive features are. But I would expect that in a resource consent application, a description of the site would identify what those unidentified features might be, and then provide an assessment of effects on those. And that may require engagement with iwi to understand whether there's any sites and areas of significance to Māori that are not identified in the schedule.
Okay. Of course, where the scale of the network utility doesn't trigger a standard, then the activity will be permitted, and there still may be some removal of vegetation that's not identified.
Yes.
And I guess you've weighed that up in terms of risks of acting and not acting.
Yes, I have weighed that up. I think yeah, it is the larger scale activities that are more likely to identify or generate adverse effects, and the overlay rules and chapters do their job in terms of Section 6 matters.
Okay, thank you. I think the same issue, Stina, relates to transportation, and you've covered that off in your paragraph 394. Again, we've talked about not adding additional provisions within the transport chapter, specifying CARIFEX on scheduled features, or seems to be it should be managed. So you're again relying on the overlay to do the heavy lifting there.
Yes, that's right.
But you haven't seen fit to add any provisions in relation to non-identified features at all.
No, I haven't. And in my view, I thought that they were in relation to transport chapter. Being appropriately covered by earthworks provisions for one, and
yes,
also the overlays.
Yes, and particularly the earthworks provisions.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's useful. That was all from me, sir.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, Jamie, just a few questions from me. I want to start at the top at the strategic directions objectives and the interim guidance that we issued with minute 9, I think it was. And I have a question of consistency or flow through in terms of the reverse sensitivity objective in relation to, I think, what we've include IE, infrastructure and energy, which has this avoid reverse sensitivity provision. What you're recommending in the policy, and might be policy 8, is to minimise reverse sensitivity where necessary. So do you think that is consistent with the strategic objective?
No, I don't necessarily think it's consistent with the strategic objective, but I've taken the view that it's interim guidance, and also that my position is that there needs to be a clear resource management issue to warrant a policy for reverse sensitivity effects. And I think when it comes to general network utilities, quite often there is not a clear resource management issue. So that's why I've recommended the seeking to minimise reverse sensitivity effects on network utilities where necessary, because there is a need to balance the protection of network utilities with the efficient use of land. And I think if I had gone down the path of recommending that all reverse sensitivity effects for network utilities are avoided, that would lead to a whole bunch of new setbacks or potential effect, like it wouldn't enable an efficient use of land. I think it would require a whole bunch of new provisions that would need to protect network utilities when there isn't a clear resource management issue for certain network utilities.
Thanks for that answer. On that basis then, it would be useful in your right of reply if you specifically make comment about the inconsistency, what you're recommending moving back up into the strategic objectives. You're exactly right, those interim guidance provisions are open for dialogue, for further suggestions and recommendations, both through evidence, legal submissions and or Section 42A reporting. So so I'd specifically like you to go back up the plan and address that as an issue we can deal with and look at in the interim in the strategic objectives chapter as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
In your paragraph 107, top of page 34, this is where you're talking about these model provisions. You make a comment that you're not sure whether there's any involvement by tangata whenua into those provisions, or even specifically Taranaki tangata whenua. So is there any further update on that? I know you're not recommending the use, but do you know anything more about
As far as I'm aware, there has been no involvement in from iwi in the development of those provisions, and that was the case in November 2019, which was when they were last updated, and that's to the extent of my knowledge.
Right, I can ask Mr. Anderson perhaps further about that when he gives us his evidence. Now I am looking at 143, 144 in your page 56. So this is where you are recommending against these qualifiers where practicable and where technically and economically feasible. I really want to test you on the use of these qualifiers in policy. Seems to be that in some cases you don't agree with qualifications, in some cases you do. So is it according to the courses, or do you have a general preference as a planner on the use of qualifiers and key objectives and policies?
I think in general, qualifiers should only be used where they are necessary and where they add value. I think in the majority of PowerCo's requests.
Tony, you just put your microphone back up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. In the majority of PowerCo's requests, I don't consider that they are necessary because there's a lot of recognition for operational and functional needs of network utilities throughout the chapter. And I think those words give network utility operators the ability to demonstrate through a resource consent application that it's not practicable to provide the mitigation required. So I don't think in most situations qualifiers like this are necessary, but there may be some situations where they are necessary and where they do add value.
Thank you.
Just on that, Ms. Cannon, if qualifiers did have a place, are they better located as a matter of discretion as opposed to a policy? You've talked about qualifiers weakening policy in your 42A. Do you have a different view on qualifiers as a matter of discretion, where it's quite clearly set out that the where practical and technically economic feasible was part of the mix of the discretion being considered?
Yeah, I think I would be more open to it being included as a matter of discretion as opposed to a policy, but my general view on them still stands, that they should only be used where necessary.
Sure, thank you.
That's a qualifier in itself. Okay, 225 on your unnumbered page, whatever, paragraph 5. So I want to ask you about these gas transmission pipeline risk assessments. Who does those and when and who pays for them, and how does that assessment tie in with everything in your understanding?
I think that's probably better directed at First Gas, but my assumption would be that the person who's proposing the activity would be required to pay for that, and then First Gas may be the one who reviews that. I'm actually not entirely sure because I don't support what was requested.
All right. So you think this might be something that's required as part of providing gas into a facility or working near a gas pipeline? We're best to ask First Gas about that.
Yes, I think so. From memory, what they were requesting was that pipeline risk assessments be done for third-party activities to understand what the implications would be for their gas network. So, yeah, I do think that's something that needs to be clarified with First Gas.
Right. Yes, anything else? No.
No, not from me.
All right, and I think one minor, probably a typo, I think, on page 5 of appendix 1, NUP 6.
All right, yes, they have, oh, that's the National Grid policy, isn't it?
NUP 6, yes. Probably it's for Mr. Stenner, actually. I think maintains in number 5 should be maintained if you look at the flow of all those items is a very minor thing. And also just a question, Mr. Stenner, about that term avoid to the extent reasonably possible. That term is in the MPS, isn't it? That to the extent reasonably possible, is that where that's come from?
I'm not sure that the words to the extent reasonably possible actually do come through in the MPS. Sorry, just bear with me for 1 minute. Yeah.
Policy 10 includes those words of the NPS ET.
Okay, yes.
So when you're thinking about this avoid policy and how it relates to strategic objectives, again, to the extent reasonably possible to me, is softer than as far as practical. It seems to be quite a major qualifier. Huge discretion of opinion, judgment. Are you comfortable with that type of very broad discretion?
But I think in terms of giving effect to the EUS, there's a pretty clear requirement in the EUS.
You have to do it.
That we have to do it.
Yes.
I think to remove that would be really not giving effect to the NPS essentially.
I think we're hearing from Transpower that your hands are tied. But if we're concerned about the use of qualifiers, generally through the plan, that's a classic example of a national policy statement. Really adopting that type of policy qualification in a very significant way. Okay, that's as far as we can take that. So that's all we have for the network utility team. Thank you very much for your assistance. We'll see you again perhaps tomorrow. Jamie,
yes.
When you have some other matters that you'll need to listen in on?
Yes, I will be back at 9 AM tomorrow, so I will see you then.
Yeah, and good luck with your boys.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, we now have Mr. Barnard Thompson, I think. Right, thank you. You with us there, Jonathan?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Lovely. Thank you. Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please. And I think you've got some speaking notes and also some lovely pictures. So they're all useful. I wonder whether we can get some of those pictures up. Christine's cringing that she might not be able to, but
oh, she needed a wee bit more notice, did she? Sorry about that. Yeah.
There we go. So kick off. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you again this time about the transport chapter, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this by Zoom. It was great to see you in person a couple of weeks ago. So, but this time turning to the transport chapter, and so obviously with our association being the Heavy Haulage Association, we represent a number of sector groups. We've previously talked to you about the house mover group. The houses are concerned about in this particular aspect that we've raised, but it's as much as you can see from some of the photos we're about to talk about, it's some of these massive abnormal sort of heavy haulage loads, I would tend to call them as much as structures. So yes, interest in this was to support a main submission point by the Taranaki Regional Council. And I've listed the submission point there in my speaking notes. And what the council sought was that a specific policy in the transport section relating to the Port Taranaki be included in the plan, and that appropriate access to and from the port is provided for or planned. And so that was something that we definitely support, and also a number of other organisations listed that I've listed in my notes there also supported. But particularly I want to talk to you today about why we supported this point, and from our particular angle. And in particular, so it's the state highway route and along the 44 and then 3 out to the, I suppose you'd say, the west really. So the first point to raise is really that the roading infrastructure that we've got there at the moment supports large abnormal load moves at the moment. So since the 1980s, there's been some very large loads moved along this route from the port in New Plymouth, and some of them going the other way. So this continues to this day, and really the point of the photos was just to illustrate that this is not just a one-off situation. It is a situation that, although these loads aren't frequent, they are quite spectacular when they happen, and they do that they are for some quite significant things. Of late, we've got more things that are actually being manufactured in New Plymouth and then exported offshore, although some of the photos will show that we've actually still got some other things as well. So yeah, I really thought to illustrate what we're talking about here, that it's a picture is more than 1,000 words. So it's not some unusual small thing that we're talking about. It's not packets of Weet-Bix or other important things like that. So back in the early 1980s, we had this one pictured, which was for the gas-to-gas project at Motunui there. So there are a number of units that were this big, and you can see it's 13 metres wide, 18 metres high, 592 tonnes. So back in the day, that was quite a big load. One of the, I think, big projects as well. So, and that travelled along the state highway route, and you can see it gathered a bit of attention too. So,
yes, Jonathan, the 592 tonnes, that's obviously just the number of wheels is just spreading that load. Is that the way it works, as I understand it?
Exactly right. So yeah, so I mean, you can only see one lot on this side, but so that looks like what we might call like a double wide trailer, and so that would have rows of 8 tyres sort of on one side, and then there's probably rows of 8 tyres sort of hidden on the other side, supporting the other side. So yes, if you counted up the number of tyres, you'd be there busy for quite a long time. Yes. So yeah, and these are supported on unique trailers. There are still some of these around in New Zealand. They don't tend to get made up to such long lines like that, but they still do get made up from time to time. We'll come to that shortly. So,
is that unit actually put together in New Zealand, or does that come off?
That's from offshore, that one, yes. I think from my little bit of reading about this, it was actually bought in pieces, assembled offshore, then landed at the port and placed on the transporter there, and then transported to site. So
on some sort of big barge or something, I presume.
I think so. Although, I have photos of the transport side of things, not of the rest of the process. Yeah.
No, I'm just intrigued by the technology of these big loads.
It's incredible. I agree. Yep. So then, over the page, so just scrolling down a little bit. So the next example we've got, I think, was in the 1990s. So this is the methanol plant. So this is a bit of a different one. As you can see, this one's quite long rather than wide, but still quite heavy. So 200 tonnes all up. And I'm not actually sure, just as an interesting point, I'm not sure whether that's a caravan sales point or whether people were actually parked up there waiting to see how long that load was going to take to go around the corner. I don't really know. So that's another example. That was from the 1990s. A more recent one, just scrolling down a little bit, So example 3 is Yola, as it was called. So this one was actually manufactured in New Plymouth and then transported to the port and then offshore to Bass Strait. There's actually a large, as I said, the accommodation unit for an oil rig there. So this one was quite big too. So 33 meters long, 13 meters wide, 19 meters high, 580 tons all up. And yeah, so that's on a trailer that was manufactured specially for this load in New Zealand. So an all New Zealand product there, apart from maybe the Mack truck. So you can see that that's positioned there at the port. So that was, I think, 2010, 2011, something like that. Moving on to more recent examples. So example 4, so this was a stair tower module. So there was 2 of these. They're again manufactured in New Plymouth. So 11.8 meters high, 7.7 meters long, and 9.4 meters wide. So it's quite wide in terms of the transport frame it was actually on to support it vertically. So, and this was just done within the last few weeks, this particular one. And then scrolling down to the last example we've got, it's an ocean buoy. So it's quite a big item, this one. And this has actually been up and down this route a number of times. So I think this is one of the more recent examples, but it's actually quite wide. So it's probably the widest one that we just about get to. So 14.5 meters wide, 9 meters high, 187 tons. So yeah, it's quite an intriguing sort of object. As I said, it's gone up and down there a few times. And so the point of all these pictures is really to illustrate that there is some, oh, sorry, one more. I've forgotten about the last one and probably one of the more recent ones. So wind farm components. So this, I think, was the boat tied up there at the port. And so we've had 2 lots of wind farm components come into the port over the last 18 months. I think the first one was just prior to the lockdown last year. And so these get delivered, or they have been delivered to a couple of different locations in the lower half of the North Island. So yeah, so the point of showing you all these photos is just to really illustrate as a collective what that particular route means to us as an industry. At the end of the day, we're a service industry to the transport industry to clients that need these items moved. And so there's over the years, this roading infrastructure has been maintained to be able to transport these loads, and really that's what we're asking for. So that's the first point. The second point, no photos from here on, sorry about that. So the roading infrastructure supports the local industry. So as I've indicated there in a couple of times, that there are some items that are manufactured locally in New Plymouth by large engineering firms, and they're prefabricated, they're put on a transporter, and then they're transported to the port for offshore reasons. And so we're seeing this more and more in our industry, and this is that items are prefabricated at one place, they're transported as one unit to another location to probably their final point of use, and then they're basically deployed, they're installed there as one unit. What it does is it speeds up manufacture, development of whatever it is that they're working on. So it's a trend that we're seeing more and more when it comes to these large indivisible items. In the past, so some of these projects have been focused on more on oil and gas, but in the future, so as we've indicated here, so there's more on wind and green hydrogen. So that's why we believe that the heavy haulage route in particular along this particular section need to be identified and preserved in order to continue the opportunity to really I guess support local business and local infrastructure with these sorts of projects. Third point to make is around the operative district plan. So at the moment that identifies this route. It's perhaps not the most obvious thing to find, but you can see the location in the current operative district plan where it is, and it talks about it actually notes, and I've highlighted there, that's my highlight, the New Plymouth heavy haulage route, and that particular specifically talks about advertising signs not being too close to the edge of the road. in that particular one. And then diagram 7.1, which we've pulled out there. So that identifies the route actually in the plan itself. The fourth point to make, so other transport plans such as the Regional Land Transport Plan also support access to the port, and you can see references there in the RLTP, which talks about, and once again my highlights underlined there, so about project cargoes in relation to the port, so supporting new green energy development. And then in that second point there about corridor protection of State Highway 44. So that is specifically mentioned in the RLTP, and so that supports, we believe, our argument about why there should be protection for this route in the new district plan. So the fifth point is around certainty for owners and developers of properties along the route. So we have been involved in discussions with various owners of properties and planners around particularly the State Highway 44 route through the centre of the city there, Molesworth Street and St Albans Street, and particularly how their development might affect the heavy haulage route. And in discussion with them, that this is a lot where this was generated, or our interest in this was generated from, was that they specifically mentioned that a designation over the route, including the footpaths, would be appropriate and in fact useful, as this will give them guidance at the start of scoping any new development that's alongside the roadside verges as to what would be permitted and what would not be. So in one particular case, finding that there was a particular dimension or a requirement that we sought on that route after they had done substantial work on their project already, meant that there was a bit of toing and froing as to what the requirements were, having to see how their proposals fitted in with what we might require on the route. And all this would be a lot easier if it would be known and clear in advance. Okay, so turning to the case for making specific provisions in the district plan. So the Section 42A report recommended that the original submission by the council and also the further submissions that support this be rejected in regard to specific provisions for access to the port. So specifically, I want to push back on this for the following reasons. So the first point is around access, and really the provision of access to the port's not just the immediate area of the port. It's really the infrastructure capacity in all senses of the term along the accesses, so that's the roads towards the port, and therefore that we believe that the plan should protect access along the routes to the port, and it is necessary. So access in the wider sense, not just in the immediate area of the port. I think the official's response was that there was sufficient requirements in the transport chapter. However, I would argue that that's not sufficient. And so that so looking at the objectives and the policy of the transport chapter, that these lack protection of the heavy haulage routes to the port, specifically the two state highways. So the most relevant policy that we could find, P14, and it mentions the cumulative effects, which could be, for example, experience of several buildings construct verandas or balconies onto the road reserve directly across from one another. So sort of narrowing down our corridor. However, in my view, this is very general and certainly not enough to inform the owners and potential developers of sites adjacent to the route to consider this at the start of their project. And the final thing is around maintaining current access. So the Section 42A report focused on the potential for alternative access, so looking future. Really all we're trying to do really is about preserving the current access along the route. So therefore the solution, so what we seek is a suitable policy should be added to the transport chapter as follows. I'm sorry, I've referred to Appendix A, but I've actually just decided to put it into my notes here. So there is no Appendix A, but basically the intent of what we want follows. So you can see there under a safety efficiency heading, so require the activities provided for the safe and efficient movement of vehicles, including heavy haulage and oversized loads to and from the port and on State Highway 3 and 44 is by ensuring that the bulk location design of activities on these state highways maintain a height and width dimension corridor that provides for the transport of abnormally oversized freight. So in addition, the inclusion of the map currently in the operative plan would provide some specificity to the route concerned. We prefer that the routes actually extend a little bit further along State Highway 3, because there is the Painters Ave bypass, which is specifically constructed and maintained as an overheight load route for our normal loads. So therefore, we believe that there should be an overlay added to the maps so that landowners, developers and the council are alerted to the need for the consideration of the corridor. And this could refer to perhaps a rule in the plan, which could, for example, have a requirement for consultation with relevant parties such as the agency, transport agency, or the Heavy Haulage Association, that's ourselves, to maintain what that appropriate corridor should be. That's about me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barber Thompson. The chairman needs a comfort stop because I drink too much water at lunchtime. So if you just excuse me for a couple of minutes and I'll be back.
Understood.
Thank you, everyone. Back on course with any questions from Commissioner McMahon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barber Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. The submission from the Heavy Haulage Association is a further submission to the Taranaki Regional Council submission. There was also another further submission from Port Taranaki Limited, also along similar lines. And I see that the planning consultant for Port Taranaki is no longer pursuing their further submission in support of the Taranaki Regional Council. Have you had any discussions with the port at all in respect to that?
I haven't talked to the port themselves. I did talk to the regional council, and they seem to be happy to let their submission speak in its written form.
Yes.
Yeah. And I guess if I could add, I wanted the opportunity really to present, I guess, well, in pictures and examples as to why we were making the case, which perhaps you can do better in a verbal format than in a written format.
Yes. No, there's no reflection on your presentation, which is first class. I guess what we need to determine as a panel is whether there needs to be specific provision in the transportation chapter along the lines that what you've suggested. The 42A officer, Mr. Steiner, has rejected that relief from Taranaki Regional Council, and he's relying on, I guess, the totality of the objectives and policies that seek to ensure that the transport network is well connected, integrated and accessible. So a mixture of, transport objective 1 and the range of policies 1 through to 19. Now, you focused on policy 14, which you thought didn't go far enough. What Mr. Steiner is suggesting is that when you read the objectives and policies together, they do seek to ensure that the transportation network in total is responsive to current and future needs, and provides a safe and efficient and effective means of, and I'm quoting here from Transport 02, to move people, goods within and beyond the district. So he's resisted the temptation to provide specific identification of this particular route. And he's saying that the totality of objectives and policies is the reason. And he's also pointing to the fact that no other routes seem to be singled out in the way that heavy haulage is suggesting. Any particular response to that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that from a general freight and I guess a general, I don't know, the range of things that usually are transported to and from a port. I would say in my experience, this route that is in New Plymouth is unique in New Zealand. So I can't think of any other routes where this type of load, which is so abnormally large, will be transported, although not regularly, but on a semi-regular basis along this route. And so that's why in particular, we would argue that there should be a specific requirement to maintain it. It would be a huge loss not to recognise it. There's an opportunity to do so. The operative district plan mentions it. Why shouldn't the proposed new plan mention it?
Would you distinguish between maintaining the route and preventing activities adjacent to the route that might interfere with the transportation of goods to the port?
Are you asking, do I see a distinguishment between those two terms?
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes, because I guess if I can just seek some clarification from Mr. Steiner. I mean, the state highway route would be designated, Mr. Steiner.
Correct.
Yes, and it would be a fairly wide road reserve through there.
Yes.
It would be from legal boundary to legal boundary. There would be setbacks in relation to buildings and zones adjoining the route.
Yeah, which vary depending on the zoning, of course.
Yes.
Produces quite a range of zones.
So the route will go through a number of different zones, Spanner Thompson, and we difference. We know that the route from legal boundary to legal boundary is designated, and no activity can occur on that is contrary to the objective of the designation, which is to provide the safe and efficient transportation of goods and services. We know that adjoining land uses are subject to zone rules. So I guess what I'm just struggling to see what whilst we might add a policy along the lines that you've suggested on page 4, the last page, about safety and efficiency. I'm just wondering how that policy would be implemented by way of rules or additional rules that over and above what's there already.
If I think about the normal transport agency requirements for a state highway, if they were to build a bridge over this route, their design would be to provide a 10-metre wide and 6-metre high envelope. You can see that there's been plenty of loads that have travelled this route that are far in excess of that. So to rely, for example, on standard road requirements, standard state highway design manual requirements would completely cut off this route from all the types of loads that have been moved, and I'm sure in the future will want to be moved along this route. So
that's an
yes,
issue.
I understand. Yep.
That's an issue of development within the legal corridor, isn't it? It's not an example of side friction that you've referred to in terms of adjoining activities.
That's right. If I take the example that came to light last year, which I've sort of referred to generally, so yes, so there was attempts to build out over the footpath, and so potentially that would impinge. Now I can't recall whether the developer was seeking some I suppose lessening of the requirements to actually be able to do that or not. I suspect that might have been the case, right? To utilise the best of their particular property, right? So even though I believe that the zones and the controls are in place, at times developers will seek to depart from that, and that is what we want to guard against. And I guess that's what we want to maintain what we have, to try to, I guess, preserve that without developers sort of thinking that they can potentially seek departures.
Well, let's see what Mr. Steiner comes back with in his right reply in respect to that example. But I just wanted to channel the thoughts into what can happen on the road reserve as part of the designation, and what can happen on adjoining properties by way of zone rules. And I guess there's a third component about encroachment licenses over airspace over road, which possibly what you're referring to in respect to building out over verandas, etc.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you for those questions, Commissioner McMahon. On the money, as always. I suppose I can just provide an observation, and I think this is probably more from Mr. Steiner, that I am aware that through major project work I've done, Port Taranaki and the transport route out of the port is a significant asset for a large industry. And I know for a fact that that asset is quite unusual and is often a reason why significant industry might choose to locate in Taranaki. So I understand the issue, the value of that as an asset for moving very large loads is in place. So just thinking ahead, you know, given what Commissioner McMahon's asked you to think about, one thing that I did note from your submission, Mr. Barnett Thompson, was that there seemed to be some work being thought about in terms of a broader designation of that as a heavy transport corridor that might take in air, what are they called, airspace issues, just to sort of protect that, but that would need to be sponsored by Waka Kotahi, I would have thought. So, and that, you know, if there was a designation, they had some very specific purposes and objectives around there, that might be another level of protection. But I certainly understand the issue, and thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we'll see what happens with the right of reply. So as long as Taranaki Regional Council have kept their submission, and that's something that we'll need to make a decision on. Thank you very much for that. And again, appreciate the pictures. They are fantastic in these long days of hearings. They do, you know, it got a lot of value to us reading through the paperwork. Thank you very much. We'll see you again, I presume.
Yep, yes, you will. Thanks for the opportunity. Yep.
Right, Southern Cross Hospital, we have Don McKenzie and Twigley.
Afternoon. Apparently Mr. Twigley, is he with you or joining in via Zoom? I'm not sure.
Zoom, Mr. McKenzie, you are large as life on our screen.
Oh no, hopefully not too large.
No, you're actually about the same size as everyone else. So
that's good.
Interesting.
I'm not quite sure whether Mr. Twigley is with you in the room.
Yes, he is. I don't know whether you can see him. He's sitting at a table. Can you see us all right?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twigley. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I'm in a slightly unusual position this afternoon of presenting, talking to a brief of evidence that's been prepared by Mr. Brophy, and the reason for that is that he no longer works at BTW. So that, in between the period of him producing the evidence and the hearing, he's finished up with BTW, and Southern Cross Hospitals remain a client of BTW and have asked me to step in. So I prepared a short statement this morning and sent that through, so got that great. So that just really confirms that I've read the evidence, discussed it with Mr. Brophy, agree with it, understand it, just for the record.
So you're essentially adopting Mr. Brophy's evidence. That's fine. Thank you.
And obviously I got Mr. McKenzie with me, who talked to his evidence after me.
Thank you.
So the first point that I'll take you to is paragraph 13, which was transport objective 3. So the submission point there relates to an alternative wording for part of that objective. So replacing is compatible with the words can be accommodated within. So it may seem like quite a subtle difference, but I think if you consider those words, I think compatible is more black or white. You either are compatible or you're not, whereas the words can be accommodated within a more, provides more of a clear signal around, you know, an ability to avoid or mitigate, remedy, to fit in with that roading network. So that's kind of the thrust behind that alternative wording. And it's not so much focused on Southern Cross's existing facility, which is quite mature, but it's more around some of the future medical and health services that they may look to establish within the district. And I think from memory, Mr. Bennett gave some evidence around that in the first hearing that we had.
And that new development or additional development, if you would presumably trigger the high traffic generating activity rule and therefore bring the better policy framework into play. Is that what you're saying?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was the, Mr. Mackenzie's got some evidence on that objective as well. The next submission point was on transport P16, as it's now referred to.
17, is it?
It was 17, now 16.
Now 16.
Yeah. So the concern from Southern Cross was twofold on this policy. There's a question there raised in the evidence about the policy referring to directing high traffic generating activities to locate on arterial and collector roads. And as you'll be aware, the current Southern Cross Hospital is actually located on a state highway rather than a collector or an arterial. There was a query there, I guess, about whether whether the Southern Cross facility had been contemplated in that type of policy. And then the second point on that policy was obviously it's quite a prescriptive policy, directing those high traffic generating or requiring actually those high traffic generating activities to locate on arterial and collector roads. So that's very prescriptive and quite a strong policy. And the concern from Southern Cross is again about some of those, not so much the existing facility, but some of these future medical and health services that may look to establish elsewhere in the district, and it may be that a suitable location is located on a local road, for example. So introducing the word practical was, I guess, creating some flexibility in that policy to allow those high traffic generating activities to potentially establish on local roads.
Or a state highway.
Or a state highway,
yes, so up and down.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So state highways are above arterials, is that the way the hierarchy works?
Yeah, that's right. Ms. Taylor and myself had some conversations about that particular piece of evidence
Yes.
over the last week or so. You sort of see that there's a bit of a
Seems to be a bit of a missing,
yeah,
a bit of logic there.
yes.
Mr. John would refer to it as a lacuna.
It's a private joke.
I was waiting.
The missing link, a gap. Yeah. Because the policy's silent on arterials, isn't it? I mean, it's seeking to, well, I guess avoid, I won't use the word avoid, discourage high traffic generating activities on local roads and focusing them towards arterials and collectors. But no, doesn't really talk about state highways. So, I mean, are state highways in the same category as local roads, or?
No, it doesn't say. I think there's a bit of a problem that is addressing.
Okay. Because the issue seems to be live.
I've got some questions for Mr. McKenzie about his example too, so we'll get to you a bit later on that. Mr. McKenzie, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next submission point was on the policy that was Transport P18, now Transport P17. I did tune in for some of the discussion this morning, but not all of it, and I believe that there's been possibly some resolution around the road maintenance agreement where those sit within, maybe not fully confirmed, but
yeah, I can speak to that. Sorry, so an addendum was provided this morning, which just clarified my position in terms of that particular clause, specifying the requirement for a maintenance agreement, which reflected what was in the section 42A report. My opinion was that those particular words were probably not appropriate in that provision.
Okay. And there's also an equivalent rule that you need to consequentially
matter of discretion.
But the effect on ongoing maintenance of the road is still one of the matters raised in P17, which you think is still relevant as a policy provision. So, again, I don't know where that leaves your client, whether that's
yeah, I think I'll need to have a look at that addendum. Yeah, just review that if I can.
We're certainly very happy for you to, that's just coming today, look at that, just provide something else in writing to us on that point. The question really is by deleting that term in the policy and the subsequent rule, sort of cover the concerns, or you've got a wider concern about having the effect of ongoing maintenance of the road. And I think we've got some legal submissions about some of that with another submitter shortly. So.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that opportunity to do that. The next two submission points are related, and I might start with the rule first, which is Transport Rule 8, now Transport Rule 10. So that's paragraph 27 of the evidence. And this was around the concern that sort of all construction work will get caught up and require consent, and in turn require a ITA, and some of that construction work could be quite low level. And so the evidence, and this includes Mr. McKenzie's evidence, is really looking at that to create some threshold to permit some small scale construction activity.
So, just on that, we heard that the threshold for needing an ITA and then a current construction traffic management is really the RDA rule, which is triggered by the thresholds in table 1. Is that's right? So there is a threshold. If you're above those thresholds, you do need a discretionary application, and as part of that, you do need an ITA and then consider construction. So either yourself or Mr. McKenzie, when we get to him, suggesting a different threshold, and if so, what?
Yeah, so table 1, number 20, right down the bottom. The interpretation, or Southern Cross's interpretation of that is that that 200 vehicle movements per day threshold includes any existing operational traffic that the activity would generate. So, for example, if Southern Cross Hospitals was already generating 150 movements a day, or 180, for example, that would only give them, if they had a construction activity for a short period, that would only give them sort of 20 vehicle movements per day to be within a permitted threshold. That's how I've interpreted the way that's worded. That could be, I could be interpreting it incorrectly, but that was one of the concerns.
That's the issue.
Concern. Yeah.
Not sure whether the staff have got a immediate response or.
Yeah, my initial view is, my interpretation is that 200 vehicle movements for construction traffic sits on its own as an additional to the activity. That's all. I think that's the intention.
So there's a clarity issue there.
Perhaps yeah, can take a closer look at that.
That would be good.
Okay. If that is the case, I think that would probably address any concerns that Southern Cross had.
Yes.
I won't fully confirm that until we've heard from Mr. McKenzie, but that would be my feeling on that.
Because just on that, strictly, Mr. Steiner, that isn't immediately obvious from the wording of activity 20, is it, from table 1? You could actually read that by saying that the 200 would include all traffic movements, including construction work. That's a potential interpretation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. And you're saying that that wasn't the intention?
No.
Okay. And that construction activity in its own right could be listed.
Yeah.
With 200 as the
potentially, I'd have to
yes. Okay.
So if I might just input here, it's Mike Wakefield here, legal counsel for the council. I wonder also if the way in which that particular rule is framed is potentially relevant, where those thresholds in table 1 hinge off the numbers 1 and 2 within Tran R10, which reads for new activities or for existing activities, but subclause A says where there's a change or variation to those existing activities. So the table itself will be hinging off whether those two rules are engaged. It might be a matter that's relevant here for Southern Cross, but potentially an issue of drafting that the council might be able to reflect on and reply perhaps as well.
Yes, Mr. Wakefield, that's a good point, particularly subclause 2 and Tran R10, which whilst it talks about the change or variation, then talks about the stated thresholds being exceeded. So if the threshold, if the vehicle movements are at 150 already and the change is another 60, then under 2, at 210, the threshold will be exceeded, wouldn't it?
That's correct, yes. So there would need to be an application to change the existing consented activity, which would trigger those thresholds in a way that would lead to the non-compliance. And then, of course, if you had construction activities on top, the question is whether that's associated with the change of variation or whether it's a new activity which would separately trigger the 200 movement threshold. So it would depend on the way in which the consent application is put together, I suspect.
Yes. So a reporting officer would assess, let's just ignore construction for the moment because it sounds like there's a solution there. Where the net change results in the threshold being exceeded, the rule's triggered. The assessment of effects, would that relate to the total number of vehicle movements or just the net effect over and above what's consented already? There's two issues there, the consent triggering the rule and then the assessment of effects associated with the breach.
That's correct. I don't have the immediate answer there for you. That's maybe something that we could report back on in due course.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Wakefield, to the hearing.
Sorry for the interjection. It's always a bit sort of unusual on Zoom. I apologise.
That's exactly what we want. In terms of you here supporting the council team around some of these interpretation issues. So thank you very much for taking the initiative. All right, so back to you, Mr. Quigley, I think.
Thank you. So I'll just jump on to paragraph 25, which is transport P18 was transport P19. So this is related to the comments about the rule. And so the way that policy is currently drafted is require activities that generate vehicle trips associated with construction. So there appears to be all construction regardless of whether it's permitted or not. And dropping down to 5 to create or to submit to create a construction traffic management plan. So the Southern Cross submission is that would be onerous for a small construction activity that didn't generate a large volume of traffic movements. So the solution there may be to amend the policy to say, require activities that generate vehicle trips beyond a permitted threshold, something like that to make it clear that that policy applies where those thresholds within the table are exceeded.
Yes, I think it's the same. It's a continuation of the same.
Yeah, just to get the rule and the policy talking to each other if the rule does change.
Yes, yes. But I think again that threshold is where the RDA kicks in, which is has got a scale associated with it. That would seem to make sense.
Yes. Would it be important for the policy to specify an actual number as opposed to a more qualitative approach and let the rule do the heavy lifting on the number? Or is it important that both policy and the rule have a number that's compatible?
I think if the number was the number, in the rule, it would be okay.
Right.
And the last submission point was on transport rule 11, which was rule 9. Just a point around perhaps the wording is not quite right there in terms of that rule. Jacob will be able to tell us whether that's the case or not. That was to do with the restricted discretionary activity status being traffic generation in relation to the site is more than 60 vehicle movements per day. And the Southern Cross submission point was, is that supposed to be less than 60?
Yeah, that's correct. That's coming through in a few pieces of evidence.
Okay. Yeah. And that concludes the evidence.
Just to summarise quickly, Southern Cross don't oppose the high traffic generation activity approach. It's the detail of it that you're seeking to get right. Is that it in a nutshell?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah. And you want the policy and the rules to talk to each other. And getting the thresholds correct is the solution in your view.
Yeah, and having that permitted framework for some construction activity, just to allow unnecessary regulation where we've got small scale construction. We want that to happen without some that unnecessary sort of consent processes and management plans when it's quite small scale, especially when it's going to be a special purpose zone.
Thank you, I understand that.
Thank you. I just have one follow up. Sorry. Back on your TRAN 03 rejected wording, nuanced or subtle or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is, in your view, your interpretation as a planner, that can be accommodated within is a lesser test than is compatible with. Is that?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. And it's sort of directing that proposed activity to, to design itself so it can be accommodated within that transport network.
Yes.
It's sort of more.
And I was going to ask both the traffic engineers presenting on this. This talks about level of traffic. So is this touching on, or is more than touching on, the level of service classification that's used by traffic engineers?
Yeah, it would appear that way.
Yes. So if there's my understanding of the level of service, and that's calculated through procedure, it's a dark art, which I don't understand, but apparently there's ways of doing it that certain roads can accommodate certain levels of traffic, and they're designed to do that. And if someone's coming along saying, I want to access that road, and it's within the level of service, that's all good to go. That's in a nutshell as I understand it to be. So I think probably a question to talk with Ms. McKenzie about first. Sure. That's your understanding. It is nuanced, but it's quite important from your perspective.
Yes, yeah, it's really that point around creating a signal there that that the proposed activity has an opportunity to accommodate or to put forward measures that so that it can be accommodated
within the within.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Vivian, stepping into the breach. That's appreciated. So, Mr. McKenzie, we'll hear from you now, please. You can. There you are. So I think if we can just make Ms. McKenzie big again when he starts talking.
Okay, let me know when I appear.
Oh, you're there now. Thank you.
I'm there now. Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name's Don McKenzie. I'm the private sector transport leader for Stantec in Auckland, previously shareholder and director of Traffic Design Group, bought by Stantec 3.5 years ago. I've been asked by Southern Cross to assist them with their submission to the plan. And my evidence you will have got a copy of, and I'll just highlight a few of the key points generally following on from what Mr. Twigley has said, and hopefully adding some further information and hopefully helpful direction based on some of the questions that you've posed to him. So in terms of picking up from my paragraph 9, I'll skip over qualifications there. The matter about compatibility versus accommodation, and I think Mr. Twigley was in response to your question about the ability to address effects and accommodate, in my view, from a transport point of view, is that under an effects-based approach to not only land use development, but the operation of the road network, the ability to accommodate identifies that there are a number of ways in which the effects on the transport network could be accommodated. Now, that might be in relation to the physical form and operation of the road network, or it might relate to the way in which land use activities are managed and designed on site. So I certainly support the Southern Cross submission point that talks about accommodation, in that recognises the way in which an activity might be designed and operated, but also indicates that over time that the road network does change, that there are some roads that may change their function as the city grows, and also the fact that St Albans Street is a state highway at the moment. It may be that at some stage in the future the Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, changed their mind as to the designation of that state highway. And so the function of St Albans Street may well change over time. And there will be other routes within the city where that change in function does need to be accommodated and addressed. And so from my point of view, the terminology, while it might be a matter of semantics, I think does show that there is that ability for an activity to be accommodated by the road network. So that was under that point. I don't think there's anything more I want to talk about that. And I suppose from there we get into the high traffic.
Can we cover this level of service query ahead? Is that part of it?
Yes. I suppose it's implicit rather than being explicit. Some district plans do set criteria for the operation of roads to perform to an expected level of service. And I suppose the level of service itself is one matter, but there is also the way in which the road network generally operates. So the level of service typically relates to the performance of a network for different road user types. So it might be delay and travel time for general traffic, but there are other ways in which level of service might be considered for walking and cycling users of a network as well. And so when we might say the traditional approach to level of service was to ensure that vehicles could travel at a certain average speed and not be subjected to additional delay, I think the broader context of level of service does start to point to all of the modes that are expected to use the road network. So in its broader sense, I agree that level of service is there, that there is some performance activity expectations that we're expecting the road network to play. It's not just about the movement of cars and general traffic. It's about all users of a network.
Thank you for that. All right, carry on.
So I think the crunch gets to the high traffic generator aspect, and at my paragraph 12, I start to talk to that, and I think that in my paragraph 12 was really around the consistency of the reference between those aspects, but I do. It's very closely related to the construction traffic element. There's been a lot of discussion around that. My concern at one point with the construction traffic threshold is that the effects of construction traffic activity appear to be related through the proxy of the total generation of the site. And I think in some of the earlier discussion, and Mr. Twigley raised it as well just recently, that there is, in my view, a benefit in trying to identify what the effects of the construction traffic are. And I think Commissioner McMahon, some of your questioning earlier this morning about the construction traffic management plan process and the appropriateness of a structure that addresses the purpose of a traffic management plan that need to be set out well. And I think at this stage in the process, effectively requiring CTMP preparation without knowledge of a particular site or a particular method of construction is too early. We might set up a framework that actually is overly onerous. It may potentially leave out some effects that we want addressed. So my view is that the CTMP process should at least be at a resource consent level where you've got a better understanding as to the way in which those construction activities are being undertaken, and the implications of that in terms of numbers of vehicle movements, but also directions of travel to off-site dump sites or sources for construction materials, I think is better handled at that stage in the process. I think probably just picking up again my paragraph 13 under what was policy 17, now 16, the appropriateness of the land transport network. I do indicate that the extra wording there of where practical that's been suggested by Southern Cross, I think is appropriate, because it's not a one-size-fits-all road network. As we see with the specifics of the Southern Cross site, we've got a state highway along one frontage and a local road along another frontage. There are some specifics, and Southern Cross, I suggest, is not going to be unique in terms of the historical development of the site, but also the position in the road network, where I think some flexibility and recognition of particular aspects of a site and its relationship to the road network is important. So I do support the addition of those words where practical in that policy.
Mr. McKenzie, your example in the last part of paragraph 13, I was a bit intrigued with. You're really saying that sometimes with a critically important through road, it might be better to take an access for an activity off a side road,
Yes.
local road. That's probably sensible could be sensible from a traffic management perspective. That's what you're saying, I think.
Yes, that's right. And I suppose St Albans Street is one of those sort of examples where, while it might have some elements of higher traffic volume and a greater capacity, and you might think, okay, well, this is the right road to be taking a large number of traffic movements to and from, it might actually impede some of the longer distance through movement function that is expected of a state highway. So I think there, and the earlier discussion about the appropriateness of the roading hierarchy, the transport hierarchy, we do need to be starting with state highways. They provide not only a circulation function within New Plymouth, but also function in a regional and a national sense. So some of those elements do need to be considered on a sort of a case-by-case basis, that there is, in my view, not a one-size-fits-all, and even the sort of the general roading hierarchy, a structure, that there are some roads that feel as if they might be arterial roads but are classified as collector roads. So there's always a continuum of the function of roads, and I think that's really where individual site-by-site assessment is required.
Okay, well, thanks for that example. That just seems to be an interesting one. So carry on.
So I think probably just picking up again and reinforcing the matters under construction traffic management. I've already started to identify those. Really from the questioning I think you had of Mr. Stenner earlier this morning, I'm fully aware of the Environment Court's directions in terms of the appropriateness of management plans, but also the structuring of the purpose and objective of those traffic management plans, and certainly I'd reinforce that matter. I would also, just again reinforce that point to say if the construction traffic management or the management of construction effects is what we're wanting to achieve, then my preference is to look at those construction effects, not the high traffic generation of the site itself. So, for example, at the Southern Cross site, if we were to add on I don't know, an extra reception area, extending a reception area, the fact that the Southern Cross site might be assessed as a high traffic generating activity, the construction effects of an extra reception area are going to be quite modest compared to the operation of the whole site. So I think your discussions with Mr. Stenner most recently in terms of additional traffic, I think is really quite important, that you need to be assessing the effects of what is being proposed, not the effects of effectively the existing activity. But the wider assessment, and I think Commissioner Daish, you were talking about the RDA assessment, or when it triggers that assessment, you do need to think about and consider the wider area, but it is the trigger is that additional traffic associated with a new activity. Mr. Twigley has talked about that that minor matter that I raise in paragraph 20. And yes, I'll just pick up and summarise paragraph 22. Overall, the provisions I've reviewed on behalf of Southern Cross generally appropriate, do in my opinion require some minor modification. I've made some recommendations from a transport point of view that the outcomes sought by the district plan should be for an integrated transport and land use outcome with a clear set of policies and rules that deliver on the outcome sought. So happy to answer any more of your questions.
Mr. McMahon.
Just one, Mr. Mackenzie. I think we've covered most of the others. And it's again, it's on the high traffic generation activity rule, your paragraph 19.
Yes.
Seems to me that if the threshold is specified and it's appropriate, you'd be happy for construction. Yes.
Yep.
And if that threshold for construction activities in their own right was 200 vehicles, would that keep you in the happy camp?
That would do that. That would allow, and I think Ms. Taylor mentioned the sort of the vehicle number versus vehicle equivalent. Yes. The effect of those larger vehicles would mean that 200 might translate into a lesser number of total vehicles, but certainly that threshold allows, and if that's the daily flow, then that's a level at which, beyond which, I think is deserving of that that traffic management plan approach. So yes.
Yes. And I'm just conscious of the question I put to Mr. Twigley about policy, speaking to the rural transport policy 18, formerly 19.
Yes.
Requiring activities that generate vehicle trips associated with construction to minimise adverse effects, having regard to 5 matters, and the 5th one being the outcomes or recommendations of a construction management plan. That's assuming there will be a construction management plan provided.
Yes.
I presume there won't be a need for one in every circumstance.
I wouldn't have thought so, but I think the effects of construction activity could be a more generic approach.
Yes. Particularly at the policy level.
Yes, yeah.
Because that's quite a specific matter for the policy, isn't it? That item 5.
Yes, and I'm not aware that in dealings elsewhere around the country that the sort of almost the specification of the method of management is specified at that policy level.
Yes, I mean maybe it's around the necessity or otherwise for a construction traffic management plan.
Yes, or equivalent approach, and saying yes, CTMP is a recognised approach. but there could be other ways in which those construction effects are managed.
And just in terms of the front end of that policy 18, at the moment that talks about construction per se, there's no scale factor there. Might be a scale factor in the rule. Should the policy include the scale, specific scale factor?
I wouldn't have thought so, but I think from a policy point of view, it should be ensuring the sort of the expectation that those construction effects are managed. I don't think the specification of that scale should be at policy level.
Thank you very much, Mr. McKenzie and Mr. Twigley. Is there someone from Southern Cross in attendance, or no? Could you just pass on to them our thanks. A lot of these matters that you raise are sort of border issues. The involvement of senior practitioners like yourself and Ms. McKenzie does add a lot of value to, I think, the reporting officers and our decision making. So thank you very much for your attendance and your assistance. Thank you. Right. So look, I did want to raise one issue before we hear from Blue Haven. There's been an addendum tabled this morning which goes to one of the key issues, I think, Mr. Brophy and Ms. Barry Casino, if you're there. Have you actually received that addendum? No. Now look, I think it would be appropriate if we can, this is something for you, Christine. We will take a break and we'll ensure that all the Blue Haven team have a copy of the addendum, what I'm calling addendum 2, which came in today from Mr. Steiner regarding maintenance agreements. So if we could just make sure there's a copy available circulated to Ms. Barry Pacino. Ms. Barry Pacino, welcome. I can see you there. Are you available now to receive that and ask some questions of us if we come back at 3:15?
Yes, I am travelling, so it's a little difficult.
Yes.
Now, I haven't received, or at least haven't had a chance to see the addendum. Have those, just because I haven't been at the whole of this hearing, have those questions about that addendum been addressed with Mr. Brophy and Mr. Brown as yet, or not?
No, but it does cover the matters that, it does go to the matters that you raise in your legal submissions. It's just a one-pager and quite a straightforward position that Mr. Steiner's reflected on, but I think it's important that that's on the table before we go to the Blue Haven witnesses, certainly. So if you're travelling and you can't receive it, we'll just have to explain that the best we can. Yeah.
Well, if you could send it through now, and perhaps if you're taking a short break, I can just jump back on, and you just have to prove that I'm travelling, so the sound may not be the best.
No, we got you pretty good in terms of you're wobbling around a little bit, but you're not too bad. So we'll take a break. We'll come back at 3:15, and in the meantime we'll circulate that addendum. Thank you.
So just one very quick point.
Yes.
Mr. Twigley mentioned that he hadn't had the opportunity to review the addendum and sort of reserved the ability to provide something in writing. I'm not sure if he's still there, but if we're looking to circulate that addendum now, he may well have the opportunity to just tie that issue off today rather than providing something in writing after this hearing's concluded.
Yes, I think the point for Mr. Twigley is that he need to confer with his client. So I'm very comfortable for him to take a bit of time to reflect. The hearing's going for 4 days. I'm sure you'll have something back to us before then, but thank you for that suggestion.
Understood. Great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go. Just ticked over. So we're back recording again. Mr. Brophy, will you lead us through?
I can do. I'm aware that Kate's sort of travelling and may cut out, so I'm wondering whether maybe an idea to get Kate to speak first.
Sure,
Up to you.
sure, that would be fine. Let's just hear from you first, Kate. I do have one question on your legal submissions, but don't know whether you want to highlight anything else. Can you hear us, Kate? She's in the car, she's
Yeah, she's in the car travelling.
It looks like she might be muted.
Thank you. Would you like me to just comment? Blue Haven's position with respect to the addendum is that we still are unhappy with the inclusion of effect of maintenance as part of an ITA at a policy level. The submission principles around that remain, and there's remaining concern from a pragmatic level as to how that discretion would apply. And it comes down to some of the elements that were previously discussed by Mr. McKenzie. Stratum was the same thing that a road is a dynamic nature in terms of its use going forward, who might use it, nature of changes as it develops. And it's not appropriate through a consent process to try and set that in stone, to have an obligation for one consent holder to be bound to an ongoing maintenance. The expectation is that the effect is sitting on the activity, and whilst that might include future effects, the standard expectation around that would be looking towards either future growth through a development contribution regime under the, or if there's upgrades, that there is discussions that would occur with council's rights of appeal and appropriate process. The way in which it's been suggested to be included in that policy is too uncertain, and the expectations around the specific legislation under the LGA, which
Kate, you're cutting in and out. Can you hear us at your end? No, I think we'll need to come back.
Come back to that, yeah.
Yes, perhaps someone could send her an email to say that we've cutting out. So I do have some questions about this.
prohibit
You're coming and going, Kate. I think we might have to.
maintenance being included in DC.
Yes, there are some questions I'd like to ask about these points, and certainly if Mr. Wakefield, you're still online?
Yes, I am.
Yes, so do you have Ms. Barry Pacino's legal submissions?
Yes, I have reviewed those legal submissions. We sent a copy of them this morning.
Okay, well, look, I think we're best to hear back hopefully this afternoon, or if not, we'll schedule another time to hear from Ms. Barry Pacino, because she's making some fairly strong legal points about the legality of some of these matters, which we do want to and certainly attach that.
I guess the other option is after myself and Mr. Brown provide evidence, we can check back in.
Yes.
Perhaps a clearer line then.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe as an alternative.
That might be good. Okay, so let's do it that way. Thank you.
Okay, Tina Tato Katoa. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, commissioners. As Mr. Twigley covered, I'm currently in a different role now, and I'll be providing evidence for Blue Haven Commercial this afternoon as an independent planning consultant. The views that are provided in my evidence remain the same. What I'll intend to do, as with previous evidence, is just work through the areas in disagreement and take the areas in agreement as read, if that's okay.
That's great, thank you.
So what I'll do is I'll just work through the different provisions and intend to paraphrase just in the essence of time, make sure we can get through it today. So starting off with objective 1. So I'm in support of the Blue Haven submission. And I do have some concerns on this provision with the wording future needs in particular, and specifically around population growth as well. And the concern I have from this stems from some of the consenting that I was involved in to do with the Blue Haven development, and the relationship to what this provision might be looking for perhaps a resource consent process, and what that might look like. And I've got there in paragraph 15, there was considerable disagreement in the Blue Haven resource consent process between Council's traffic engineers and Blue Haven's traffic engineers, specifically on what time horizon and population growth rates were appropriate to apply. So in my opinion, there needs to be greater clarity in the policy framework to avoid this in the future. And my recommendation is that the first part of objective 1 be deleted.
Okay, I think because you're dealing with things by exception, I think it's probably good to ask questions as we go.
Sure. Because
there's 5 or 6 key points, and that worked pretty well for Mr. Mr. Twigley. So, David, are you happy to do it that way?
That's a good idea.
Yes. So look, I do have a question about your 14 and 15. You do suggest that there needs to be a specified time horizon for consideration. Your solution is to delete part of the objective, but do you have any ideas for how a time horizon that would be appropriate could be added in?
Yeah, it's a tricky one at an objective level, isn't it? Because it's broader, which is, I guess, is why I've signalled some wording at that policy level to try and identify and provide clarity. So yeah, it could potentially slot on there, but
you know, I'm looking at your marked up appendix. Oh, no, it's Southern Cross, sorry.
Yeah, appendix B.
All right, get the right one. So your solution is to just delete one from objective 1.
So I think the key there is that it's looking for a well-connected, integrated and accessible system, which is signalling that it is for current and future needs already.
So you're suggesting that the first part of the objective deals with what's looking to be achieved by 1 anyway.
Yeah, in a broad sense, I guess, which is what the objective is typically trying to capture.
Okay. You think it's just too difficult to put some bounds around the future?
Yeah, I just struggle with it, and you know, if that's in there, you know, what future horizon needs to be provided for, and then that's potentially where you get into dispute around, you know, whether it's 3 years or 10 years, or future is quite a broad.
Sure, the plan is designed for a 10-year period. Is that your understanding?
Yep, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yep. So wouldn't it be appropriate for an objective be thinking about both the current and future needs over that planning period?
I guess the way I've been looking at it is it's in relation to a development, a resource consent development. So, and this is sort of this was the difficulty, I guess, with the consenting, is that it relates to the effects of that development at the time it would be occurring. And so this is the bit where I'm sort of struggling with is it's what is being assessed within this current process, and then obviously you've got wider network, population growth, and all the rest, and how do we sort of separate those out? So I take your point. It is a 10-year process in terms of the plan, but the way I've been looking at it is how would it relate to a potential resource consent application, something that is being assessed with ITA.
Well, have you thought of, okay, so you're looking backwards at this objective, thinking about the previous consenting process and some of the issues that arose. You are looking at the resource consent future effects on the table, aren't they?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yes. So definition of effects includes future effects.
It does.
So with this, or how do you think that this objective is forward, given that you do have to consider future effects on any resource consent application?
Yeah, so that, I mean, again, it just comes back to the broad nature of it. So it talks about future needs, including projected population growth. And in my mind, what's the time frame on growth? What do we need to be assessing in an ITA? What are the future needs that relate to the time frame? That's kind of where I struggle with this one.
This objective, isn't this talking about the transport network and not a particular activity?
It talks to the network, but I guess when we're assessing things as well, it plugs back into that, doesn't it? And how the development is potentially affecting the transport network. It's a bit of a circular.
Okay, I think I asked the questions. All right.
Could I?
You certainly pick this up.
Yes. I understand where you're trying to get to on this, Mr. Brophy, but I'm wondering whether there's a risk that we're chucking the baby out the bathwater here. Reading the 42A report, I get the sense that clause 1 of Trans 01 is there to give effect to the RPS in terms of its provisions on infrastructure, but also the MPSUD in terms of having what I call companion planning, integrated growth and development occurring together. So that future and current needs scenario seems to be part and parcel of that. I understand your issue though about, you raised it in paragraph 15 about disagreement between the council's traffic engineers and Blue Haven's engineering for that particular application about what period we're looking at. But would guidance on that be better at the policy or rule level? And I'm thinking particularly of policy P17, formerly P18, which focuses on ITAs and what they should do. And the first one is road capacity and likely effect, and also the high traffic generating rule itself, which talks about matters of discretion that the ITA need to consider. Wouldn't those be more specific matters to deal with that and still retain this idea of having this integrated growth and infrastructure provision being provided?
Yeah, I think that could be, and I've signalled that in clause 14, that perhaps some more specifics in terms of time horizon would be better placed into policy 17.
Yes.
And potentially that might provide enough certainty on that higher level objective for it to be a bit more workable.
Because I take objective one as being the primary objective. I mean, it's stating an outcome that the network is well connected by meeting and being responsive to current and future needs, including future growth. I mean, maybe the words predicted population growth are a misnomer. I don't know, but certainly a network that is responsive to current and future needs is an outcome that is reflecting the higher order direction and the MPSUD and the RPS. I'd just be a little bit worried if that outcome was dispensed with when to deal with a disagreement over a time frame when that could be better dealt with through a policy or matter of discretion on a rule. So I don't know.
So I think, you know, your evidence is important. That's why I think in these sort of detailed, the way we deal with some of these policy matters with planners, have this discussion, which is useful. So I found that discussion quite helpful. Mr. Stener's been closely listening. We can see where he ends up in terms of his recommendation. So thank you for that.
Sir, is it possible, we've just pulled over, that I could answer some questions around my legal submissions while I have some coverage and some space to put the response to questions being asked? Is this the time?
You're loud and clear, so why don't we do that?
Okay.
We'll interpose you in amongst with Jeremy. We just really started hearing him, so thank you for coming back, Kate. And,
that's right.
We do have Mr. Wakefield who's listening in terms of council advice as well. So yes, we got the first part of your summary position about the addendum, and then you came and went a bit. So maybe if you've got a few minutes just to lead off again, Kate, and we'll I do have one specific question. There may be others, but
thanks.
Yes, so thank you for coming in.
So just to summarise, I discussed the addendum with both Mr. Brophy and Mr. Brown, and without wanting to put words in their mouth, a summary of the concerns and also the concern of my clients remains with the wording that's being suggested, and that it talks about the effect of maintenance. And as a general principle, Blue Haven's position is that it's not appropriate for an ITA to be focusing on that as a matter of policy. It's unheard of by Mr. Brown and both planners, and certainly in my experience, to have that as a policy in a district plan in terms of an ITA. And I understand from the questions that have been directed to Mr. Brophy that there may be some suggestion that that could be a future effect and therefore an appropriate matter in terms of Section 3 of the RMA. But in my submission, that's not really the purpose of future effects when there's a lack of certainty or reasonableness associated with that as a policy. It seems difficult to understand how there could be a set point in time in terms of assessing that future effect to be put into maintenance when there's future changes. I would expect in this, it's hard to understand from the planner's report where this concern has derived from to justify the policy. I'm not sure if this comes from a one-off example of a concern where there's been a out-of-zone activity, or whether this is something in a general sense that the council would like to obtain more funding revenue towards its maintenance and is trying to deal with it, as I've said in my submissions, outside the Local Government Act process. And without that clarification, I think it's unfair on an applicant to expect that to be put into a policy framework and then be expected through an ITA to address. It's
We've lost you again, Kate, sorry.
Because just putting it in there doesn't make it you've lost me. Sorry, I'll call back in when I get back into coverage, but that's really the position of Blue Haven. You still hear me?
You've come back again now, so carry on and we'll see how we go.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. So that's really the position of the applicant and why the opposition and seeking deletion remains.
All right. Can you hear me okay there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the discussion I was having with Mr. Brophy was about objective number 1 and the fact that rather than the policy 17 matter specifically about the effect of ongoing maintenance. So I think we were talking about 2 different parts of the plan, one an objective for the transport network and one what might be included in an ITA. So do you accept that there's different different policy matters at play with the objective as opposed to P17?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, look, the other thing, specific question I had was really around your legal submissions and particularly your paragraph 12, which says that essentially that under the Local Government Act, section 2041B, there's a specific prohibition in regard to maintenance costs. And I just wanted to get some clarity about that. That's a prohibition about seeking maintenance costs from applicants or activities or developers. Is that essentially your legal position?
Yes. So what I'm saying there is that there is a very specific framework under the LGA in relation to developer agreements and what they can cover. And it seems incongruous for then the council to accept those limited parameters that the statute has set down under the LGA, but then attempt to circumvent them as it appears through the RMA process. And that's where, in my submission, I don't think it's appropriate that an ITA policy puts in place maintenance.
Okay. And if you, like I've certainly had experience with developer agreements under the Local Government Act, is that something which this council enters into? Because it is, isn't it discretionary on them to enter developer agreements or not?
I haven't personally been involved in a lot, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was asking Kate, so there is a discretion for the council to enter into that process, as I understand it.
Yes. For example, yes. So Hamilton and Tauranga use them a lot.
Yes.
I'm not sure about New Plymouth.
All right. I know I said promoted Hastings get into one for a large development I was working on, but they weren't that keen. And that's why I understand that the discretion does sit with the council under the Local Government Act. But yes, I think if Mr. Wakefield's there, we will want some legal response, I think, on behalf of the council, just as part of the right of reply. And for planning reasons, the council officers might reconsider that, but if we do want to maintain that, we'd certainly want to have a response from you, Mr. Wakefield, in terms of Ms. Barry Pacino's position. And thank you for attaching those cases too, Kate. We'll read those with interest. We haven't had a chance to do that as yet. But that was my only question for you. David, do you have any other questions?
No, just to confirm, Kate, that you're seeking the deletion of clause 3 in its entirety from Tran P17. Can you hear me, Kate? I lost her again. Yeah, I've lost again. I think that is the case. Yes.
Okay, well, I think perhaps, Jeremy, if that's not the case, is that the only question you have?
Yes.
Yes. We can hear back in writing, okay, when we talk to her.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll let her off the hook, I think, because I know what it's like when you're trying to hook in when the reception's not good. Kate, I think if you can hear me, I think we've finished our questions, and Mr. Brophy will brief you on any other matters. Christine, Rolf.
Mr. Chairman, I've been rapidly texting her in the hope that something does get through, so I'll pass those comments on for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, back to you, Mr. Brophy.
Okay, thank you. Just to wrap up objective 1.
Yes.
Yeah, I think looking at the and through that discussion, I think my main concern is the time horizon and the population growth side of things. And I think if they were provided at a policy level, I think that could be a reason to retain that number 1 objective. Yeah, I think that could be appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, on to objective 3. So this part of the submission discusses the word compatible with and suggests a change can be accommodated within. So my position on this is that the wording compatible with, in my mind, appears more as a snapshot in time, where if I was looking at potential resource consent, you would be looking at the road and you would be trying to determine whether it's compatible with, whereas the wording can be accommodated within recognises that a development could include mitigation measures. That means that it is appropriate. So it puts the onus on the applicant to perhaps provide a good design in terms of the traffic side of things that can be accommodated. And just in my evidence there in paragraph 20, with respect to the Blue Haven site, I have made comments that that particular development probably would be compatible, given that it has access out onto collector roads. But I still feel that as a broadly applying that across the whole plan, it will create issues potentially for other industries. Just as a general comment, I've found some guidance in the RPS, which signals that the roading in the New Plymouth district and wider Taranaki does have some issues. The roads aren't perfect, and with that in mind, the word compatible may not be enabling some activities that need to be on certain roads that are maybe a bit substandard and maybe haven't been brought up to standard over time by council upgrading and maintenance.
Just by the way, that second sentence seems to support objective 1 as it's written. So it's perhaps what
Anticipated growth and development needs and size and population.
Yeah, so it does have some, agree with that.
Yes, okay. Do you think that can be accommodated within, as opposed to is compatible with? Is that more than subtle in your mind? Do you think there's quite a distinction there?
Yes, I think it's quite different. Yeah. I'm just coming back to the, what's the proposal and what's being offered up to mean that it can be accommodated. I was listening in this morning, Mr. Stener's evidence, and he raised the example of Cowling Road. And being a local operator, I have been involved in that one. So I thought I might make some comment on that. And my observation from that one is that that was actually a monitoring and enforcement issue. The damage that was done to the road was done so outside of a resource consent process. So my observation is that it was not a flaw in the operative plan. It was something that happened outside of a rigorous consent process whereby traffic might have been assessed. So just I guess it's a comment from me on that one. Yeah, and I think, using that as an example, Cowling Road is a very narrow road. So, I mean, to look at that, I suspect that it probably isn't compatible with like a clean fill activity, but through a resource consent process, it may be able to be accommodated if there is mitigation measures, which may include some widening or something that's supported by a traffic engineer.
Thank you.
Okay, on to objective 4. So my evidence here is just relating back to the term incompatible and suggesting that the list of non-complying activities, which are specified as being incompatible, should be referenced in the objective, just as a completeness point, I guess. And then it's clear exactly what is incompatible. Also added an additional word there being proposed future transport network. And I guess this comes back to my initial point around the wording future. What is the future transport network? So I've suggested the word proposed in there, which gives a little bit of rigor around something that is at least contemplated.
You when we were discussing indicative roads versus designated roads?
I tuned into some of it this morning. Yes.
Do you think proposed is more definite?
I think it has a bit more than just the broad future transport network. Yeah, I feel like it's maybe just a step further.
Right.
Okay, on to policy 4.
You're also looking at this non-complying activity objective 4. Do you have any questions on that? Okay, any thoughts on that?
I just wonder whether objective 4 needs that level of specificity with the list of non-complying activities to operate as an outcome statement. Isn't the outcome that the network, that the road, the future, the transport network, whether it's proposed or future, is not compromised by incompatible activities? And I mean, the list of non-compliant activities is a snapshot of time that you referred to as a problem with the word compatible. Wonder whether that argument's sort of turning back on yourself there. Why can't the objective operate as an outcome statement without the reference to the list of non-complying activities?
Yeah, I don't think it's turning back on itself. I mean, using the Cowling Road example, that was an agricultural activity, yes, which is compatible, but it generated effects on the road, which created a lot of damage, but that was not managed.
No, but now it possibly would be if it triggered the high traffic generating thresholds in table 1.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I had another probably practical question about the list of non-complying activities. There's not lists and lists of non-complying activities in the plan, is there?
So
that's a default.
It is specified, isn't it?
Yes, but you talk about
But not everywhere.
Well, I'm trying to think about the way the plan's structured. Normally that's an end point. You don't meet standards or matters of discretion, so there's sort of not, it's not lists that I may be wrong. It's really a bit of the plan, but that's something I think
I agree with that. Yeah.
is. So it might not be a practical method of definition. Okay, carry on then.
Okay, yeah, on to P4. Yeah, so this is the point I've raised about the indicative roading alignments. In particular, the second bridge over the Waiwaka Iho River. And yeah, just on discussing with Ian Steele, a local civil transport engineer, he was aware of some option alignments that were being looked at, and I've also found some referencing in the paper back in 2009 where an alignment had been announced. So with that in mind, and also I guess with the funding that has been provided for bridging, there's a clear direction that it is in fact needed, and it's an issue in terms of traffic transport resilience for the network. So in my evidence, I've in my view, I feel that it should be included. I don't have a preference on where. I guess it's more the point that council, having obviously considered some work on it, will have an idea on where an indicative road perhaps can go. I've included some maps to my evidence, which just documents what I have found. These may not be the latest and greatest, but yeah, they are options that are known. I think in terms of a planned process that's providing for the next 10 years, I'm not sure why we wouldn't be protecting some of these alignments from other activities, building things in that area or obstructing those connections.
So if you weren't here this morning and only listened to part of the discussion, I suppose we've fired a bit of a warning shot across the bows about the use of indicative roads as public works and plans. My thinking about that was really triggered by these interesting plans here, because I'm intrigued by the second crossing, certainly probably being needed sometime in the future. Having battled my way in and out of the airport a few times in rush hour, and just the whole resilience, natural hazard planning aspects. But yes, we did have a discussion with Mr. Stenner really about the appropriateness of indicative lines on plans. They're quite an old-fashioned thing. I remember one of those lower hut roads were shown as indicative lines, and one hearing I was with the old Judge Shepherd. He was less than impressed about that technique and said, well, if there's roads required, they should be designated. Those sorts of, I think he saw them as like an imposition on private property. They weren't backed up by financial responsibility through a notice of requirement. So yeah, and I've asked Mr. Stenner to have a think about that and look at some of that case law about the use and I suppose legality, if we want to use that from the word, for indicative alignments on plans. Certainly it's different in the structure plan area where there's a structure plan, growth area identified, and some thoughts about indicative roading patterns. Anyway, whether you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, listening in this morning, I'm not sure if it was Ms. Edwards or Mr. Stenner, but it didn't sound like the bridge crossing itself was necessarily part of that smart road structure planning exercise, and that it was possibly something else, which in my mind possibly suggests that it's more important that it's captured here, you know, in terms of that alignment.
All right, well, I think your position's clear. You'd like to see some indication of second crossing.
But Mr. Brophy, you're not requiring any change to Trans P4, are you? You're using it as the basis for, as the rationale for showing indicative roading for the second crossing.
That's right.
Yeah. And has Blue Haven, I mean, that matter's going to come up on the planning maps, I understand, in a future hearing. Has Blue Haven sought that in, that relief in terms of the planning maps?
Yes, I think there definitely was a submission on the second bridge crossing. I would need to check and see what provision that's on, but I understand there's a submission on almost every transport chapter point.
So, but Trans P4 can stand as it is without alteration. And you're just saying that that's a basis for giving showing indicative roading in the smart area, or the second crossing would be a way of giving effect to P4.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
That goes to the wider issue, Mr. Stenner. If no one thought that be changed, you've got a policy, you need to implement it somehow. So perhaps you have to stay with your indicative roads, but
I'll take a look at that. Thank you. Okay, on to policy 12, now policy 11. Yeah, so looking at, again, similar sort of theme here, the concern around the future road transportation network and the time horizon in order to maintain the safety and efficiency of the road transportation network. And yeah, and at the end of the policy, the wording around enhanced pedestrian and cyclist safety is lacking some context there. I wouldn't expect that we would need that in a rural environment, something that is perhaps more urban in nature, around pedestrians and cyclist safety.
Did have a question of you about that. Where I live in Hawke's Bay, rural pedestrian and cycleways is a huge feature of the whole rural areas around Havelock North, Napier, Hastings, everywhere outside of urban environments. So I would suspect that that's, certainly listen to the open space hearings and the desires for all sorts of new walkways and those sorts of things being planned for. Do you really think that it's just urban environments that need to?
So maybe just a question to understand the Hastings experience. Is there road widening going on and extra cycle lanes, and is that the nature
all sorts, yeah.
Okay, right. Because my experience locally here is that in rural areas, typically road width can contribute to character and amenity. So if you start to widen roads and add on things like that, and there's obviously the funding part of it as well. The Plymouth district is large geographically, and providing for that, that may happen in some areas, but I wouldn't expect it would be done everywhere. In my mind, just on my experience locally, we're not quite seeing that shift. Certainly in the urban space, I don't have a problem with it in terms of creating good rural spaces. But that was just my observation for having a policy that's fit for purpose for Taranaki.
Okay, well, I'm just thinking that, and we'll we'll get some reply back from the staff. Whether you'd like to comment on that?
I'm just thinking off the top of my head, the Waitara to Belblock cycleway, current alignment is down Brown Road, which is a rural road, and there will be, while the shared pathway is independent of the road, so it isn't widening the road, there's intersections that pathway will need to cross, so there will be changes to how that works in a similar way to all those features that you see in the Hawke's Bay. It's not just about widening the road for cycle lanes, it's about those intersections and connections to and from that pathway. Yeah, so that's a big project that's on the district at the moment.
Okay. I think your position is that it is really this urban environments. Is that just because your client's interests, or is that your?
It's probably more of a broad planning position, primarily. I mean, Blue Haven obviously is an urban site, so that's important for them. But I think the wording, enhanced pedestrian cyclist safety is also very strong policy direction. Enhanced, so we're applying that to the whole district. That's quite a loaded policy. Fully accept that there are examples around there, but in my mind, they're not common.
Okay. Well,
that's my point of view.
All right, that's your point of view. That's fine. Let's move on.
Okay. Okay, so on to policy 13, now policy 12. Yes, this was a bit of an unusual one. We just felt like it needed a bit more in it to relate to where these activities, being stock truck effluent receiving facilities, should be. The way that I was sort of reading it is that it could apply to any site. So it's more of a typical point there. On to policy 16 now, policy 15. Yep, so supportive of the section 42A report author to remove the word large, but now feel that it may kind of capture too much with car parks. It could sort of extend to residential sites and areas where we may not need that level of marking and design. So I've sort of tried to just sort of focus it back in on, larger activities like the Blue Haven type development, where you would have general public and staff use. So that's my suggestion, just to sort of level that out a little bit. I feel like it's sort of lost a little bit of its intent with just the removal of large. On to policy 17, now policy 16. So again, this is the sort of a theme through the provisions, and that the roading almost dictates the land use, which isn't something that I support. So the example here, we've got some examples in Belblock where we have local roads, where they will be having heavy vehicles utilising these roads to connect to collectors, arterials and state highways. So yeah, in my view, the wording there needs a bit of a correction to provide for that, because the industrial area has been developed in that way to provide for those movements. On to policy 18, now policy 17. Yep, supporting the removal of amenity values is supported. Just find it here. Yeah, and on reviewing the addendum from Mr. Stenner this morning, reiterate the comments from Ms. Barry Pacino that we, in my view, there is still an issue with clause 3 around the road maintenance agreements.
Well, not so much the road maintenance agreement, you're saying the effect of ongoing maintenance on the road.
Yeah, given that road maintenance is now off the table there, it's still a question of who would pay for that, how it would be managed.
Yes.
Yeah, similar issues to what were raised in the legal submissions there.
You processed resource consent?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So this is a classic example where you might go back to a policy when your policy says that for a high traffic generating activity, we trigger, you've got to produce an ITA, a suitably qualified specialist, and that ITA needs to include a number of things. So you're saying that it should not include the effect of ongoing maintenance of the road. What's the alternative way that you're suggesting as a planner that matter is addressed at the resource consent stage? Or is it, are you saying that it does not need to be addressed at the resource consent stage?
So I think what the ITA in my mind needs to pick up is what is the effect on the road, and then if there is anything that is going to be maybe a bit substandard in terms of effect on the road, if it's a narrow road, if there's to be perhaps road widening or certain mitigation that's as part of that, that's probably more what it needs to be as an initial upgrade. And then moving forward, there are other mechanisms in which the maintenance of the road should be provided for. And I've got an example in my evidence around poultry farms, which is a departure from Blue Haven, but again, I feel it's a point of relevance here, just in terms of interpretation at a consenting level. And it's important to have some clarity around this, just to make sure that we aren't getting inequitable outcomes. And with road maintenance, I know we've kind of left that now, but that's a heavy vehicle issue in my mind as well, rather than a broad kind of all traffic.
Yes. So that I understand what you're saying, the resource consent might have conditions attached to it that address item 1, which is the road's capacity and likely effects of the proposed use on the road. That might require, I don't know, some seal widening, some provision of bays or turning lanes or whatever. But the ongoing maintenance of those provisions is, that you're saying, is the responsibility of the road control authority.
Correct. Yeah. And there's mechanisms through ratepayers funding, road user taxes, all of that.
Or private development agreements, or something. Yeah.
Perhaps a private development agreement. I'm not aware of New Plymouth District Council utilising those. In my experience, I've never seen that be on the table, but sounds like it is used elsewhere.
And it's okay in your view for the applicant to be responsible for providing for upgrading of the road in the initial outlay at least, but for the ongoing maintenance of that asset, that's the responsibility of the road control authority of the council.
Generally speaking, yes. Yeah, I guess obviously you've got your what is the activity status and what can you look at, and what are those, is it restricted discretionary or not?
Yes.
Typically that does tend to capture what the effect is on the road capacity at that given time, and then moving forward, once that's established, it's a different situation in my mind.
Yes. Was that the case in the Blue Haven resource consent?
That was the case. Correct. So there are a number of upgrades that need to occur to deal with the capacity on the road to ensure that the additional traffic generated will be acceptable.
Yes.
And that's where that was left. And so once those roading upgrades are done, then it becomes a council or NZTA matter.
So any maintenance the road control authority is.
That's right. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, on to policy 19, policy 18. So this one's to do with construction management plan. So our evidence on this one is that there does need to be a reasonable threshold, and I was hearing that this morning with other evidence. So it aligns with that, and it looks looks like there will be some work going on by the council officers to have another look at that. So it sounds good. Key to it is enabling small scale construction. Examples of like painting and things like that, that shouldn't need to be captured by compliance costs, I guess, which is something that doesn't generate too much effect really. Okay, into the rules. So rule 1. So for this one, in my evidence, I have identified that the assessment matters are too broad, and they need some more specifics to make it a restricted discretionary activity.
Just on this one, Mr. Brophy, you may have read our minute 14 where we said that the staff have to think about the matters of discretion and how they're framed. Mr. Stener's evidence is that they're all appropriately framed. Is this one where you're suggesting that there be more specificity? My question really, as I read your evidence, is that the matters you outlined on 53 should come into R1. Is that right?
So what they are is they are examples from what's in the operative district plan as an example of matters that relate to, I think it was vehicle access point. But yeah, I think what I'm submitting is that similar to these are the sorts of things that I would expect to see, and that would be relevant for vehicle access type assessment. Probably needs some further qualification from Mr. Brown on whether he thinks they're appropriate, but having operated under the operative district plan, I think they've been successful in the intended outcomes, I guess.
Have you looked at the council's land development and subdivision standards, see whether those matters are covered here?
I am familiar with large parts of it. It's a pretty long document. From memory, I wouldn't think that this sort of detail would be covered in the standard. Is that the NZS 4404 standard? It is. Yeah. I couldn't be definitive on.
But that's related to the way that's framed in rule 1 is a permitted activity standard, but you haven't added those list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matters into the rule 1, have you, in your markup of
yeah, so I guess just to provide clarity there, I think the wording is probably more than that they would be appropriate, that they are more examples of what may be appropriate, just signalling the type of detail that could be in there. So I guess I'm leaving it open in terms of my evidence. But as a general observation, it needs to be more specific rather than just the broad matter for restricted discretion there.
But has Woodhaven sought specific meetings? Or are you just saying or is the submission just saying that at a 1 and R1, that a discretion 1 is too broad, it doesn't restrict the discretion?
The submission point was that it was just too broad from memory, and that we sought that more specifics was provided. And I do remember that a lot of the submission points were quite broad like that because there were some kind of fundamental problems with the provisions, and we didn't, at the time, we'd submitted on quite a few of them. So we didn't perhaps have the answer in the submission. So it was a broad submission point.
Well, I'll be interested to see how the staff respond, because that is a very broad matter of discretion, as you say. Right, thank you. Okay.
In the same rule, I've made some comments on the council's land development infrastructure standard. I've provided some broad comment on the fact that it is a really lengthy technical document. And I do have some concerns and cross-referencing to that document. But I'm struggling to see what would be a better way to provide for it. So whilst it might not be technically perfect, it might be the best option we have.
Mr. Stener's got some ideas he talked to us this morning about.
Okay.
So being more specific and actually bringing the key standards into the plan.
Excellent.
Is something you're looking at. So I think that's along the lines you're thinking.
Ideal, yeah, that would be supported, I think.
It's an issue for subdivision also.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay, on to R8, R10. So for this point, around the high traffic generating activities, I'm suggesting we defer this to the to a further hearing, whereby there'll be some other provisions which may be considered as part of that kind of wider assessment point. We have, as a team, submitted some provisions for the potential zoning for the Blue Haven site. So council officers have that currently. Thank you. And then just the last point there, which has been covered earlier, and yeah, did hear Mr. Stener confirm it was an error that will be fixed with Trans Policy 11. That's fine. And okay, one last point there, road transportation network. So yeah, the point with this one is that it would collect public transport systems that are on private property. So I guess in relation to the Blue Haven development site, there will be a public bus depot on the property. And under this definition, that would be captured as part of the road transportation network. So the suggested wording is to add a wording located within road reserve to provide a bit more of a logical position with what road transportation network is, because the current wording in my mind may result in a few unintended outcomes with other transport depots on private property and so just this suggestion there. And that's my evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No specific question, but I just noticed, Ruthie, that sometimes your Appendix B doesn't reflect all of the changes that you've asked for in the text of your evidence. A couple of them have been missed out. It'd be useful if you could resubmit that with in a more complete fashion. I think I've got what you've asking for in your text, but it's not always reflected in the Appendix B.
Sure. I think the one that's jumped out at me once we've been going through it was the paragraph 53. I've said that it would be appropriate to include, but I haven't included that. I think on reflection, it would be more, these are the things that I would expect to see rather than a complete list. But that's probably the only one that may be a little bit unclear between. Was there any other?
Yeah, there was some. Okay. Trend P12, where it put some changes to the provision of stop truck effluent. That didn't seem to appear in Appendix B.
No. Okay, that's fine.
And there was a couple of other ones too.
Yeah, I'll have another look through that. Apologies.
Thanks.
Thank you for your assistance. It's very helpful. Mr. Brown's been patiently waiting, so I think we'll move to you now, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I've been on listening on and off through the day. I might have missed some important points, but I think I'm across a good part of them. I'm going to paraphrase some of my evidence. You will have noticed the correction that I mentioned in paragraphs 5 to 8. It's just a reference into my traffic evidence. I don't profess to be a planner. This is my primary evidence. So forgive me, I don't have the intelligence to be a planner. I count cars for a job. Also, giving this one final read before today, I picked up this duplication. If you can jump to page 11, please. This is of my my brief statement. Paragraphs 86 to 88, cross those out. They're a repeat of paragraphs 83 to 85.
We don't have page numbers on your evidence.
Bottom right corner.
No, not on the version we've got off the council's.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks to the paragraph number.
Yeah, paragraph number relates to Tran S3.
Paragraph number
86 to 88, I'm hoping.
86 to 88.
Could be deleted.
To be deleted. If it's the same as your copy, it's a repeat of 83 to 85, just above.
No, so I think we've got a corrected version.
Okay.
I think we're all good.
Well, look, if you come across repetition, my apologies. I'm not sure what happened. So I'll paraphrase. My name's Philip Brown. I'm a traffic engineer with 37 years experience. As I mentioned in my primary evidence, I've developed national guidelines. I've done heavy vehicle regulations. I've done energy projects, which could be of help to the discussions about the construction traffic management plans. I've also been commissioner looking at plan changes also. I'd like to now jump to the summary of my evidence, and I'll refer to the submission number and the relevant part of the plan. So it's submission number 584.20, Tran 01. This is an objective that states that the transport network is a well-connected network that point 1 meets and is responsive to the current and future needs, including projected population growth. I state in my evidence that point 1, this population growth and so on, is too vague, and it does not provide a time horizon for the transport network or the projected population growth. Therefore, there is no information on whether consideration should be given to, say, 1 day, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, or alternatively, the unknown life of the district plan. For this reason, I consider that point 1 should either be struck out or have a guiding time frame for this objective number to be helpful. Now, I'll just add a little bit here that with the Blue Haven development, there was a requirement for us to assess a time horizon of, I think it was 3 years or 5 years. And of all the jobs I've done over my 37 years, that is only the 3rd job and the most intensive one looking out to a time horizon. The only other one was, if you know Stonefields in Auckland, it was a former quarry back infield and housing for 6,000 people. It was going to take a long time to be constructed, and we looked out 10 years because that fitted with the time horizon for that construction. There was only one other one where consent was delayed. We knew it, and so we analysed it out to 2 years. But to consider something that has no defined horizon is difficult. The next point is submission 584.22 relating to Tran 03, activities that generate a level of traffic that is compatible with the local road transport network. In my opinion, the use of the word compatible is making this objective recognise that the state of the road network is in a static state that presently exists, rather than a network that responds over time to ever-increasing and or changing needs. I consider that it's important for this objective to recognise that changes to the network can and do occur for whatever reason. I've therefore...
Can I just interrupt?
Yes.
Look, we've read your full statement of evidence.
Yes.
I've got quite a few questions throughout.
Mm-hmm.
Your evidence has been read, and I think the plan for a highlights package was sort of a page of summary notes. But your summary is 15 pages long, and I'm going to struggle to keep up. So my preference, and if you're okay with this, is to acknowledge that we've read all your primary evidence and take questions, because I think that would be more effective. But I'm always a bit wary of cutting witnesses off when you've prepared other material. But how would you feel about that?
That's no problem at all. If I could just add to some of the points that have surfaced through the day, I've got a lot of notes through the supplementary that will give some clarity to some of the points we've been talking about.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
No, certainly I'm happy for you to have, you've listened, taken time to listen. Is there anything in the statement that, have you produced, so this is just a summary of your evidence in chief. There's no supplementary evidence.
It is a summary, yeah.
Yes.
And what I can do is just expand on some of these points if that's helpful. Just to give some.
Go through your main statement. Yes. Yep. If we could revert to that, that would help me a lot.
By all means.
Do you want to lead on those things? Are you going to talk
Yes.
about the question?
Yes.
I'm just going to have to cross between my summary and my primary, which doesn't have my comments. Okay, so referring to my primary, paragraph 49, there was discussion with Mr. Brophy a short time ago about the recommended wording there.
Yes.
I see it a little differently, and I think it's important to break it into three parts. The first part is requiring the localized additions and upgrades to the transport network to meet the design standards 2, and then there are two parts to it. The first part is ensure that the safety and efficiency of the road network is maintained within urban environments. The second part is to provide for enhanced pedestrian and cycling safety. Now, maybe it's missing a comma or something like that there.
Yes.
I don't see the need to be concerned about the efficiency of the network, the rural network, because it's often not at capacity.
Right, so you as I was reading this clause, I thought there should be a comma after environments.
Yes.
Because again, my experience, not only in Hawke's Bay, but around the country, is that there are more and more, given the government policy statement on multimodal transport, provision and thoughts being put into by traffic engineers and councils into pedestrian cycleways outside of urban areas, between towns, those sorts of things. So yeah, so you've got a slightly different take on this to Mr. Brophy, so that's helpful.
It's a deeper level of interpretation.
Okay, thank you. So I've noted that, and that was one of my questions. So you've answered that. So carry on.
Okay. We'll jump to Tran P18. This is about the construction traffic. Now, obviously, we've had the supplementary, which we've had a very short time to look at, and I'll comment on that also. You mentioned earlier about wind farms and energy projects, and there being certainty for those sorts of activities where construction details are known, and I agree entirely. I've done some wind farms and big hydro projects. You know where the aggregate's going to come from, you know the roads that are going to be used. That information is often finding its way into an ITA. But there are many, many jobs that I've done, in fact, the vast majority of them, where the construction details are just not known. And it depends on the resource consent conditions. It depends on the building consent conditions. It depends on hours of operation. It depends on how the contractor wants to work. And another good example, I did a 35,000 square metre retail development in Napier. And we went through the full design process and got consent, but it was only to add value to the land. So the construction details were never known. So I think it is inappropriate to have these construction details provided as part of an ITA, because many, many times they're just not known. And numbers can be provided for the sake of providing numbers, but I don't consider that that provides any material benefit.
Mr. Brown, just ask you a specific question about that. So you normally wouldn't appoint a contractor under a contract until you had a resource consent. You wouldn't go through that detailed contracting process, would you?
There may be preliminary discussions because often these things are done in parallel, but they might be going out to tender because they don't know the final shape and form of the building. It could be affected by the consenting process or the appeal period. It's just an unknown. I did an enormous main freight job about 3 months ago, and the contractor fortunately was there, but it's a cookie cutter design.
Yes.
They know what they're doing.
Yes, but what I'm trying to help you here with your argument, I suppose, that if you're putting a contractor for tender, aggregate, for example, could come from one contractor's quarry that's way to the north, and if another contractor won the contract, they might have an aggregate source closer in, so you wouldn't actually know the details of traffic movements, where they're going until
that's dead right.
The construction contract was let. So that's sort of an example of what you're getting at, I think.
It is, and where more details have been required and they can't be delivered, often there is a template of what the construction traffic management plan would cover.
Yes.
So it'd be, these are the routes that will or will not be used. This is where staff will park. This is how the site's going to be set up. These are the hours that deliveries will be made, and general security arrangement. This is where the bins are going to be located.
Yes. So that would point towards a template, a management plan template that could be populated when the application comes in and as part of a condition framework, for example.
And that's how it's handled. As a condition of consent, it requires a construction traffic management plan to be provided. Now, in my primary evidence, I mentioned that this CTMP is a living document. As construction progresses, the needs of the contractor will change. The expectations of the council, their learnings also may change. And so each iteration of the CTMP allows these changes to be incorporated. It could be a tightening up of past practices. It might be a totally different way of operating to fit with their needs. And that's when I see the council's enforcement of the construction aspects is best done.
Right, thank you for your evidence there. Any other interpolations you'd like to make before we start questions?
No, just looking at the supplementary that came out just half an hour or so ago. It's requiring a traffic engineer to prepare an integrated transport assessment and for them to comment on road maintenance. Now, what that is doing is putting road pavement science and knowledge into a different discipline. Traffic engineers are not pavement experts. Pavement experts are not traffic engineers. And in my office, we've got about 10 traffic engineers. One was the Auckland City engineer. The other one was Manukau City's engineer. None of them are pavement engineers. The construction aspects, I believe, should be kept outside this process. And as it is at the moment, the wording, the key wording there is that in point 3, it's for the ongoing maintenance of the road. And I appreciate the deletion of the rest of that point, but ongoing maintenance is for an infinite period of time. And what's going to happen if there's failure to comply with that? Who is responsible? What are they maintaining? Is it the surface of the road, or is it the structural strength of the road? And what effect does other traffic using the road have on those aspects? So these are really difficult things to deal with in an ITA, and I think go well beyond what is intended and expected here. I consider that the road maintenance is the council's responsibility to manage its assets wherever in the district it is. And I don't see it as the responsibility of a landowner or a developer to do so. So I recommend the deletion of point 3 in its entirety.
Thank you.
I would, though, recommend that the construction traffic management does consider some pavement aspects, because the turning of trucks to and from the site could wreck the surface of the road. It could deposit material, dirt and so on the road, and that would be fine.
That would be covered by point 1, Mr. Brown, in Tran P17, wouldn't it? It could be covered off in that likely
Yes.
proposed use on the road.
Yes, but there's always a question of what is the road. Traffic engineers think of it as the surface of the road, the width of the road, and where the paint goes. A pavement engineer is interested in more the strength of the road. And we're now bringing into traffic operations, pavement deterioration through this.
But that's an effect. An integrated transport assessment could have an input from a structural engineer that was expert in pavement design. If there was a lot of, there's some concern with lots of turning movements and affecting the road, as item 1 would say. So,
and all the job that I've done, that's never been the case.
Okay, but you were suggesting that as a
for surface deterioration at the time of construction, but not having a separate pavement report as part of an ITA looking at the ongoing aspects.
Okay, thank you. So is there anything else you'd like to interpolate?
Yeah, there was talk about the 200 movement threshold on table 1. I think that's been well canvassed. I support that, but I would draw your attention to what the definition of construction is. As has been mentioned by others, it's very, very broad, and it includes light construction and painting and scaffolding and the like. And I don't think there's any intention to require an ITA when you're painting a building. The last point is the definitions of road transport network. Now, this is outside my area of expertise, but I do want to draw your attention to the complications of the wording. But basically, it's saying that the road transport network includes the infrastructure that supports it. Megan Taylor has provided a commentary on what that means. And as Mr. Brophy has indicated, that includes bus stations of the type in the Blue Haven development. It could also include a bus operator in the yard that they park their buses up at night. And I don't think this is the intended consequence of it. So what this is effectively doing is potentially affecting consenting requirements or legal entitlements or even landowner rights. Now, I do stress this is outside my area of expertise, but I would suggest that be given some careful thought, because I've never had anything like this surface before. Coming back to the road maintenance matter, just some other thoughts. I've done a number of quarries and clean fills and really big jobs over the years. The decision that has been provided to use the North Shore Bulk was a job that myself and Don McKenzie were involved in. That went to the court. Russell Bartlett QC also and I were working on a massive quarry, one of the largest in Auckland, and Auckland Transport was pushing really hard for roading contributions. And I researched, I think it was about 10 of the largest heavy vehicle generating developments in Auckland. And they included things like the Wiri Fuel Terminal, an inland port, distribution centre for a supermarket, and big freight transport centres. Massive generators of heavy vehicles. And none of them had road maintenance or contribution requirements. So that is a...
Which case are you referring to here, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, Kate provided a court decision.
North Shore Bulk Limited.
Yeah, that is, in summary, it's a clear, I'm sorry?
North Shore Bulk Limited versus Auckland Council.
That's right. Yeah, the director and the project manager were drunk when they came up with the name. But basically, it's a clean fill at the end of a 3 kilometre long semi-rural road. The road was upgraded a while ago before this consent came along, and they were prepared to do some minor maintenance to bring it back up to standard before the consent took effect. Auckland Transport was pushing for a contribution for the maintenance of that 3 kilometre road. And my recollection is, over the life of that job, the road user charges would have been over $3 million. And the court found that Auckland Transport had other mechanisms to fund it. Complicating it also was just beyond this area, there was a forest that was about to go into harvest. And the equity issues arose also. I'm aware of another big quarry where the road was not up to standard, and prior to the consent being enacted, pavement strengthening was undertaken to bring it up to standard, but there was no requirement for ongoing maintenance or no contributions required either.
Right, so you're referring to that as an example of a case you were involved with that the court said maintenance costs couldn't be brought to the table under the resource consent. Is that the evidence?
That is correct, yes, and Kate has provided those with her submissions, that decision with her submissions. I'm not providing legal evidence, just providing the background to the case.
That's helpful, thank you. Look, I think through your discussions, you've answered most of my questions, anticipating them because you've heard them given to other witnesses. So I don't have any other questions. Mr. McMahon?
Not to this witness, but from some of your evidence, I've got some matters I'd like to raise with the officers, Mr. Brown, and I've got 3 areas that I'll talk to at the end.
Was there anything else you wanted to tell us, or have you?
No, it's all there for your bedtime reading.
We read it. We read it. We won't be reading it again tonight. We read it over the last few nights. Thank you.
Yeah, look, if I could just close, I've brought to this hearing my experience over 37 years and a massive range. You know, we saw the photos of those massive energy projects and that big long sausage thing that was being transported. I did the simulation of that, and I could comment on those submissions also. But what I've tried to do is bring a very fair and reasonable assessment of the plans, knowing where the holes can be and the complications that can arise from it. And whilst a lot of the matters are well intentioned, I do think that some points do need fine tuning.
Yes, and I think I'll say the same to you and Mr. Brophy, that certainly this is a technical part of the plan. The experience of experienced traffic engineers and planners who have seen a lot of things in their careers is very helpful as we work through making decisions on these technical chapters. So your assistance is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like me to make a passing comment about the route that was talked about from the port, I'm happy to do that, but that is outside my brief with Blue Haven. But I do have the knowledge to do that if you want.
Yeah, no, look, I think if it's not part of your client's submission, that wouldn't be appropriate. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
David.
Yes. Mr. Steiner, a couple of things have come up from not only this submitted, but the submitted representing Southern Cross also. Yes. The first is, I think, Mr. Brown, Mr. McKenzie, and Mr. Brophy and Mr. Twigley raised that quite a good point in relation to objective 3 and the use of the word compatible versus the word accommodate. And I'd be really appreciative if you and your colleague could consider that in your right of reply, particularly given that you've recommended a change in policy 2, which would give effect to that objective, where you've taken out the word compromise and replaced it with the word maintain. And it may be arguable that the word maintain and accommodate are more in line, because compromise and compatible with seem to align also. So I think that those 4 witnesses that are outlined there raised a reasonably good point there in terms of the importance of the operative words there in that policy.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back.
Second issue about construction effects. I mean, clearly there's quite a sharp move and a sort of a paradigm shift, if you like, between the operative plan and the proposed plan about how construction effects are accommodated. And we have some policy guidance in P18. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm P18. It might have been P17. Was it all the other way around? Find it.
Was P19?
Was P19, sorry, now P18. And that's a very sizable policy. At the moment, it applies to all construction.
Yep.
And so either some refinement of that policy or some addition of a scale factor would be useful, I believe.
Okay.
The other component of that is, and that's policy guidance to Rule 10, previously Rule 8, I think. And there's a couple of matters, items 10 and 11 in Rule, matters of discretion in Rule 10 are relevant.
Yes, yep.
I'm very conscious of some of the conversation that happened with Mr. Brown and also Mr. McKenzie about not knowing exactly what the construction effects are, particularly traffic management ones are, and ensuring that there's enough policy support and enough matters of discretion to allow for the construction of robust conditions on consent that enable a process to be gone through. I mean, there's about 8 or 10 tenets of a good management plan condition.
Yeah.
The objective, what it should contain, who should certify it, how it's reviewed, those sort of things. So ensuring that the policy and the matters of discretion aren't overcooked, but provide for that future process.
Yes, okay.
Regardless of the scale, I guess. And then I guess the third matter is one that you obviously take some advice on, that's the maintenance of roading assets and the ongoing maintenance, and whether who should be responsible for that. Should it be the road controlling authority, whether that's the council or Waka Kotahi, depending on the road. Once the roading asset has been upgraded by way of a condition of consent, clearly there's some important legal principles there that Ms. Barry Casino talked about. Mr. Wakefield will have a view on that, no doubt. You've got partway in deleting the reference to the need for road maintenance agreements. Submitter would like you to go further and take the effect of ongoing maintenance on the road off the board, if you like. So yeah, some legal advice on that, a reflection by you on the need for that. Part of an ITA would be useful. That's the 3 areas that I've taken from the last couple of submitters this afternoon.
Cool. Very good.
Had those two lists.
Yes.
Some of them are covered, I think, in general this morning as well. But thank you for that, David. That's a good summary. We have finished the end of the day. I thought we were going to have just a bit of a shorter day today, but couldn't eventuate. But we've had a very, very good discussion with assistance from a range of experts. Really appreciated the way that this hearing has been conducted around the ability to talk together as sort of, I suppose, as I said before, experienced planners and engineers. Because these, I know from experience, the way plans are set up around some of these key engineering matters, they can make a lot of difference. So just spending the time to really refine it is well worthwhile. So thank you for all your contributions. We normally finish with a Is there any other questions from any of the parties listening in or comments?
No, thank you.
We normally, I really like finishing these hearings with a karakia and looking around the room. None of us are prepared. I wonder whether Maria, Casey or Sarah, one of you might just come on and just finish our day up with a karakia. That would be really appreciated. Volunteers?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Sarah.
Mark was like a copy. Oh, well. Anyway, great kōrero today. And looking forward to the next couple of days as well. Anyway, kia pai tō ahiahi koutou. Ki rongo, ki raro, ki roto, ki waho, rere rere ho, pai mai rere.
Thank you very much.
Hei a popo.
Thank you, Sarah. And we'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.